Question 1. A project manager is leading a software development project using an Agile approach. During a sprint review, stakeholders express concern that a key feature developed is not meeting their specific usability expectations, despite conforming to the initial user story. The project manager facilitated the demonstration and gathered feedback. What should be the project manager's next step to address this concern effectively? A. Escalate the issue to senior management for a decision on scope change. B. Instruct the development team to reprioritize and immediately rework the feature. C. Facilitate a discussion between stakeholders and the team to refine understanding and incorporate feedback into the product backlog. D. Document the feedback as a change request and proceed with the next sprint as planned. Answer: C. Facilitate a discussion between stakeholders and the team to refine understanding and incorporate feedback into the product backlog. In an Agile environment, the sprint review is a crucial event for inspection and adaptation, allowing stakeholders to provide feedback on the increment. When usability concerns arise, the most effective approach is to facilitate direct communication between the stakeholders and the development team to clarify expectations and deepen understanding of the requirements. This feedback should then be transparently incorporated into the product backlog as new items or refinements, ensuring future iterations build upon learned insights. This collaborative approach embraces Agility's core value of customer collaboration over contract negotiation, leading to a better product and higher stakeholder satisfaction. Question 2. A project to implement a new customer relationship management (CRM) system is experiencing significant scope creep. New features are constantly being requested by various departments, leading to missed deadlines and budget overruns. The project manager has a detailed project plan and change control process in place, but adherence is proving difficult. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager to take to regain control of the project? A. Issue a formal warning to departments requesting new features that further requests will be denied. B. Schedule a meeting with key stakeholders to review the original scope, discuss the impact of changes, and re-establish a baseline. C. Implement stricter change control, requiring multiple levels of approval for any new request. D. Accelerate the project schedule by assigning more resources to absorb the additional work. Answer: B. Schedule a meeting with key stakeholders to review the original scope, discuss the impact of changes, and re-establish a baseline. When scope creep becomes unmanageable, it's vital to re-engage stakeholders and realign expectations with the project's original objectives and constraints. Convening a meeting to review the established scope, transparently discuss the detrimental impact of unmanaged changes on the project's timeline and budget, and jointly agree on a revised baseline or a more stringent change management approach is critical. This collaborative effort helps stakeholders understand the consequences of their requests and fosters a shared commitment to a manageable scope, essential for successful project delivery. Without this realignment, efforts to control scope will likely fail. Question 3. A project team is highly experienced and self-organizing, working on a complex product development in a rapidly changing market. The project manager acts primarily as a servant leader, removing impediments and facilitating collaboration. What is the most effective approach for the project manager to ensure the project delivers business value in this environment? A. Strictly enforce the initial project plan and scope to minimize deviations. B. Conduct frequent performance reviews for team members to ensure individual accountability. C. Focus on maximizing the flow of value by continuously validating product assumptions with stakeholders and adapting the backlog. D. Implement a detailed earned value management system to track cost and schedule performance closely. Answer: C. Focus on maximizing the flow of value by continuously validating product assumptions with stakeholders and adapting the backlog. In complex, rapidly changing environments with self-organizing teams, the project manager's role shifts towards enabling the team and ensuring value delivery rather than strict command and control. Continuously validating product assumptions with stakeholders ensures the product remains aligned with market needs and provides tangible business value, even as requirements evolve. This iterative feedback loop and adaptation of the product backlog are core tenets of Agile approaches, maximizing value by ensuring the right product is built. It prioritizes adaptability and responsiveness over rigid adherence to an initial plan. Question 4. A project manager has just taken over a troubled project that is significantly behind schedule and over budget. The team morale is low, and there is a lack of clear direction. The previous project manager left without a comprehensive handover. What should be the project manager's immediate priority? A. Immediately implement a new, detailed project schedule and reassign tasks. B. Analyze the project's current status, understand the root causes of issues, and engage with key stakeholders. C. Conduct individual performance reviews with all team members to identify underperformers. D. Request additional budget and resources to accelerate the project and catch up. Answer: B. Analyze the project's current status, understand the root causes of issues, and engage with key stakeholders. When taking over a troubled project, the most critical first step is to thoroughly understand the current situation and the underlying reasons for its difficulties. This involves reviewing existing documentation, speaking with team members to gauge morale and gather insights into challenges, and engaging with key stakeholders to understand their perspectives and expectations. Only after gaining a comprehensive understanding of the project's status, its history, and its environment can the project manager formulate an effective recovery plan. Acting without this crucial information risks exacerbating existing problems. Question 5. During a sprint retrospective, the Agile team discusses recurring issues with the quality of code, leading to frequent bugs reported late in the development cycle. Team members suggest implementing a new automated testing tool. The Scrum Master notes this feedback. What is the most appropriate action for the Scrum Master to take next? A. Instruct the development team to research and implement the new tool immediately. B. Document the issue and tool suggestion, then present it to the product owner for approval. C. Facilitate the team in creating an action item to investigate, pilot, or implement the testing tool in an upcoming sprint. D. Acknowledge the feedback but defer action, as quality issues are the responsibility of the quality assurance team. Answer: C. Facilitate the team in creating an action item to investigate, pilot, or implement the testing tool in an upcoming sprint. The retrospective is a key Agile event for continuous improvement, where the team identifies ways to increase effectiveness. When a team suggests a solution like an automated testing tool, the Scrum Master's role is to facilitate the team in taking ownership of the improvement. This means helping them formulate a concrete action item, such as investigating or piloting the tool, and committing to its implementation within their next sprint or subsequent iterations. This empowers the self-organizing team to implement solutions that address their own challenges directly, fostering continuous improvement. Question 6. A project manager is leading a global project with team members distributed across different time zones. Communication challenges, particularly related to decision-making and real-time collaboration, are becoming apparent. What strategies should the project manager employ to improve communication effectiveness within this distributed team? A. Insist that all team members adjust their working hours to overlap significantly, despite personal inconvenience. B. Rely solely on email communication to ensure all discussions are documented and available asynchronously. C. Establish core overlap hours for crucial meetings, utilize collaborative online tools, and create clear communication protocols. D. Appoint a communication lead in each time zone to disseminate information locally, reducing direct team interaction. Answer: C. Establish core overlap hours for crucial meetings, utilize collaborative online tools, and create clear communication protocols. Managing a distributed team requires a deliberate communication strategy to overcome geographical and time zone barriers. Establishing core overlap hours ensures that critical discussions and decision-making meetings can occur with maximum team participation. Supplementing this with robust collaborative online tools, such as video conferencing and shared digital workspaces, facilitates real-time interaction and document sharing. Clear communication protocols, outlining preferred channels and response expectations, further enhance efficiency and reduce misunderstandings, fostering a more connected and productive remote team environment. Question 7. A project team is using a hybrid approach, combining agile development for software components and a predictive approach for hardware procurement and integration. During the software development sprints, the team frequently encounters dependencies on the hardware components that are not yet available, causing delays. What should the project manager do to address this issue? A. Stop software development until all hardware components are physically present and integrated. B. Accelerate the hardware procurement process, even if it means incurring additional costs. C. Facilitate regular coordination meetings between the Agile software team and the predictive hardware team to synchronize their schedules and manage dependencies. D. Assign the software team to other tasks until the hardware dependencies are resolved, then resume software development. Answer: C. Facilitate regular coordination meetings between the Agile software team and the predictive hardware team to synchronize their schedules and manage dependencies. In a hybrid project, managing interdependencies between different development approaches is crucial for seamless integration and timely delivery. When Agile software development encounters predictive hardware dependencies, the project manager must actively facilitate communication and coordination between the two distinct teams. Regular, structured meetings enable both teams to share progress, anticipate upcoming needs, identify potential roadblocks, and adjust their plans collaboratively. This proactive synchronization helps in minimizing delays caused by dependencies and ensures that components are available when needed by the other stream. Question 8. A large infrastructure project has experienced significant delays due to unexpected regulatory changes and disputes with local community groups regarding environmental impact. The project manager is under pressure to complete the project on time and within budget, but these external factors are beyond direct control. What is the most effective way for the project manager to address these challenges? A. Formally notify stakeholders that the project will be delayed indefinitely until all external issues are resolved. B. Engage with regulatory bodies and community representatives to understand concerns, negotiate solutions, and manage expectations. C. Reallocate budget from other areas to cover potential fines and legal costs associated with non-compliance. D. Focus solely on internal project activities, hoping the external issues will eventually resolve themselves. Answer: B. Engage with regulatory bodies and community representatives to understand concerns, negotiate solutions, and manage expectations. External factors like regulatory changes and community disputes are significant risks that can derail a project. The most effective approach is proactive stakeholder engagement and communication. By directly interacting with regulatory bodies and community groups, the project manager can gain a deeper understanding of their concerns, explore potential solutions collaboratively, and negotiate mutually agreeable compromises. This proactive engagement not only helps to mitigate risks but also builds trust and manages expectations, potentially preventing further delays and costly legal battles. Question 9. During a daily stand-up, a team member consistently reports that they are blocked by another team member who is overloaded with tasks. This has been a recurring theme for several days, impacting the sprint goal. What should the Scrum Master do? A. Tell the blocked team member to work on a different task until the blocker is resolved. B. Advise the overloaded team member to work overtime to clear their backlog. C. Facilitate a discussion to swarm on the overloaded task, reassign work, or find a quick resolution to the impediment. D. Document the issue and escalate it to the functional manager for resolution. Answer: C. Facilitate a discussion to swarm on the overloaded task, reassign work, or find a quick resolution to the impediment. A daily stand-up is a critical event for the team to synchronize activities and identify impediments. When a blocking issue persists, the Scrum Master's role is to facilitate the team's self-organization to resolve it, not to act as a manager. Encouraging the team to swarm, collaboratively work on the blocked task or reassign work amongst themselves empowers them to quickly remove impediments and maintain progress towards the sprint goal. This approach reinforces self-management and ensures transparency of blockers within the team. Question 10. A project manager is overseeing a product development project that aims to deliver significant value through innovative features. The organization's culture emphasizes rapid iteration and learning from failures. However, key stakeholders are hesitant to approve experiments that might not yield immediate positive results, preferring a more predictable approach. What should the project manager do to bridge this gap? A. Proceed with the experiments without stakeholder approval, demonstrating the value afterward. B. Develop a comprehensive risk management plan outlining all potential failure points and mitigation strategies. C. Present the stakeholders with a clear value proposition for the experiments, focusing on long-term benefits and learning opportunities. D. Postpone all experimental features until the project has delivered initial, less risky components. Answer: C. Present the stakeholders with a clear value proposition for the experiments, focusing on long-term benefits and learning opportunities. Bridging the gap between an organizational culture that values innovation and stakeholders who prefer predictability requires clear communication and demonstrating value. The project manager should explain how experiments, even those that might not succeed directly, contribute to long-term learning, reduce overall project risk by testing assumptions early, and ultimately lead to more valuable and robust solutions. Framing these experiments as essential for innovation and outlining the potential for significant competitive advantage can help gain stakeholder buy-in. It's about educating stakeholders on the why behind the approach. Question 11. A manufacturing project is nearing its closure phase. The team has successfully delivered the primary product, and all contractual obligations have been met. However, several team members have expressed interest in capturing lessons learned and best practices to apply to future projects. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager to take regarding this interest? A. Encourage team members to document their individual lessons learned in their personal notes. B. Direct the team to prepare a formal lessons learned report and conduct a dedicated meeting to capture insights. C. Disregard the suggestion, as project closure typically focuses on administrative tasks and final handovers. D. Remind the team that lessons learned are usually captured throughout the project, not just at the end. Answer: B. Direct the team to prepare a formal lessons learned report and conduct a dedicated meeting to capture insights. Capturing lessons learned is a crucial activity during project closure, as it contributes to organizational process assets and improves future project performance. While lessons can be captured throughout the project, a dedicated session at closure ensures a comprehensive review of the entire project lifecycle, including successes, challenges, and unexpected events. Encouraging the team to formally document and discuss these insights ensures that valuable knowledge is retained and shared across the organization, rather than being lost, which enhances organizational learning and project management maturity. Question 12. A project manager is working on a complex project with high uncertainty. The initial requirements are vague, and the technology is rapidly evolving. Stakeholders expect frequent updates and demonstrate a desire to influence the project's direction as it progresses. What development approach would be most suitable for this project? A. Predictive, waterfall. B. Incremental. C. Iterative. D. Hybrid. Answer: C. Iterative. An iterative development approach is best suited for projects with high uncertainty, evolving requirements, and a need for frequent stakeholder feedback. In an iterative approach, the project delivers functional pieces of the product in cycles, allowing for continuous feedback and adaptation based on learning. This contrasts with a predictive approach, which assumes stable requirements, and an incremental approach, which focuses on delivering complete, usable parts but not necessarily with continuous refinement of the whole. The iterative nature allows the project to discover and refine requirements as it goes, embracing change. Question 13. A project team is experiencing significant conflict regarding the best technical approach to a critical system component. Team members are highly skilled but have strong, differing opinions, leading to heated discussions and stalled progress. The project manager needs to facilitate a resolution. Which conflict resolution technique should the project manager encourage for a lasting solution? A. Forcing, win-lose. B. Smoothing, lose-lose. C. Compromising, partially win partially lose. D. Collaborating/problem solving, win-win. Answer: D. Collaborating/problem solving, win-win. For highly skilled teams experiencing technical disagreements, the collaborating/problem solving approach is generally the most effective for a lasting solution. This technique involves openly discussing differences, generating multiple alternatives, and finding a solution that fully satisfies all parties' concerns, leading to a win-win outcome. Unlike forcing, smoothing, or compromising, collaboration leverages the diverse expertise of the team to find the best possible technical solution and build stronger team cohesion. It focuses on finding the underlying needs and common ground. Question 14. A project manager discovers that a newly implemented software module, critical for the project's success, has a significant security vulnerability. The project is nearing completion, and fixing this vulnerability will require considerable time and resources, potentially delaying the launch. What should the project manager do first? A. Immediately halt the project and allocate all resources to fix the vulnerability. B. Inform the development team and instruct them to fix the vulnerability without delay. C. Conduct a detailed risk analysis to understand the impact of the vulnerability and then communicate it to key stakeholders. D. Downplay the vulnerability to avoid project delays and launch as planned, then address it in a post-launch update. Answer: C. Conduct a detailed risk analysis to understand the impact of the vulnerability and then communicate it to key stakeholders. Upon discovering a critical security vulnerability, the project manager's immediate priority should be to understand the full extent of the risk. This involves conducting a thorough risk analysis to assess the potential impact, e.g., data breach, reputational damage, financial loss, and likelihood of exploitation. Only after understanding the risk clearly should this crucial information be communicated transparently to key stakeholders, enabling them to make an informed decision about the project's path forward, whether that's delaying launch or accepting a calculated risk with a mitigation plan. Transparency and informed decision-making are paramount. Question 15. A project is being managed using an Agile framework. The product owner frequently changes the priority of items in the product backlog, sometimes within a sprint. This causes confusion and frustration among the development team and impacts their ability to meet sprint goals. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager, or Scrum Master, in this context, to take? A. Inform the product owner that changing priorities during a sprint is not allowed according to Agile principles. B. Facilitate a discussion with the product owner and the team to explain the impact of mid-sprint changes and establish clearer guidelines for backlog management. C. Escalate the issue to senior management to intervene and enforce stable sprint backlogs. D. Allow the product owner to continue, as they are ultimately responsible for maximizing value. Answer: B. Facilitate a discussion with the product owner and the team to explain the impact of mid-sprint changes and establish clearer guidelines for backlog management. While the product owner is responsible for the product backlog, changing priorities within a sprint disrupts the team's focus and jeopardizes the sprint goal, violating the concept of a stable sprint backlog. The Scrum Master's role is to protect the team from external interference and coach all roles on Agile practices. Therefore, the most effective action is to facilitate a conversation that educates the product owner on the impact of such changes and helps establish better practices, such as making sure the sprint backlog is relatively stable once a sprint begins. This fosters a more predictable and productive environment for the team. Question 16. A project manager is leading a diverse team where several members are hesitant to share their progress and challenges openly, especially in team meetings. This lack of transparency is hindering early identification of issues and effective problem solving. What should the project manager do to encourage more open communication? A. Implement a strict reporting system where each team member must submit daily written updates. B. Schedule mandatory one-on-one meetings with each team member to extract information. C. Model transparent behavior, create a psychologically safe environment, and encourage different communication channels. D. Publicly call out team members who are not sharing enough information during meetings. Answer: C. Model transparent behavior, create a psychologically safe environment, and encourage different communication channels. Fostering open communication requires building trust and a psychologically safe environment where team members feel comfortable sharing both successes and challenges without fear of blame. The project manager should lead by example, demonstrating transparency in their own communications. Additionally, providing multiple channels for communication, e.g., informal chats, specific communication tools, can cater to different comfort levels. The goal is to cultivate a culture where sharing information is seen as beneficial for collective problem solving and not as a personal judgment. Question 17. A team working on an Agile project is consistently struggling to complete all committed work within a sprint. They are working hard, but frequently find themselves carrying over undone items to the next sprint. What metric should the team and product owner primarily focus on to understand and improve this situation? A. Cost Performance Index, CPI. B. Burn Down Chart. C. Velocity. D. Earned Value, EV. Answer: C. Velocity. Velocity is the primary metric in Agile projects that measures the amount of work a team can complete in a single sprint, typically expressed in story points or number of user stories. If a team consistently fails to complete committed work, tracking velocity helps them understand their actual capacity and make more realistic commitments for future sprints. It provides a reliable forecast for how much work can be delivered, guiding the product owner in sprint planning and the team in managing its workload, which helps improve predictability and avoids overcommitment. Question 18. A project has just completed its execution phase and is moving towards closure. During a final review, it is discovered that some quality standards were not fully met for a non-critical component. The impact on the overall product functionality is minimal, but it deviates from the agreed-upon quality plan. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager to take? A. Document the deviation as a lesson learned and proceed with project closure. B. Halt project closure and immediately initiate rework to meet the quality standards. C. Inform relevant stakeholders, explain the deviation and its minimal impact, and seek their acceptance. D. Conceal the deviation, as it is non-critical and might delay closure. Answer: C. Inform relevant stakeholders, explain the deviation and its minimal impact, and seek their acceptance. Even for non-critical components, deviations from agreed-upon quality standards require transparency and stakeholder engagement. The project manager's responsibility is to inform the relevant stakeholders about the discovered deviation, clearly explain its nature and the minimal impact it has on the overall product's functionality. Subsequently, the project manager should seek their formal acceptance of this deviation. This approach ensures accountability, maintains stakeholder trust, and allows for an informed decision on whether the deviation is acceptable, or if any further action is required before formal project closure. Question 19. A new regulation is expected to be enacted next year, which will significantly impact the technical requirements of a project currently in its early planning stages. The exact details of the regulation are still unclear, creating high uncertainty. How should the project manager approach this situation? A. Ignore the potential regulation, assuming it will be finalized after the project's completion. B. Halt the project until the regulation's details are fully published and understood. C. Incorporate a risk response strategy that involves monitoring the regulation's development and building flexibility into the project plan. D. Over-engineer the solution to be compliant with the most stringent possible interpretation of the regulation. Answer: C. Incorporate a risk response strategy that involves monitoring the regulation's development and building flexibility into the project plan. When faced with high uncertainty due to potential future regulations, the most prudent approach is to treat it as an identified risk. This involves actively monitoring the development of the regulation to gain clarity as soon as possible. Concurrently, the project plan should be designed with flexibility, perhaps using an agile approach or by scheduling specific decision points, to allow for adaptation once the regulatory details are clear. This proactive risk response strategy minimizes the potential negative impact while avoiding unnecessary delays or over-engineering. Question 20. A project team is highly specialized and spread across different departments within the organization. While team members are technically competent, communication and collaboration between departments are often strained, leading to delays and misunderstandings. What type of project organizational structure is most likely causing these challenges? A. Projectized organization. B. Functional organization. C. Matrix organization, strong. D. Matrix organization, balanced. Answer: B. Functional organization. In a functional organization, team members report primarily to their functional managers and are typically grouped by specialization, e.g., engineering, marketing, HR. Project managers in this structure often have limited authority, and team members may prioritize their departmental work over project tasks. This can lead to difficulties in cross-functional communication, resource availability, and coordination, as team members are primarily aligned with their departmental goals rather than shared project objectives, resulting in the strained collaboration described. Question 21. A project manager is leading a complex IT project using a predictive approach. Due to unforeseen technical challenges, a critical path activity is now estimated to take significantly longer than planned. This delay will impact the project's overall completion date. What is the most immediate action the project manager should take? A. Inform the sponsor and stakeholders that the project will be delayed. B. Reevaluate the critical path, identify options for schedule compression, and assess the impact on scope and budget. C. Ask the team to work overtime to catch up on the delayed activity. D. Update the project schedule with the new longer duration and absorb the delay. Answer: B. Reevaluate the critical path, identify options for schedule compression, and assess the impact on scope and budget. When a critical path activity is delayed, the project manager's immediate response should be to analyze the impact and explore mitigation strategies. This involves reevaluating the critical path to confirm the impact on the overall project timeline. Subsequently, the project manager should investigate schedule compression techniques like crashing, adding resources for more cost, or fast-tracking, performing activities in parallel, to mitigate the delay. Only after this analysis and identifying potential solutions can the project manager effectively communicate the updated situation and proposed actions to stakeholders, including the trade-offs involved. Question 22. A project manager has identified a significant gap in the skills of the current team members required for a highly specialized task. The project is already behind schedule and budget. What is the most effective approach to address this skill gap? A. Cancel the project, as the required skills are not available internally. B. Provide extensive, immediate training to current team members, delaying the project further. C. Reevaluate resource needs, considering external recruitment or contracting specialists, and assess the impact on the project. D. Assign the task to the least busy team member, hoping they will learn on the job. Answer: C. Reevaluate resource needs, considering external recruitment or contracting specialists, and assess the impact on the project. When a critical skill gap exists and the project is already constrained, the most pragmatic approach is to consider acquiring the necessary expertise externally. This could involve recruiting new team members with the specialized skills or engaging external contractors or consultants. While this option may incur additional costs, it often provides the quickest and most effective way to address a critical skill deficiency, helping to keep the project on track and ensuring the quality of the specialized work. A thorough assessment of the impact on the project's triple constraints is necessary. Question 23. An Agile team has implemented continuous integration and continuous delivery, CI/CD, practices. However, they frequently find that newly integrated features introduce unexpected bugs, which are only discovered during later testing cycles, leading to rework. What practice should the team reinforce to improve the quality of integrated code? A. Increase the frequency of code reviews by senior developers. B. Implement more comprehensive automated unit and integration tests as part of the CI/CD pipeline. C. Require all developers to work in isolation to avoid interfering with each other's code. D. Extend the duration of each sprint to allow more time for manual testing before deployment. Answer: B. Implement more comprehensive automated unit and integration tests as part of the CI/CD pipeline. In a CI/CD environment, the goal is to integrate code frequently and ensure its quality automatically. The presence of unexpected bugs after integration indicates a need for more robust automated testing. Implementing comprehensive automated unit and integration tests within the CI/CD pipeline ensures that newly added or integrated code is immediately validated against existing code, catching defects early. This shift-left approach to quality significantly reduces the likelihood of bugs reaching later testing cycles or production, improving overall code quality and efficiency. Question 24. A project manager discovers that a key deliverable, crucial for project completion, was unexpectedly damaged during transit. The deliverable needs to be replaced, which will cause a significant delay and budget increase. The project charter grants the project manager authority to manage risks up to a certain threshold, but this incident exceeds it. What should the project manager do? A. Absorb the cost and delay within the existing budget and schedule without informing stakeholders. B. Immediately order a replacement and then inform the project sponsor and key stakeholders. C. Inform the project sponsor and key stakeholders about the incident, its impact, and propose a mitigation plan, seeking their approval. D. Reassign blame to the shipping company and demand immediate compensation to cover costs. Answer: C. Inform the project sponsor and key stakeholders about the incident, its impact, and propose a mitigation plan, seeking their approval. When an unexpected event significantly impacts the project beyond the project manager's delegated authority, transparency and immediate communication with the project sponsor and key stakeholders are paramount. The project manager must inform them of the incident, clearly articulate its impact on the project's scope, schedule, and budget, and present a proposed mitigation plan. This allows the stakeholders to make an informed decision and provide the necessary approval or guidance, demonstrating accountability and effective risk management. Question 25. A project manager is leading a project that requires significant collaboration with an external vendor for a critical component. The vendor's communication has been inconsistent, and their deliverables are frequently delayed. This is impacting the project's overall timeline. What is the most effective way to improve this situation? A. Replace the current vendor with a new one immediately. B. Formally escalate the issue to the vendor's senior management and threaten contract termination. C. Schedule a meeting with the vendor's account manager and key project personnel to review performance, establish clear communication protocols, and discuss corrective actions. D. Increase internal team efforts to compensate for the vendor's delays, even if it means working overtime. Answer: C. Schedule a meeting with the vendor's account manager and key project personnel to review performance, establish clear communication protocols, and discuss corrective actions. Before resorting to drastic measures like vendor replacement or contract termination, the most effective approach is to first attempt to improve the relationship and performance through direct, constructive engagement. Scheduling a meeting with the vendor's representatives to frankly discuss performance issues, re-establish clear expectations, agree on communication protocols, and jointly develop a plan for corrective actions is crucial. This proactive collaboration can resolve misunderstandings, identify root causes, and align both parties toward successful project outcomes, often preventing more severe disputes. Question 26. A project team is nearing the end of a sprint, and it becomes clear that one of the committed user stories will not be completed due to unforeseen technical complexity. The product owner insists that all committed items must be delivered. What should the Scrum Master or project manager do in this situation? A. Force the team to work overtime to complete the user story, emphasizing the importance of commitments. B. Facilitate a discussion with the product owner and the team to explain the situation, assess options, and agree on adjusting the sprint scope. C. Reassign the incomplete user story to another team member to ensure its completion within the sprint. D. Complete the user story partially and carry over the remaining work to the next sprint without discussion. Answer. B. Facilitate a discussion with the product owner and the team to explain the situation, assess options, and agree on adjusting the sprint scope. In Agile, the sprint goal is the primary commitment, and while the team strives to complete all committed user stories, unforeseen circumstances can make this impossible. The Scrum Master's role is to facilitate transparency and collaboration. Therefore, the best action is to bring the product owner and the team together to openly discuss the situation, understand the implications of the incomplete story, and collaboratively decide on the best course of action. This might involve adjusting the sprint scope, such as moving the story to the next sprint, while always prioritizing the sprint goal. It reinforces self-organization and open communication. Question 27. A project manager is overseeing a research and development project with a high degree of technical uncertainty. The team frequently needs to experiment with new technologies, and many paths lead to dead ends. The sponsor is becoming concerned about the lack of definitive progress and demands a fixed timeline for completion. What is the most appropriate response from the project manager? A. Commit to a fixed timeline and pressure the team to deliver, regardless of the technical challenges. B. Explain that a fixed timeline is impossible due to the nature of R&D and suggest moving to a different project. C. Propose an iterative or adaptive approach, focusing on time-boxing experiments, learning cycles, and frequent delivery of insights and prototypes. D. Conduct a detailed feasibility study for every potential technical path before proceeding with any development. Answer. C. Propose an iterative or adaptive approach, focusing on time-boxing experiments, learning cycles, and frequent delivery of insights and prototypes. For R&D projects with high technical uncertainty, a predictive, fixed timeline approach is often unsuitable and can lead to unrealistic expectations and stress. The project manager should advocate for an iterative or adaptive approach, such as Agile or Lean startup principles. This involves time-boxing experiments to manage risk, focusing on short learning cycles, and delivering demonstrable prototypes or insights frequently. This approach manages stakeholder expectations by providing regular progress updates on learning and discovery, rather than a fixed end product date, which is inherently uncertain. Question 28. A key stakeholder, who holds significant influence over the project's success, has recently become disengaged, missing meetings and providing minimal input. The project manager has observed this change and is concerned about its impact. What should the project manager do first? A. Exclude the disengaged stakeholder from future communications and meetings. B. Escalate the issue to the project sponsor, requesting their intervention. C. Schedule a direct, private meeting with the stakeholder to understand the reasons for their disengagement and address any concerns. D. Send a formal email reminding the stakeholder of their responsibilities to the project. Answer: C. Schedule a direct, private meeting with the stakeholder to understand the reasons for their disengagement and address any concerns. When a key stakeholder becomes disengaged, the project manager's first and most effective step is to engage with them directly and privately. This one-on-one conversation allows the project manager to empathetically understand the underlying reasons for their disengagement, which could range from competing priorities, lack of perceived value, or even personal issues. Addressing their concerns directly and respectfully can often re-engage the stakeholder and resolve issues before they escalate, maintaining their crucial support for the project. Question 29. A large organization is transitioning to a more agile way of working for its software development projects. The project manager is tasked with helping the teams adapt. Many team members are accustomed to detailed upfront planning and struggle with the concept of evolving requirements and self-organization. What is the project manager's most important role in this transition? A. Mandate that all teams strictly follow a specific Agile framework, like Scrum, regardless of their current comfort level. B. Focus on coaching the teams, facilitating workshops on Agile principles, and demonstrating the benefits of iterative development. C. Immediately reduce documentation requirements to force teams to embrace agility. D. Take over the decision-making process for the teams to ensure swift adoption of Agile practices. Answer: B. Focus on coaching the teams, facilitating workshops on Agile principles, and demonstrating the benefits of iterative development. During an organizational Agile transition, the project manager, often acting as a change agent or Agile coach, plays a crucial role in guiding and enabling teams. This involves actively coaching them on Agile principles and practices, facilitating educational workshops to build understanding, and demonstrating the tangible benefits of iterative development and self-organization. This supportive and educational approach helps to overcome resistance to change and builds confidence in the new way of working, fostering genuine adoption rather than forced compliance. Question 30. The project manager has discovered that a team member is consistently producing work that falls below the established quality standards, leading to rework and delays. This individual is otherwise a good team player. What should the project manager do? A. Reassign the team member to a less critical task immediately. B. Document the performance issue and include it in their annual performance review. C. Provide specific, constructive feedback to the team member and offer support or training to improve their skills. D. Confront the team member in a public team meeting to highlight the quality issues. Answer: C. Provide specific, constructive feedback to the team member and offer support or training to improve their skills. When a team member consistently produces substandard work, the project manager's responsibility is to address the issue directly, constructively, and privately. Providing specific feedback helps the individual understand where improvement is needed. Crucially, offering support such as training, coaching, or pairing with a more experienced colleague demonstrates a commitment to their growth and improvement. This approach focuses on development and problem-solving rather than punishment, fostering a positive team environment and improving overall project quality. Question 31. A project team is using a Kanban system to manage its workflow. The team's "in progress" column is frequently overflowing, indicating that too many tasks are being started but not completed, leading to longer cycle times. What is the most effective adjustment the team should make? A. Add more team members to increase throughput and clear the backlog. B. Implement work in progress, WIP, limits to restrict the number of tasks in progress at any given time. C. Remove the done column to simplify the workflow and reduce administrative overhead. D. Encourage individual team members to take on more tasks concurrently to speed up the process. Answer: B. Implement work in progress, WIP, limits to restrict the number of tasks in progress at any given time. An overflowing, in progress, column in Kanban is a classic sign of too much work being started and not enough being finished, leading to inefficiencies. The core principle of Kanban to address this is implementing work in progress, WIP, limits. WIP limits restrict the number of items that can be in a particular column, or the entire system, at any given time, forcing the team to focus on completing existing tasks before pulling new ones. This improves flow, reduces bottlenecks, and ultimately shortens cycle times. Question 32. A project manager is conducting a periodic review of the project's financial status. They notice that the actual costs are significantly higher than planned for completed work packages. This is a consistent trend across several recent months. What performance metric is most indicative of this situation, and what does it suggest? A. Schedule Performance Index, SPI, is less than 1, indicating the project is behind schedule. B. Cost Performance Index, CPI, is less than 1, indicating the project is over budget. C. Earned Value, EV, is greater than planned value, PV, indicating positive performance. D. Actual Cost, AC, is less than budget at completion, BAC, indicating cost savings. Answer. B. Cost Performance Index, CPI, is less than 1, indicating the project is over budget. The Cost Performance Index, CPI, is a critical earned value management, EVM, metric that measures the cost efficiency of the work performed. It is calculated as earned value, EV, divided by actual cost, AC. A CPI less than 1 indicates that the actual cost for the work completed is higher than the budgeted cost for that same work, meaning the project is over budget or performing inefficiently in terms of cost. This trend warrants immediate investigation into cost drivers and corrective actions. Question 33. A team is developing a new mobile application using an Agile approach. During a sprint review, a key stakeholder suggests a major change that would redefine the core functionality of a feature scheduled for the next 2 sprints. This change, if implemented, would significantly increase the value of the product. What should the product owner do? A. Reject the change, as it deviates from the agreed-upon roadmap. B. Immediately accept the change and add it to the current sprint. C. Work with the stakeholder to refine the change, assess its impact, and prioritize it in the product backlog for a future sprint. D. Ask the development team to estimate the effort for the change and present it to the stakeholder for approval. Answer. C. Work with the stakeholder to refine the change, assess its impact, and prioritize it in the product backlog for a future sprint. In Agile, welcoming change is a core principle, especially if it increases value. The product owner is responsible for maximizing the value of the product and managing the product backlog. When a significant change is proposed, the product owner should collaborate with the stakeholder to fully understand the new requirement, assess its potential impact on existing features and the overall product, and then appropriately prioritize it within the product backlog. This ensures that the change is considered against other priorities and incorporated in a planned manner, typically in an upcoming sprint, rather than disrupting the current one. Question 34. A project manager is overseeing a large-scale construction project that is heavily reliant on a sequence of activities with strict dependencies. Delays in one activity have a cascading effect on subsequent activities. Which scheduling method is most appropriate for managing and visualizing the critical path for this project? A. Agile Release Planning. B. Critical Chain Method. C. Program Evaluation and Review Technique, PERT. D. Critical Path Method, CPM. Answer. D. Critical Path Method, CPM. The Critical Path Method, CPM, is a traditional scheduling technique widely used in projects with sequential activities and clear dependencies, such as construction. CPM helps in identifying the longest sequence of activities that must be completed on time for the entire project to finish on schedule, which is known as the critical path. It calculates the earliest and latest possible start and finish times for each activity and identifies schedule flexibility, float, making it ideal for managing and visualizing dependencies and potential delays in a predictable environment. Question 35. A project manager has identified several potential risks that could significantly impact the project. For one particular high-impact, low-probability risk, there are no feasible mitigation strategies that can completely eliminate it, and the cost of mitigation is prohibitive. What is the most appropriate risk response strategy for this specific risk? A. Avoidance. B. Transference. C. Acceptance, active or passive. D. Escalation. Answer: C. Acceptance, active or passive. When a risk cannot be effectively avoided, mitigated, or transferred, and its potential impact is understood, the project manager may choose to accept the risk. Active acceptance involves developing a contingency plan in case the risk occurs, such as setting aside a contingency reserve. Passive acceptance involves no proactive action, simply acknowledging the risk and its potential impact. This strategy is chosen when the cost of mitigation outweighs the potential impact or when no other viable options exist. Question 36. A project is experiencing frequent changes in requirements from various stakeholders. The project manager attempts to get all requirements signed off upfront, but new requests continue to emerge, causing rework and schedule delays. What is the root cause of this issue? A. The change control board is not functioning effectively. B. The project manager lacks authority to enforce the baseline. C. Requirements gathering was incomplete, or stakeholders were not fully engaged in defining needs. D. The project is too complex for a predictive approach and needs a more adaptive lifecycle. Answer: C. Requirements gathering was incomplete, or stakeholders were not fully engaged in defining needs. Frequent, late-stage changes often point to an inadequate initial requirements gathering process or insufficient stakeholder engagement during the definition phase. If stakeholders' true needs, expectations, or evolving understanding of the solution were not fully captured or understood upfront, new requirements will inevitably emerge as the project progresses. This highlights the importance of thorough elicitation, analysis, and validation of requirements, as well as continuous stakeholder involvement throughout the project lifecycle to minimize rework. Question 37. During a sprint retrospective, the development team identifies that their definition of "done" is inconsistent, leading to confusion and varying quality of completed work. Some team members consider a task done when coding is complete, while others include testing and documentation. What should the Scrum Master facilitate the team to do? A. Ask the product owner to clarify the definition of "done." B. Encourage individual team members to adopt their preferred definition of "done." C. Facilitate the team in collaboratively establishing a clear, shared, and consistent definition of "done" (DoD). D. Remove the definition of "done" entirely to simplify the process and reduce overhead. Answer: C. Facilitate the team in collaboratively establishing a clear, shared, and consistent definition of "done" (DoD). A clear and consistent definition of "done" (DoD) is crucial in Agile frameworks like Scrum. It ensures that everyone understands what it means for a PBI, product backlog item, or increment to be complete and ready for review, ensuring quality and transparency. When inconsistencies arise, the Scrum Master should facilitate the development team in collaboratively defining or refining their DoD. This fosters shared understanding, improves quality, and empowers the self-organizing team to take ownership of their work standards. Question 38. A project manager is leading a project that relies heavily on deliverables from multiple external vendors. The project manager needs to ensure that these vendors are meeting their contractual obligations, delivering on time, and adhering to quality standards. What document or process is most crucial for managing these external relationships effectively? A. Communication Management Plan. B. Risk Management Plan. C. Procurement Management Plan and associated contracts. D. Stakeholder Engagement Plan. Answer: C. Procurement Management Plan and associated contracts. For managing external vendors and ensuring they meet their obligations, the procurement management plan and the specific contracts established with each vendor are most crucial. The procurement management plan outlines how procurements will be managed from planning to closure, including contract types, performance metrics, and contract administration processes. The contracts themselves legally bind the vendors to deliver according to agreed-upon scope, schedule, cost, and quality standards, forming the basis for monitoring and controlling vendor performance. Question 39. A project manager has just taken over a project that is struggling due to poor team dynamics. There are frequent arguments, a lack of trust, and minimal collaboration among team members. The project manager understands the importance of building a cohesive team. Which stage of team development is the team most likely in, and what should the project manager focus on? A. Forming, focus on setting clear goals and individual roles. B. Storming, focus on conflict resolution and establishing ground rules. C. Norming, focus on celebrating successes and continuous improvement. D. Performing, focus on maintaining high performance. Answer: B. Storming, focus on conflict resolution and establishing ground rules. The described team dynamics, arguments, lack of trust, and minimal collaboration, are characteristic of the storming stage of Tuckman's stages of team development. In this stage, team members are asserting themselves, and conflicts may arise over roles, responsibilities, or working styles. The project manager's primary focus should be to facilitate conflict resolution, establish clear ground rules, foster open communication, and help the team move towards a more cohesive and productive norming stage. Question 40. A construction project is proceeding well, with activities generally on schedule. However, an unexpected rise in raw material costs significantly impacts the project's budget. The project manager needs to communicate this to stakeholders. What is the most appropriate way to present this information and its implications? A. Focus solely on the increased costs and state that the project will inevitably go over budget. B. Present the increased costs, the impact on the project's overall budget, and propose options for cost mitigation or scope adjustments. C. Blame the external market conditions and state that there's nothing the project team can do. D. Wait until the project is nearly complete to present the total cost overrun to avoid alarming stakeholders prematurely. Answer: B. Present the increased costs, the impact on the project's overall budget, and propose options for cost mitigation or scope adjustments. When faced with unexpected budget impacts, the project manager's responsibility is to be transparent and proactive. It's crucial to present the increased costs clearly, explain their impact on the project's overall financial health, and, most importantly, propose a range of actionable options. These options might include cost mitigation strategies, e.g., finding alternative suppliers, re-evaluating scope, or requesting additional funding. This approach demonstrates control, offers solutions, and enables stakeholders to make informed decisions about the project's future. Question 41. An Agile team is struggling with a high volume of technical debt, which is slowing down their progress and increasing the likelihood of bugs. The product owner is primarily focused on delivering new features. What should the Scrum Master do to address the technical debt issue? A. Instruct the development team to stop working on new features until all technical debt is resolved. B. Add technical debt items to the product backlog and work with the product owner to prioritize them alongside new features. C. Discuss the issue with individual team members and encourage them to fix technical debt in their spare time. D. Ignore technical debt, as it is a development team responsibility and not a concern for the product owner. Answer: B. Add technical debt items to the product backlog and work with the product owner to prioritize them alongside new features. Technical debt is a critical concern that impacts a team's long-term velocity and product quality. It should be made visible and transparent. The most effective way to address technical debt in an Agile framework is to add specific items related to its remediation, e.g., refactoring, bug fixes, directly into the product backlog. The Scrum Master then coaches the product owner on the importance of addressing technical debt and its impact on sustainable development, helping them prioritize these items alongside new features to ensure a healthy balance between new value delivery and maintenance. Question 42. A project manager is managing a complex, multi-phase project. After completing Phase 1, the project manager realizes that some assumptions made during the initial planning were incorrect, and new risks have emerged. What is the most appropriate course of action for the project manager to take before proceeding to Phase 2? A. Proceed to Phase 2 as planned, assuming that initial assumptions will eventually hold true. B. Formally close Phase 1 and initiate a completely new project for Phase 2, ignoring lessons from Phase 1. C. Conduct a phase gate review to assess lessons learned, update assumptions, re-evaluate risks, and make necessary adjustments to the overall project plan. D. Request additional budget and resources to cover any potential issues arising from the incorrect assumptions. Answer: C. Conduct a phase gate review to assess lessons learned, update assumptions, re-evaluate risks, and make necessary adjustments to the overall project plan. For multi-phase projects, especially complex ones, conducting a phase gate review, also known as a kill point or stage gate, between phases is a critical control mechanism. This formal review allows the project team and stakeholders to assess the completed phase, review assumptions, identify new risks, capture lessons learned, and make informed decisions about whether to proceed to the next phase. It provides an opportunity to adapt the overall project plan based on validated information and lessons from the preceding phase, ensuring continued alignment with objectives and managing uncertainty. Question 43. A project team is highly experienced and operates with minimal direct supervision. The project manager primarily focuses on removing roadblocks and empowering the team. Which leadership style is the project manager exhibiting? A. Autocratic. B. Laissez-faire. C. Servant leadership. D. Transactional. Answer: C. Servant leadership. Servant leadership is a leadership style where the leader's primary focus is on serving the needs of the team members, stakeholders, and the organization. In this context, the project manager's actions, removing roadblocks, empowering the team, and minimizing direct supervision for an experienced group, are classic characteristics of a servant leader. They prioritize the growth and well-being of the team, believing that this ultimately leads to better project outcomes and a more effective working environment. Question 44. A project manager is preparing to close a project that successfully delivered its intended product. What is a key administrative closure activity that must be performed to ensure proper organizational learning and future benefits? A. Releasing the project team members to their functional managers. B. Updating and archiving organizational process assets, including lessons learned. C. Paying all outstanding invoices from vendors and suppliers. D. Obtaining formal acceptance of the final product from the customer. Answer: B. Updating and archiving organizational process assets, including lessons learned. While releasing team members, paying invoices, and obtaining formal acceptance are all crucial aspects of project closure, updating and archiving organizational process assets, OPAs, is specifically vital for organizational learning and future benefits. This involves documenting lessons learned, project records, historical information, and other relevant documents in a centralized repository. This knowledge becomes a valuable resource for future projects, enabling the organization to learn from past experiences, avoid repeating mistakes, and replicate successes. Question 45. The project manager of an Agile project observes that the product owner is frequently absent from team discussions and sprint reviews, leading to delays in decision-making and a lack of clarity on priorities. What is the best course of action for the project manager, or Scrum Master, to take? A. Take over the product owner's responsibilities to ensure decisions are made quickly. B. Formally report the product owner's absenteeism to senior management. C. coach the product owner on their responsibilities and the importance of active engagement with the team. D. Ask the development team to make decisions in the product owner's absence. Answer: C. Coach the product owner on their responsibilities and the importance of active engagement with the team. An actively engaged product owner is critical for the success of an Agile project, as they are the voice of the customer and responsible for maximizing value. When a product owner is disengaged, the Scrum Master's role is to coach them on their responsibilities, explain the negative impact of their absence on the team's ability to deliver, and help them understand the importance of their active participation in events like sprint reviews and daily interactions. This coaching approach aims to improve collaboration and decision-making within the team. Question 46. A software development project is nearing its final testing phase. The quality assurance (QA) team reports a higher than expected number of defects, some of which are critical. The project manager needs to address this immediately to avoid further delays. What should the project manager prioritize? A. Assign more testers to find defects faster. B. Initiate an investigation into the root cause of the high defect rate and implement corrective actions in the development process. C. Pressure the development team to fix bugs faster, regardless of the cause. D. Reduce the scope of testing to meet the deadline. Answer: B. Initiate an investigation into the root cause of the high defect rate and implement corrective actions in the development process. While fixing existing defects is important, simply adding more testers or pressuring developers only addresses the symptom, not the underlying problem. A consistently high defect rate indicates systemic issues in the development process itself. The most effective long-term solution is to conduct a root cause analysis to understand why so many defects are being introduced and then implement corrective actions in the development or quality control processes to prevent similar defects in the future. This proactive approach improves overall quality and efficiency. Question 47. A project manager is leading a diverse team, and they notice that one team member, an introvert, rarely contributes during large group brainstorming sessions. However, their individual contributions in written form are highly insightful. What should the project manager do to leverage this team member's input effectively? A. Insist that the team member speak up more during group sessions to improve their communication skills. B. Assume the team member has no valuable input if they are quiet in group settings. C. Provide alternative channels for contribution, such as asynchronous tools or asking for written input prior to meetings. D. Pair the introvert with a more extroverted team member to encourage them to speak up. Answer: C. Provide alternative channels for contribution, such as asynchronous tools or asking for written input prior to meetings. Effective project managers recognize and leverage the diverse strengths of their team members. Introverted individuals often prefer to process information and contribute in quieter, more reflective ways rather than through spontaneous verbal contributions in large groups. Providing alternative channels, such as encouraging written contributions via collaborative documents, online forums, or asking for input before meetings, allows these team members to share their valuable insights effectively without forcing them into uncomfortable social dynamics. This inclusive approach maximizes team participation and knowledge sharing. Question 48. A project team is consistently exceeding its sprint commitments, completing all planned work and sometimes taking on additional tasks from the product backlog. While this seems positive, the team appears stressed and reports feeling burnt out. What should the project manager, or Scrum Master, do to address this situation? A. Celebrate the team's high productivity and encourage them to continue working at this pace. B. Increase the team's sprint commitment to reflect their apparent capacity. C. Facilitate a discussion with the team about sustainable pace, potential burnout, and adjusting their sprint commitments to a realistic level. D. Ask the product owner to provide even more tasks for future sprints. Answer: C. Facilitate a discussion with the team about sustainable pace, potential burnout, and adjusting their sprint commitments to a realistic level. While exceeding sprint commitments might seem positive in the short term, consistent overcommitment leading to stress and burnout is unsustainable and detrimental to team morale and long-term productivity. The Scrum Master's role is to protect the team and foster a sustainable pace. Therefore, facilitating an open discussion with the team about their well-being, the importance of a sustainable pace, and collaboratively adjusting their sprint commitments to a realistic, maintainable level is crucial. This ensures that the team can deliver high-quality work consistently without sacrificing their health or morale. Question 49. A project manager is in the process of closing a major project. One of the final steps involves obtaining formal acceptance from the customer. The customer, however, is delaying the sign-off, citing minor cosmetic issues that were not part of the original scope or acceptance criteria. What should the project manager do? A. Fix all the cosmetic issues to ensure customer satisfaction, regardless of scope. B. Inform the customer that these issues are out of scope and close the project without their formal acceptance. C. Refer back to the original scope, acceptance criteria, and contract, and discuss the deviation with the customer to seek formal acceptance based on agreed terms. D. Offer a discount to the customer to compensate for the cosmetic issues and gain acceptance. Answer: C. Refer back to the original scope, acceptance criteria, and contract, and discuss the deviation with the customer to seek formal acceptance based on agreed terms. Formal acceptance is a critical part of project closure and should be based on the agreed-upon scope and acceptance criteria outlined in the project documentation and contract. When a customer delays sign-off due to out-of-scope issues, the project manager must refer back to these foundational documents. A professional discussion with the customer, clarifying the boundaries of the project's deliverables and demonstrating that the product meets the agreed-upon criteria, is essential to resolve the dispute and gain the necessary formal acceptance for closure. Question 50. A project manager is working on a new product launch. During the project, a new, disruptive technology emerges that could potentially make the project's current solution obsolete within a year. Implementing this new technology would require a complete redesign and significant delays. What should the project manager prioritize in this situation? A. Ignore the new technology and proceed as planned to avoid delays and stay within budget. B. Halt the project immediately and pivot to building a solution using the new technology. C. Assess the impact of the new technology, its market adoption rate, and its implications for the project's business case, then present options to stakeholders. D. Downplay the new technology's potential to stakeholders to maintain project momentum. Answer: C. Assess the impact of the new technology, its market adoption rate, and its implications for the project's business case, then present options to stakeholders. The emergence of a disruptive technology represents a significant strategic risk or opportunity for a project. The project manager's role is to assess its potential impact thoroughly, considering its maturity, market adoption, competitive landscape, and the implications for the project's original business case and value proposition. After this assessment, the project manager must present clear options to key stakeholders, outlining the pros and cons of continuing as planned, pivoting, or perhaps even terminating the project. This enables informed strategic decision-making at the highest level. Question 51. A project team working in a hybrid environment, with some agile software components and some predictive hardware components, is struggling with a lack of shared understanding of overall project progress. Each subteam tracks its progress using different metrics and tools. What should the project manager do to improve overall project visibility and coordination? A. Force all teams to adopt the same methodology, either purely agile or purely predictive. B. Create a centralized dashboard or reporting system that aggregates progress from both agile and predictive components into a unified view. C. Rely on individual team leads to report progress only when requested by stakeholders. D. Increase the frequency of individual team meetings without cross-team communication. Answer: B. Create a centralized dashboard or reporting system that aggregates progress from both agile and predictive components into a unified view. In a hybrid project, integrating disparate progress metrics and tools into a unified view is critical for overall visibility and coordination. A centralized dashboard or reporting system can aggregate data from both agile, e.g., velocity, burn down, and predictive, e.g., EVM, schedule variances, components, providing a holistic and transparent picture of the entire project's health. This allows stakeholders and the project manager to understand interdependencies and overall progress, facilitating better decision-making and cross-team alignment. Question 52. The project manager identifies a trend of declining quality in deliverables from a newly assigned team member. Other team members are starting to complain about the rework required. What is the best initial action for the project manager to take? A. Discipline the team member for poor performance. B. Reassign the team member to non-critical tasks. C. Meet privately with the team member to discuss the observed quality issues and offer support for improvement. D. Increase quality inspections on all deliverables to catch issues earlier. Answer: C. Meet privately with the team member to discuss the observed quality issues and offer support for improvement. When a team member exhibits declining quality, the most effective initial action is to address the issue directly, privately, and constructively. Meeting one-on-one allows the project manager to provide specific feedback on the observed quality issues, understand any underlying causes, e.g., lack of skills, misunderstanding of requirements, personal issues, and collaboratively explore solutions. Offering support, coaching, or training demonstrates a commitment to the team member's development and the project's success. Question 53. A project manager is leading a global project with a virtual team spread across several countries. The team's ability to build trust and rapport is low due to limited face-to-face interaction. What is the most effective strategy for the project manager to foster team cohesion in this environment? A. Focus solely on task execution and assume trust will build over time. B. Organize occasional virtual team-building activities, encourage informal communication, and promote cultural awareness. C. Implement stricter communication protocols and formal reporting requirements. D. Require all team members to travel frequently for in-person meetings, regardless of cost. Answer: B. Organize occasional virtual team-building activities, encourage informal communication, and promote cultural awareness. Building trust and rapport in a virtual team requires deliberate effort beyond just task execution. The project manager should proactively foster opportunities for team members to connect on a personal level. This includes organizing virtual team-building activities, encouraging informal communication channels, e.g., virtual coffee breaks, and promoting cultural awareness to bridge potential misunderstandings. These efforts help create a more cohesive and trusting environment, which is crucial for effective collaboration in a distributed setting. Question 54. A project manager is using a Kanban board to manage tasks. They notice that work items are frequently being moved into the done column, but stakeholders often discover issues when they review the completed work. This suggests a disconnect in understanding what done truly means. What should the project manager facilitate? A. A stricter approval process for moving items to done. B. A discussion to refine and clearly define the definition of done with the team and stakeholders. C. Implementing more manual quality checks before moving items to done. D. Reducing the scope of work items to make them easier to complete. Answer: B. A discussion to refine and clearly define the definition of done with the team and stakeholders. When stakeholders find issues in work marked done, it indicates that the team's internal understanding of done does not align with stakeholder expectations or the product's quality standards. A clear, shared, and consistent definition of done (DoD) is crucial in Agile and Kanban for ensuring quality, transparency, and shared understanding of what constitutes a truly completed, shippable increment. The project manager should facilitate a collaborative discussion involving the team and relevant stakeholders to refine this definition to include all necessary quality checks and criteria. Question 55. A project is facing potential delays due to the unavailability of a critical piece of equipment from the primary supplier. The project manager has identified a secondary supplier, but they are more expensive and their equipment has slightly different specifications. What risk response strategy is the project manager evaluating? A. Avoidance. B. Mitigation. C. Transference. D. Contingency planning. Answer: B. Mitigation. Mitigation is a risk response strategy aimed at reducing the probability or impact of a negative risk event. In this scenario, identifying a secondary supplier and considering their equipment, even with different specs and higher cost, is a proactive step to reduce the impact of the primary supplier's unavailability. It lessens the severity of the potential delay by providing an alternative, thereby mitigating the risk rather than avoiding it entirely, transferring it, or just planning for its occurrence without proactive reduction. Question 56. A project manager is leading an Agile project where the product owner is overwhelmed with prioritizing a large, complex product backlog. This is causing delays in sprint planning and a lack of clear direction for the development team. What support should the project manager, or Scrum Master, provide? A. Take over the prioritization of the product backlog for the product owner. B. Instruct the product owner to delegate prioritization to the development team. C. Coach the product owner on backlog refinement techniques, stakeholder collaboration, and value-based prioritization. D. Recommend reducing the size of the product backlog by removing less critical items entirely. Answer: C. Coach the product owner on backlog refinement techniques, stakeholder collaboration, and value-based prioritization. The product owner is responsible for the product backlog, but a large, complex backlog can be overwhelming. The Scrum Master or project manager's role is not to take over this responsibility but to coach the product owner. This involves teaching them techniques for effective backlog refinement, such as breaking down large items, clarifying requirements, collaborating with stakeholders to understand value, and prioritizing items based on business value, risk, and dependencies. This empowers the product owner to manage their responsibilities effectively. Question 57. A project manager identifies that a significant portion of the project budget is allocated to a technology that is rapidly becoming obsolete. Continuing with this technology could lead to significant rework post-launch or a product that quickly becomes uncompetitive. What action should the project manager take? A. Stick to the original plan to avoid budget and schedule deviations. B. Inform stakeholders of the situation and present options for pivoting to a more current technology, including cost and schedule implications. C. Investigate if the project can be completed quickly before the technology becomes fully obsolete. D. Ask the technical team to find ways to extend the life of the outdated technology. Answer: B. Inform stakeholders of the situation and present options for pivoting to a more current technology, including cost and schedule implications. When a core technology becomes obsolete, it poses a significant threat to the long-term viability and value of the project's deliverable. The project manager must transparently communicate this critical information and its implications, e.g., future rework, lack of competitiveness, to key stakeholders. It's then essential to present well-analyzed options, including a pivot to a more current technology, along with the associated costs, schedule impacts, and potential benefits. This enables informed strategic decision-making and ensures the project delivers lasting value. Question 58. A project team is highly engaged and committed to the project. However, they frequently over-communicate, sending too many emails and holding excessive meetings, leading to information overload and reduced productivity. What should the project manager do? A. Instruct the team to communicate less and focus more on their tasks. B. Implement a strict ban on informal communication channels. C. Facilitate the development of a communication management plan that defines preferred channels, frequency, and content of communication. D. Ignore the issue, as overcommunication is better than undercommunication. Answer: C. Facilitate the development of a communication management plan that defines preferred channels, frequency, and content of communication. While team engagement is positive, over-communication can be as detrimental as under-communication, leading to information fatigue and wasted time. The project manager should facilitate the creation of a tailored communication management plan with the team. This plan defines how, when, and what information will be communicated, including preferred channels, e.g., email for formal updates, instant messaging for quick questions, meeting cadences, and content expectations. This brings discipline and efficiency to communications, ensuring the right information reaches the right people at the right time. Question 59. A project manager is leading an Agile project where the team is consistently hitting their sprint goals, but the overall product vision seems to be drifting, and stakeholders are expressing concerns about long-term strategic alignment. What mechanism is likely missing or ineffective? A. Daily Scrum. B. Sprint retrospective. C. Product roadmap and vision. D. Release planning. Answer: C. Product roadmap and vision. The product roadmap and product vision are crucial strategic artifacts in Agile projects that provide long-term direction and ensure alignment with organizational goals and stakeholder needs. If a team is effectively delivering sprints but the overall product direction is drifting, it indicates a lack of clarity or ineffective communication of this higher-level vision. The product owner, with support from the project manager, needs to continuously articulate and reinforce the product vision and maintain a roadmap that guides the prioritization of the product backlog, ensuring strategic alignment. Question 60. During project execution, a new government regulation is announced that will significantly impact the project's compliance requirements, potentially requiring extensive rework and additional costs. The regulation is mandatory and will be enforced before project completion. What type of risk event is this? A. Opportunity. B. External threat. C. Internal threat. D. Business as usual. Answer: B. External threat. This situation represents an external threat. A threat is a risk event that, if it occurs, would have a negative impact on project objectives. It is external because it originates outside the direct control of the project team and organization, a government regulation. Such regulatory changes are common external threats that can significantly impact project scope, schedule, and budget, requiring the project manager to reassess and adapt the project plan. Question 61. A project manager notices that a highly skilled technical team member is increasingly withdrawn, missing deadlines, and showing signs of stress. This behavior is unusual for them. What is the most empathetic and effective initial action for the project manager to take? A. Assign the team member to less critical tasks immediately to reduce their workload. B. Formally document their performance issues and schedule a disciplinary meeting. C. Privately check in with the team member to understand if they are facing any challenges and offer support. D. Announce to the team that deadlines must be met and everyone needs to pull their weight. Answer: C. Privately check in with the team member to understand if they are facing any challenges and offer support. When a high-performing team member's behavior changes, indicating stress or difficulty, an empathetic and supportive approach is best. The project manager should privately check in with the individual to understand any underlying personal or professional challenges they might be facing. Offering support, whether it's adjusting workload, suggesting resources, or simply listening, builds trust and can help resolve issues before they escalate, maintaining the team member's well-being and productivity. Question 62. A new project stakeholder has been identified late in the project life cycle. This stakeholder has significant influence and very specific expectations that were not previously captured, potentially requiring changes to already completed deliverables. What is the project manager's most important action? A. Inform the new stakeholder that their input is too late to be incorporated. B. Incorporate all the new stakeholders' expectations immediately to gain their support. C. Engage with the new stakeholder to understand their needs, assess the impact of their requests, and manage expectations regarding potential changes. D. Ask the team to fast-track the changes, assuming they are critical. Answer: C. Engage with the new stakeholder to understand their needs, assess the impact of their requests, and manage expectations regarding potential changes. Late identification of a highly influential stakeholder is a significant risk. The project manager must immediately engage with this new stakeholder to understand their needs and expectations. It's crucial to assess the impact of any new requests on the project's scope, schedule, and budget, and then manage the stakeholders' expectations regarding what can realistically be incorporated. This involves transparent communication, potentially initiating a change request process, and balancing their needs with existing project constraints and commitments. Question 63. A project team is consistently missing deadlines due to frequent, unplanned meetings called by various functional managers and stakeholders. This disrupts the team's focus and flow. What should the project manager do to protect the team's productivity? A. Instruct the team to decline all unscheduled meeting invitations. B. Publish a clear meeting schedule and communication plan, and coach stakeholders on preferred engagement methods. C. Escalate the issue to senior management to ban all unplanned meetings. D. Have the team work longer hours to compensate for the time lost in meetings. Answer: B. Publish a clear meeting schedule and communication plan, and coach stakeholders on preferred engagement methods. Frequent, unplanned meetings are a common productivity drain. The project manager's role is to protect the team's time and focus. This involves proactively establishing and communicating a clear meeting schedule, defining the purpose and attendees for each meeting, and outlining preferred communication channels. Coaching stakeholders on appropriate engagement methods and encouraging them to adhere to established communication protocols helps reduce interruptions, allowing the team to maintain focus and achieve project objectives more efficiently. Question 64. A project manager is leading a new product development project. The product is innovative and aims to capture a new market segment. Due to the novelty, early user feedback is crucial to validate features and ensure market fit. Which development approach would best suit this scenario? A. Predictive. B. Iterative and incremental. C. Waterfall. D. Critical path method. Answer: B. Iterative and incremental. For new product development, especially innovative ones targeting new market segments, user feedback is paramount for validation and ensuring market fit. An iterative and incremental approach, characteristic of Agile frameworks, is best suited here. It allows for the delivery of small, functional increments of the product in short cycles, iterations, enabling frequent and early user feedback. This continuous feedback loop helps in adapting the product based on learning, reducing the risk of building the wrong product, and maximizing market fit and value delivery. Question 65. A project manager uses a transparent project dashboard to track key performance indicators, KPIs, like schedule variance, cost variance, and quality metrics. During a review, they notice that the schedule variance has been consistently negative for the past 2 reporting periods. What does this indicate? A. The project is ahead of schedule. B. The project is behind schedule. C. The project is over budget. D. The project is under budget. Answer: B. The project is behind schedule. Schedule variance, SV, is an earned value management, EVM, metric calculated as earned value, EV, minus planned value, PV. A negative schedule variance, SV0, indicates that less work has been completed than planned for a given point in time, meaning the project is behind schedule. A consistently negative trend signals a significant issue that requires investigation and corrective action to bring the project back on track. Question 66. A project manager is facilitating a retrospective meeting. The team identifies that the primary impediment to their progress is a lack of clarity in requirements from the product owner. This leads to rework and delays. What should the project manager, Scrum Master, facilitate as an action item? A. The team should refuse to start work on any user story until it is perfectly clear. B. The product owner should attend more meetings with the team to provide clarifications. C. Implement more rigorous backlog refinement sessions where the team and product owner collaboratively discuss and clarify upcoming user stories. D. Assign a dedicated business analyst to write extremely detailed requirements documents for every story. Answer: C. Implement more rigorous backlog refinement sessions where the team and product owner collaboratively discuss and clarify upcoming user stories. Lack of clarity in requirements is a common impediment. In Agile, backlog refinement, also known as backlog grooming, is the ongoing process where the product owner and development team collaboratively add detail, estimates, and order to items in the product backlog. When requirements are unclear, facilitating more rigorous and frequent refinement sessions allows the team to ask questions, gain clarity, and ensure a shared understanding of upcoming work before it enters a sprint, thereby reducing rework and improving efficiency. Question 67. A project team is facing significant stakeholder resistance to a newly proposed feature, despite it being identified as high value by the product owner. The stakeholders believe the feature is unnecessary and adds complexity. What is the best approach for the project manager to address this resistance? A. Implement the feature anyway, assuming stakeholders will see its value once delivered. B. Remove the feature from the scope to avoid conflict. C. Facilitate a meeting to demonstrate the feature's value proposition, address concerns, and explore potential compromises or alternatives. D. Escalate the issue to the project sponsor for a definitive decision. Answer: C. Facilitate a meeting to demonstrate the feature's value proposition, address concerns, and explore potential compromises or alternatives. When facing stakeholder resistance to a proposed feature, the project manager should not ignore or unilaterally remove it. Instead, the best approach is to engage the resistant stakeholders directly. Facilitating a discussion allows the project manager and product owner to clearly articulate the feature's value proposition, actively listen to and address the stakeholders' specific concerns, and collaboratively explore potential compromises or alternative solutions that might satisfy everyone's needs. This builds consensus and increases buy-in. Question 68. A project manager is leading a high-profile project. A critical external deliverable, expected next week, has a very high probability of being late, which will impact the overall project schedule. The project manager has a contingency reserve for budget, but not specifically for schedule. What is the most proactive risk response strategy to employ? A. Accept the delay and inform stakeholders when it occurs. B. Fast-track internal activities to compensate for the external delay. C. Proactively communicate with the external vendor to understand the delay, identify potential solutions, and prepare a schedule recovery plan. D. Reassign internal resources to work on other projects until the external deliverable arrives. Answer: C. Proactively communicate with the external vendor to understand the delay, identify potential solutions, and prepare a schedule recovery plan. When a high probability risk of delay for a critical external deliverable is identified, proactive communication and planning are essential. The project manager should immediately engage with the external vendor to understand the root cause of the potential delay, explore any options they might have to accelerate, and begin developing an internal schedule recovery plan. This preparedness allows the project manager to present solutions and contingency options to stakeholders rather than simply reporting a problem, demonstrating effective risk management. Question 69. A software development project is nearing completion when a critical bug is discovered that affects the core functionality. The project manager must decide whether to delay the launch to fix the bug or release with a known issue and fix it in a patch. What factors should be the primary consideration in this decision? A. The impact of the bug on user experience and business operations. B. The morale of the development team. C. The remaining project budget. D. The desire to hit the original launch date. Answer: A. The impact of the bug on user experience and business operations. When a critical bug is discovered late in a project, the primary consideration for deciding whether to delay or release with a known issue must be the potential impact on the end users and the business. A critical bug that severely impairs user experience, causes data loss, or halts essential business operations would typically warrant a delay for a fix. Conversely, a critical bug with a very low likelihood of occurrence or a manageable workaround might be released with a patch plan. The decision is ultimately about managing risk and delivering value, prioritizing the functionality and stability of the product in the hands of users. Question 70. A project manager is overseeing an Agile project. During the sprint review, stakeholders consistently ask for more detailed documentation on the features, which the team currently produces minimally, focusing on working software over comprehensive documentation. What should the project manager, Scrum Master, do? A. Instruct the development team to immediately start creating detailed documentation for all features. B. Explain to the stakeholders that Agile projects prioritize working software over documentation. C. Facilitate a discussion between the team and stakeholders to understand their needs for documentation and collaboratively decide on a suitable level. D. Ask the product owner to add documentation tasks to the product backlog and prioritize them. Answer: C. Facilitate a discussion between the team and stakeholders to understand their needs for documentation and collaboratively decide on a suitable level. While Agile principles prioritize working software, they also acknowledge that documentation may be necessary to support a product, especially in regulated industries or for complex systems. When stakeholders express a clear need for more documentation, the project manager, or Scrum Master, should facilitate a constructive dialogue between the team and stakeholders. This helps to understand the specific type and level of documentation truly needed, allowing the team to collaboratively determine the most efficient way to produce it, balancing Agile values with stakeholder requirements, potentially by adding just enough documentation to the product backlog. Question 71. A project manager is leading a project that requires significant capital expenditure. The project is currently in the execution phase, and the latest cost performance report shows a positive cost variance, CV, and a cost performance index, CPI, greater than 1.0. What does this indicate? A. The project is behind schedule. B. The project is ahead of schedule. C. The project is under budget. D. The project is over budget. Answer: C. The project is under budget. In Earned Value Management, EVM, a positive cost variance, CV as 0, means that the earned value, EV, of the work performed is greater than the actual cost, AC, incurred. Similarly, a cost performance index, CPI, greater than 1.0, CPI equals EV/AC, indicates that the project is getting more value for the money spent than planned. Both metrics confirm that the project is performing well in terms of cost efficiency, meaning it is currently under budget for the work completed. Question 72. A cross-functional Agile team is consistently struggling with communication and coordination across different functional areas, e.g., development, testing, design. This leads to handoff delays and misunderstandings. What Agile practice can the project manager encourage to improve this situation? A. Increased individual work and specialization. B. Daily stand-ups and co-location, or effective virtual co-location. C. Detailed, formal documentation for every handoff. D. Reduced frequency of interactions to allow focused work. Answer: B. Daily stand-ups and co-location, or effective virtual co-location. In Agile, transparency and frequent, informal communication are key to cross-functional coordination. Daily stand-ups, daily scrums, provide a brief, structured opportunity for the team to synchronize, highlight impediments, and plan their work for the next 24 hours. Co-location, or effective virtual co-location using collaborative tools, further enhances spontaneous communication and reduces handoff delays by breaking down silos between functional areas. These practices foster rapid problem-solving and shared understanding within the team. Question 73. A project manager discovers that a newly developed software feature has a critical defect that affects data integrity. The defect was introduced because the development team rushed the testing phase due to pressure to meet a tight deadline. What process area was most likely compromised, leading to this outcome? A. Scope management. B. Schedule management. C. Quality management. D. Cost management. Answer: C. Quality management. The scenario explicitly states that a critical defect was introduced because the testing phase was rushed, leading to poor data integrity. This directly points to a failure in quality management. Quality management involves planning, assuring, and controlling quality throughout the project to ensure deliverables meet requirements and are fit for use. Rushing testing means compromising the quality control process, allowing defects to persist and impact the final product. Question 74. A project manager is overseeing a major organizational change initiative. Stakeholder analysis reveals several influential stakeholders who are resistant to the change due to perceived negative impacts on their departments. What is the most effective approach to manage these resistant stakeholders? A. Bypass them and focus on stakeholders who are supportive of the change. B. Force the change through, using authority granted by the project sponsor. C. Engage them early and actively, seeking to understand their concerns, involve them in solutions, and highlight the benefits of the change. D. Provide minimal information to avoid further resistance. Answer: C. Engage them early and actively, seeking to understand their concerns, involve them in solutions, and highlight the benefits of the change. Managing resistant, influential stakeholders is critical for project success, especially in change initiatives. The most effective approach is to engage them proactively and empathetically. This involves actively listening to their concerns, understanding their perspective, and where possible, involving them in the solution design or mitigation strategies. Highlighting how the change can ultimately benefit their department or the organization as a whole, rather than just focusing on negative impacts, helps to turn resistance into support or at least neutrality. Question 75. A project is using a Kanban system. The team has implemented WIP limits, and the flow of work has improved. However, they occasionally encounter blocked items that sit idle for extended periods due to external dependencies. What should be the primary focus of the project manager, or Kanban facilitator, in this situation? A. Increase the WIP limits to allow more tasks to start, bypassing the blocked items. B. Focus on unblocking the work items by actively communicating with external parties and escalating as needed. C. Assign the team to work on completely new tasks until the blocked items are resolved externally. D. Mark the blocked items as low priority and move them to the bottom of the backlog. Answer: B. Focus on unblocking the work items by actively communicating with external parties and escalating as needed. In Kanban, blocked items signify impediments to flow. The primary responsibility of the project manager or Kanban facilitator is to identify and actively work to remove these impediments. This involves proactive communication with external dependencies, escalating issues to relevant stakeholders, and doing whatever is necessary to unblock the work item. The goal of Kanban is to optimize flow, and blocked items directly hinder that goal, therefore, resolving them takes priority. Question 76. A project manager is reviewing the project schedule and identifies that one of the most experienced team members is assigned to multiple critical path activities, leading to potential resource overallocation and risk of delay. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the team member to work overtime on all assigned critical path activities. B. Reevaluate resource assignments, considering task leveling, resequencing, or skill development for other team members. C. Remove the team member from some critical path activities and assign them to less experienced team members. D. Ignore the issue, as experienced team members can handle multiple critical tasks. Answer B. Reevaluate resource assignments, considering task leveling, resequencing, or skill development for other team members. Over-allocating critical resources, especially on the critical path, introduces significant schedule risk. The project manager should proactively address this by reevaluating resource assignments. This might involve resource leveling, adjusting schedules to avoid over-allocation, potentially delaying the project, resequencing non-critical activities, or investing in cross-training or skill development for other team members to distribute the workload more effectively. The aim is to balance resource utilization with schedule objectives and reduce overall project risk. Question 77. A project manager is observing an agile team that consistently overestimates user stories during sprint planning, leading to them finishing sprints early with unused capacity. This makes release planning difficult. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager, Scrum Master, to take? A. Reduce the number of story points the team commits to for future sprints. B. Encourage the team to take on more complex stories to challenge themselves. C. Facilitate the team in refining their estimation process, perhaps by using techniques like planning poker and reviewing past velocity. D. Instruct the product owner to provide more stories in future sprints. Answer C. Facilitate the team in refining their estimation process, perhaps by using techniques like planning poker and reviewing past velocity. Consistent overestimation indicates a need to improve the team's estimation accuracy. The project manager, or Scrum Master, should facilitate the team in refining their estimation process. This could involve revisiting techniques like planning poker, which promotes collaborative and relative sizing, and rigorously reviewing their historical velocity, actual completed work, to inform future commitments. Better estimation leads to more predictable sprints and more accurate release planning. Question 78. During a stakeholder engagement review, the project manager finds that some key stakeholders, who were initially highly supportive, have become less interested and are no longer providing valuable input. The project is still critical to their area. What might be the reason for this disengagement? A. The project has shifted significantly from its original goals, no longer aligning with their interests. B. The stakeholders have been excluded from recent project communications. C. The project manager has not adequately demonstrated the value the project provides to their specific interests. D. All of the above. Answer D. All of the above. Stakeholder disengagement can stem from various causes, and all options listed are plausible reasons. If the project's direction has diverged from their initial interests, if they feel excluded from communication, or if the project manager has failed to continuously articulate how the project delivers value relevant to their specific concerns, any or all of these could lead to reduced interest and input. A comprehensive approach to re-engagement requires investigating all these possibilities. Question 79. A company decided to adopt an Agile methodology for its software development projects. However, the existing organizational structure is highly hierarchical, with strict functional silos and a strong emphasis on individual performance metrics rather than team collaboration. What is the primary challenge this organization will face in its Agile adoption? A. Lack of skilled Agile coaches. B. Resistance to cultural change. C. Inability to procure Agile tools. D. Lack of detailed project plans. Answer B. Resistance to cultural change. Agile adoption is fundamentally a cultural transformation. A highly hierarchical structure with functional silos and individual performance metrics directly conflicts with Agile values of self-organizing teams, cross-functionality, and collaborative delivery. The ingrained behaviors, mindsets, and power structures associated with the old culture will create significant resistance to the new Agile ways of working, making cultural change the primary and most challenging obstacle. Agile requires shifts in leadership, accountability, and collaboration that often go against traditional organizational norms. Question 80. A project manager is reviewing the project's financial status. The project's budget at completion, BAC, is $1 million. The current estimate at completion, EAC, is $1,200,000. What does this indicate about the project's projected financial performance? A. The project is projected to finish under budget. B. The project is projected to finish over budget. C. The project is projected to finish on budget. D. The project has already used 120% of its budget. Answer: B. The project is projected to finish over budget. The estimate at completion, EAC, is a forecast of the total cost of the project at its completion. The budget at completion, BAC, is the total planned budget for the project. If the EAC, $1,200,000, is greater than the BAC, $1 million, it indicates that the project is currently projected to finish over its original budget. This requires the project manager to investigate the reasons for the variance and potentially implement corrective actions or communicate the revised forecast to stakeholders. Question 81. During an Agile sprint review, stakeholders request a significant new feature that was not part of the initial product vision but is now critical due to market changes. The product owner recognizes the value but is concerned about fitting it into the existing roadmap. What should be the product owner's primary action? A. Reject the request outright, as it's a scope change. B. Add the new feature to the product backlog and prioritize it based on its value and impact relative to other items. C. Agree to add the feature to the current sprint, disrupting the team's planned work. D. Conduct a separate project just for this new feature. Answer: B. Add the new feature to the product backlog and prioritize it based on its value and impact relative to other items. In Agile, welcoming change, even late in development, is a core principle, especially if it adds significant value. The product owner's role is to maximize the value of the product. When a critical new feature is identified, the product owner should capture it in the product backlog and then, through collaboration with stakeholders and the development team, assess its value, effort, and dependencies. It is then prioritized against all other backlog items, ensuring that the highest value work is consistently delivered. This flexible approach allows the product to adapt to changing market conditions. Question 82. A project manager is tasked with establishing a new project office, PO. The organization has several ongoing projects but lacks standardized processes, leading to inconsistencies and inefficiencies. What should be the primary focus of the new project office initially? A. Hiring a large team of project managers. B. Developing and implementing standardized project management processes, templates, and best practices. C. Directly managing all ongoing projects. D. Conducting extensive training for all existing project managers. Answer: B. Developing and implementing standardized project management processes, templates, and best practices. When an organization lacks standardized project management processes, the primary initial focus of a new project office, PO, especially a supporting or controlling one, should be to address this gap. By developing and implementing standardized methodologies, templates, tools, and best practices, the PO can improve consistency, efficiency, and predictability across projects. This foundation enables better project performance, easier knowledge transfer, and enhanced organizational maturity, which can then be supported by training and direct project support. Question 83. A project team has been operating effectively for several months. Recently, due to a tight deadline, the project manager made several critical decisions unilaterally, overriding team consensus. While the decisions helped meet the immediate deadline, team morale has visibly dropped, and members are less engaged in future discussions. What leadership style did the project manager exhibit, and what was its impact? A. Laissez-faire, positive impact on team autonomy. B. Democratic, strengthen team collaboration. C. Autocratic, negatively impacted team empowerment and morale. D. Servant leadership, fostered team growth. Answer: C. Autocratic, negatively impacted team empowerment and morale. The project manager exhibited an autocratic, or authoritarian, leadership style by making unilateral decisions and overriding team consensus. While this can sometimes be effective for urgent, short-term crisis resolution, its long-term impact on a previously well-functioning team is typically negative. It erodes team empowerment, reduces engagement, and damages morale because team members feel their input is not valued, leading to disinterest in future collaborative efforts and potentially lower quality work in the long run. Question 84. A project manager is conducting a final review of all project documentation before archiving. They discover that several critical decisions made during the project, particularly regarding scope changes, were not formally documented with stakeholder approvals. What is the biggest risk this poses for the organization? A. Difficulty in proving project completion to the customer. B. Inability to bill the customer for the extra work performed. C. Lack of historical data for future projects and potential legal or audit issues. D. Reduced team morale due to undocumented efforts. Answer: C. Lack of historical data for future projects and potential legal or audit issues. The absence of formal documentation for critical decisions, especially scope changes and stakeholder approvals, poses a significant risk to the organization. It severely hampers the ability to use past projects as a source of historical data and lessons learned, affecting future planning and estimation. More critically, it exposes the organization to potential legal disputes, audit findings, or non-compliance issues if there's ever a need to demonstrate the rationale and authorization for project activities or changes. Proper documentation is vital for accountability and organizational knowledge. Question 85. In an Agile project, the product owner is constantly struggling with deciding which user stories should be developed next, leading to indecision and delays in sprint planning. What is the most likely cause of this issue? A. The development team is not providing accurate estimates. B. The product owner lacks a clear understanding of the product vision and strategic priorities. C. Stakeholders are not providing enough input. D. The sprint retrospective is not effective. Answer: B. The product owner lacks a clear understanding of the product vision and strategic priorities. The product owner's primary responsibility is to maximize the value of the product by effectively managing and prioritizing the product backlog. If they are constantly struggling with prioritization, it often indicates a lack of a clear product vision or an insufficient understanding of the strategic priorities that should guide their decisions. Without this overarching guidance, every backlog item can seem equally important, leading to indecision and difficulty in ordering the work for maximum value delivery. Question 86. A new regulation mandates a highly specific security audit for all IT projects, impacting a project currently in its execution phase. The project manager needs to ensure compliance. What type of compliance requirement is this, and what should be the project manager's immediate step? A. Optional compliance, continue as planned. B. External mandatory compliance, integrate audit requirements into the project plan. C. Internal discretionary compliance, defer to organizational policy. D. Best practice compliance, consider for future projects. Answer: B. External mandatory compliance, integrate audit requirements into the project plan. A new government regulation is by definition an external and mandatory compliance requirement. Given that it impacts a project already in execution and must be enforced before completion, the project manager's immediate step should be to thoroughly understand the audit requirements and integrate them into the existing project plan. This means updating relevant processes, allocating resources, adjusting schedules, and potentially rebaselining to ensure the project meets the new legal obligations, mitigating the risk of non-compliance. Question 87. A project manager is leading a global project team. One team member frequently misses online meetings and is unresponsive to emails, causing delays for interdependent tasks. This behavior is negatively impacting team morale. What should the project manager do first? A. Inform the team member's functional manager about their lack of participation. B. Remove the team member from critical tasks. C. Schedule a private one-on-one call with the team member to understand their challenges and expectations. D. Send a formal warning email to the team member outlining the consequences of their actions. Answer: C. Schedule a private one-on-one call with the team member to understand their challenges and expectations. When a team member exhibits problematic behavior, the most effective initial step is to engage privately and constructively. A one-on-one call allows the project manager to understand potential underlying issues, e.g., technical problems, time zone challenges, workload, personal issues, without immediate judgment. This empathetic approach provides an opportunity to address concerns directly, clarify expectations, and explore solutions together, fostering trust and potentially resolving the problem before escalation. Question 88. A project team is developing a highly innovative product. The initial technical approach chosen by the team is proving to be far more complex and time-consuming than anticipated, threatening the project timeline. The team is reluctant to admit failure and continues to work on the original approach. What should the project manager do? A. Allow the team to continue, trusting their expertise to eventually overcome the challenges. B. Take over the technical decision-making and dictate a new approach. C. Facilitate a candid discussion with the team to re-evaluate the technical approach, explore alternatives, and make a data-driven decision to pivot if necessary. D. Escalate the issue to the project sponsor, requesting additional time and budget. Answer: C. Facilitate a candid discussion with the team to re-evaluate the technical approach, explore alternatives, and make a data-driven decision to pivot if necessary. When a chosen technical approach proves problematic, the project manager should facilitate a transparent and objective discussion with the team. It's crucial to acknowledge the effort put into the current approach but focus on the data and project viability. Encouraging the team to candidly re-evaluate, explore alternative solutions, and make a data-driven decision, even if it means pivoting, is vital. This empowers the team to solve their own problems while ensuring the project stays on track to deliver value, avoiding sunk cost fallacy. Question 89. A project manager is implementing a new IT system in an organization. Many employees are resistant to the change, fearing job displacement or increased workload. This resistance is causing delays in user adoption and training. What is the most effective strategy to overcome this resistance? A. Mandate the use of the new system and threaten disciplinary action for non-compliance. B. Provide comprehensive training and communicate the benefits of the new system, addressing individual concerns. C. Postpone the implementation until all employees are fully on board. D. Reduce the scope of the new system to minimize its impact. Answer: B. Provide comprehensive training and communicate the benefits of the new system, addressing individual concerns. Resistance to change often stems from fear of the unknown, perceived negative impacts, or a lack of understanding. The most effective strategy to overcome this is through transparent communication, education, and support. This involves clearly articulating the benefits of the new system for individuals and the organization, providing comprehensive and accessible training, and actively listening to and addressing individual concerns and fears. Engaging employees early and helping them understand what's in it for me significantly increases adoption and reduces resistance. Question 90. A project is being managed using an Agile framework. The product owner frequently asks the team to add unplanned work to the current sprint, justifying it as critical. This practice leads to incomplete work and missed sprint goals. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager, or Scrum Master, to take? A. Allow the product owner to continue, as they are accountable for maximizing value. B. Formally reject the unplanned work and inform the product owner it's against Agile rules. C. Coach the product owner on the concept of sprint commitment and the negative impact of mid-sprint changes on team focus and predictability. D. Instruct the development team to push back on the product owner's requests. Answer: C. Coach the product owner on the concept of sprint commitment and the negative impact of mid-sprint changes on team focus and predictability. While the product owner prioritizes the product backlog, the sprint backlog is committed work for a specific sprint, and it should remain stable to allow the team to focus and deliver. When a product owner frequently introduces unplanned work, the Scrum Master's role is to coach them on the importance of sprint commitment and how such disruptions negatively impact the team's ability to achieve their sprint goal and maintain a predictable pace. This education helps the product owner understand the value of sprint stability and make more informed decisions about future work. Question 91. A project manager discovers that a newly acquired vendor, responsible for a critical deliverable, has underestimated the effort required and is now significantly behind schedule. The vendor has indicated they cannot meet the original deadline. What is the most effective and professional action for the project manager to take regarding the vendor relationship? A. Terminate the contract immediately due to breach of schedule. B. Initiate formal dispute resolution as per the contract terms. C. Engage in collaborative problem solving with the vendor to understand the root cause, replan the work, and establish a recovery schedule. D. Absorb the delay and shift internal resources to compensate for the vendor's shortfall. Answer: C. Engage in collaborative problem solving with the vendor to understand the root cause, replan the work, and establish a recovery schedule. When a critical vendor falls behind, the most effective and professional approach, especially initially, is collaborative problem solving. This involves engaging with the vendor to understand the root causes of the delay, working together to re-evaluate the effort, and jointly developing a realistic recovery schedule. This constructive approach helps preserve the relationship, seeks to find a mutually agreeable solution, and often leads to a quicker and more effective resolution than immediate punitive actions like contract termination or formal disputes, which should be considered as a last resort. Question 92. A newly formed Agile team is struggling to self-organize and take ownership of their tasks. They consistently look to the project manager for explicit instructions on what to do next. What should the project manager, or Scrum Master, do to encourage self-organization? A. Create a detailed daily task list for each team member. B. Tell them to figure it out themselves, and step away completely. C. Coach the team on Agile principles, facilitate their decision-making, and help them identify and remove impediments, without directing their work. D. Implement a strict system of individual performance metrics to encourage autonomy. Answer: C. Coach the team on Agile principles, facilitate their decision-making, and help them identify and remove impediments, without directing their work. Self-organization is a core Agile principle, but it doesn't happen automatically, especially with new teams. The project manager, or Scrum Master, acts as a coach, guiding the team towards self-sufficiency without dictating their every move. This involves educating them on Agile principles, facilitating discussions that lead to team decisions, and proactively identifying and removing any impediments that prevent them from organizing their work. The goal is to empower the team to take ownership and solve problems collaboratively. Question 93. A project manager is presenting the project's progress to a steering committee. The project is currently over budget, but slightly ahead of schedule. The committee is highly focused on financial performance. How should the project manager best frame the discussion to provide a complete picture? A. Focus only on the positive schedule performance to highlight success. B. Present both the cost and schedule performance, explain the variance in each, and propose a strategy to bring the project back within budget. C. Emphasize that the schedule performance means the project will catch up on budget later. D. Blame external factors for the cost overrun and request more funding. Answer: B. Present both the cost and schedule performance, explain the variance in each, and propose a strategy to bring the project back within budget. Effective communication to stakeholders, especially a steering committee, requires transparency and a comprehensive view of project performance. The project manager should present both positive, schedule, and negative, cost, variances, explaining the underlying reasons for each. Crucially, they should also propose a clear strategy to address the cost overrun, demonstrating control and a plan for recovery. This approach provides a complete and balanced picture, fosters trust, and enables informed decision-making by the committee. Question 94. A project manager is overseeing a project that involves a critical data migration from an old system to a new one. The data integrity is paramount, and any errors could lead to severe business disruption. What type of testing should be a high priority for this project? A. User acceptance testing, UAT. B. Performance testing. C. Regression testing. D. Data migration testing. Answer: D. Data migration testing. For projects involving critical data migration, ensuring the accuracy, completeness, and integrity of the transferred data is absolutely paramount. Data migration testing specifically focuses on validating that data is extracted correctly from the source, transformed accurately, loaded completely into the new system, and remains consistent throughout the process. Given the severe potential impact of data errors, this specialized testing type is a high priority to ensure business continuity and data reliability. Question 95. A project manager observes that a project scope management plan requires a formal change control process, but in practice, changes are frequently implemented without going through the required approvals. This is leading to confusion and potential rework. What should the project manager do to address this? A. Immediately halt all work until the change control process is strictly followed. B. Publicly reprimand team members who implement unauthorized changes. C. Re-educate the team and stakeholders on the importance and steps of the change control process, and enforce its adherence. D. Revise the change control process to be less formal, mirroring current practices. Answer: C. Re-educate the team and stakeholders on the importance and steps of the change control process, and enforce its adherence. When a formal process like change control is being bypassed, the project manager needs to re-establish its importance and enforce its adherence. This involves re-educating both the team and relevant stakeholders about the purpose and steps of the change control process, emphasizing how it prevents scope creep, rework, and confusion, ultimately protecting the project's stability. Consistent enforcement and leading by example are crucial to ensure compliance and maintain control over the project's baseline. Question 96. An organization is undertaking a digital transformation project. The project manager identifies that many employees are comfortable with the status quo and see no immediate benefit to the significant changes the project will bring. What approach should the project manager employ to build enthusiasm and buy-in? A. Emphasize the negative consequences if the transformation fails. B. Focus on demonstrating the KIFM, what's in it for me, for employees and the overall organizational benefits. C. Exclude resistant employees from project communications. D. Implement the changes quickly to minimize prolonged discomfort. Answer: B. Focus on demonstrating the KIFM, what's in it for me, for employees and the overall organizational benefits. To build enthusiasm and buy-in for a change initiative, especially when employees are comfortable with the status quo, the project manager must clearly articulate the benefits. This involves focusing on the what's in it for me WIFM for individual employees, e.g., simplified processes, new skills, reduced mundane tasks, and connecting these to the broader organizational benefits, e.g., increased efficiency, competitive advantage. Communicating a compelling vision and showing how the change will positively impact their work fosters understanding and reduces resistance. Question 97. A project manager is facilitating a retrospective at the end of an Agile release. The team identifies several systemic issues that are outside their direct control, e.g., organizational bureaucracy, unclear strategic direction. What should the project manager, Scrum Master, do with these impediments? A. Document them and dismiss them, as they are not within the team's power to change. B. Escalate them to the appropriate organizational leadership for resolution. C. Assign them to individual team members to solve in their spare time. D. Ignore them, focusing only on issues the team can immediately fix. Answer: B. Escalate them to the appropriate organizational leadership for resolution. While a retrospective focuses on what the team can improve, it's also a crucial mechanism for identifying impediments that lie beyond the team's control. The project manager, or Scrum Master, has a responsibility to act as an impediment remover. When systemic organizational issues are identified, the appropriate action is to capture them, prioritize them, and then escalate them to the relevant organizational leadership or management who have the authority and resources to address these broader, systemic impediments. This enables continuous improvement at an organizational level. Question 98. A project manager is preparing to close a complex software development project. The project has produced a successful product, but the team size has fluctuated throughout the project, and knowledge transfer has been inconsistent. What is a critical element the project manager should focus on during closure to mitigate future risks related to lost knowledge? A. Conducting a final performance review for all team members. B. Ensuring all project software licenses are renewed. C. Systematically collecting and archiving project documents, including technical specifications and design decisions. D. Sending out a celebratory email to the team. Answer: C. Systematically collecting and archiving project documents, including technical specifications and design decisions. Inconsistent knowledge transfer and fluctuating team size pose significant risks of losing critical project knowledge. During closure, it is paramount for the project manager to systematically collect, organize, and archive all relevant project documentation. This includes technical specifications, design decisions, architectural diagrams, lessons learned, and any other artifacts that capture the how and why of the project's outcomes. This ensures that future teams or maintenance personnel have access to the necessary information, mitigating the risk of knowledge loss. Question 99. A project has just completed its initiation phase. The project manager is now leading the planning efforts. The project involves a high degree of uncertainty regarding technology and market reception. Which planning approach is most suitable given this context? A. Detailed, comprehensive upfront planning for the entire project lifecycle. B. Rolling wave planning, focusing on detailed planning for the near term and high-level planning for the long term. C. Planning poker for all project activities. D. Ignoring formal planning and relying on ad hoc adjustments. Answer: B. Rolling wave planning, focusing on detailed planning for the near term and high-level planning for the long term. Rolling wave planning is particularly suitable for projects with high uncertainty or those using adaptive approaches. It involves progressively elaborating the project plan, planning in detail only for the work that is expected to occur in the near future, and planning at a higher, less detailed level for work further down the line. As the project progresses and more information becomes available, the later phases are planned in more detail. This approach allows for flexibility and adaptation as uncertainty is reduced over time, making it ideal for innovative projects. Question 100. A project team has implemented a new internal communication platform. While intended to improve collaboration, some team members are using it excessively for informal chatter, distracting others from work. What action should the project manager take? A. Disable the platform entirely. B. Institute clear guidelines and ground rules for appropriate usage of the communication platform. C. Tell team members to ignore distracting messages. D. Encourage more informal chatter to build team morale. Answer: B. Institute clear guidelines and ground rules for appropriate usage of the communication platform. While communication platforms are valuable, their misuse can lead to distractions. The project manager should not disable the tool but rather establish clear guidelines and ground rules for its appropriate use. This includes defining expectations for professional communication, establishing channels for formal versus informal discussions, and setting boundaries to minimize distractions during work hours. These guidelines help the team leverage the tool effectively for collaboration while maintaining focus on productive work. Question 101. A project manager is leading a project that is consistently falling behind schedule. During a review, it's identified that the team is spending significant time on rework due to quality issues. This suggests a problem with the process, not individual effort. What concept should the project manager apply to address this? A. Schedule crashing. B. Earned value management. C. Quality assurance and control. D. Resource leveling. Answer: C. Quality assurance and control. When a project consistently falls behind schedule due to rework caused by quality issues, it indicates a breakdown in the quality management processes, specifically quality assurance, QA, and quality control, QC. Quality assurance focuses on ensuring the processes used to build the product are effective in preventing defects. Quality control involves monitoring specific project results to determine if they comply with relevant quality standards and identifying ways to eliminate causes of unsatisfactory performance. Addressing these proactively will reduce rework and improve schedule performance. Question 102. A project team is working on a complex integration of multiple systems. During testing, they discover that two critical systems are incompatible, requiring a significant redesign and delaying the project by several months. This risk was not identified during initial planning. What type of risk response might have been missing during planning? A. Risk mitigation strategies. B. Risk acceptance strategies. C. Thorough risk identification. D. Risk transference. Answer: C. Thorough risk identification. The scenario states that a critical incompatibility, leading to significant redesign and delays, was not identified during initial planning. This directly indicates a failure in the initial risk identification process. Thorough risk identification involves systematically discovering, recognizing, and describing risks that might affect the project. If this critical technical incompatibility was missed, it points to a gap in the completeness or depth of the initial risk identification activities. Question 103. A new project manager inherits a project with a history of distrust among stakeholders and frequent scope changes. The team is demotivated, and communication is poor. What is the most critical first step for the new project manager to establish control and improve the project environment? A. Conduct a detailed technical audit of the project deliverables. B. Re-baseline the project schedule and budget. C. Re-establish trust and transparent communication channels with all key stakeholders and the team. D. Replace underperforming team members and difficult stakeholders. Answer: C. Re-establish trust and transparent communication channels with all key stakeholders and the team. When inheriting a project plagued by distrust, poor communication, and low morale, the project manager's most critical first step is to focus on rebuilding relationships and establishing transparency. Without trust, effective communication and collaboration are impossible, and any attempts to re-baseline or address technical issues will be met with resistance. By proactively engaging with stakeholders and the team, listening to concerns, and fostering open dialogue, the project manager can begin to rebuild confidence and create a more productive environment. Question 104. An Agile team recently conducted a sprint retrospective where they identified that external dependencies are consistently delaying their work. They propose creating a visual board to track these dependencies and holding a weekly sync meeting with external teams. What is the role of the Scrum Master or project manager in implementing these improvements? A. Dictate how the team should implement the proposed solutions. B. Instruct the product owner to prioritize these improvements in the product backlog. C. Facilitate the team in implementing their proposed solutions and remove any impediments they encounter. D. Document the suggestions and wait for management approval before proceeding. Answer: C. Facilitate the team in implementing their proposed solutions and remove any impediments they encounter. In Agile, the retrospective empowers the self-organizing team to identify and commit to improvements. When the team proposes solutions to an impediment like external dependencies, the Scrum Master or Project Manager's role is to facilitate the team in implementing these solutions and to remove any organizational or external impediments that might prevent them from doing so. This hands-on support enables the team to continuously improve their processes and increases their autonomy. Question 105. A project is using an Agile approach, and the team is struggling with frequent context switching due to multiple urgent requests from different stakeholders directly approaching individual team members. This disrupts flow and leads to incomplete work. What should be reinforced to streamline work requests? A. Daily stand-ups. B. Sprint retrospectives. C. Product owner as a single point of entry for requirements. D. User stories. Answer: C. Product owner as a single point of entry for requirements. In Agile, the product owner is specifically responsible for managing the product backlog and being the single point of contact for all requirements and changes. When stakeholders bypass the product owner and directly approach team members with urgent requests, it leads to disorganization, context switching, and hinders the team's ability to focus on committed sprint work. Reinforcing the product owner's role as the sole interface for new work requests is crucial for protecting the team and maintaining a prioritized, stable flow of value. Question 106. A project manager has just completed a training needs assessment for the project team and found significant gaps in their knowledge of a critical new technology. The project deadline is approaching, and there is no budget allocated for external training. What is the most practical solution for the project manager to address this skill gap? A. Postpone the project until the team can attend formal training. B. Hire external consultants to perform the work requiring the new technology. C. Implement internal cross-training, mentorship, or self-study programs using existing team knowledge or online resources. D. Reduce the scope of the project to eliminate the need for the new technology. Answer: C. Implement internal cross-training, mentorship, or self-study programs using existing team knowledge or online resources. When faced with a critical skill gap and budget/time constraints, leveraging internal resources is often the most practical solution. Implementing internal cross-training, where team members teach each other, setting up mentorship programs, or encouraging self-study using readily available online resources can effectively bridge knowledge gaps. This approach maximizes existing talent, fosters continuous learning within the team, and avoids external costs or project delays while upskilling the team. Question 107. A project manager is leading a project where the quality control team consistently identifies defects stemming from inadequate initial design specifications. This leads to costly rework during the later stages of development. What is the most effective approach to prevent these types of defects in future phases? A. Increase the budget for the quality control team to find more defects. B. Implement stricter penalties for designers who produce faulty specifications. C. Focus on improving the quality of the design process and conduct more thorough design reviews before development begins. D. Reduce the scope of the project to simplify the design phase. Answer: C. Focus on improving the quality of the design process and conduct more thorough design reviews before development begins. Defects introduced during the design phase are significantly more expensive to fix later in the project. The most effective approach is to shift left on quality, meaning focus on preventing defects as early as possible. Improving the quality of the design process itself, through practices like robust design reviews, peer inspections, and clearer specification writing, can proactively identify and eliminate ambiguities or errors before they propagate into development and lead to costly rework. This emphasis on prevention is key to effective quality management. Question 108. A project manager receives a request from a key stakeholder to add a significant new feature that was not part of the approved project scope. The project is already halfway complete, and adding this feature would require substantial rework and budget increase. What should the project manager do? A. Immediately reject the request as it constitutes scope creep. B. Implement the change without formal approval to maintain stakeholder satisfaction. C. Initiate the formal change control process, assess the impact, and present options for stakeholder approval. D. Ask the team to work overtime to accommodate the new feature within the existing timeline and budget. Answer: C. Initiate the formal change control process, assess the impact, and present options for stakeholder approval. Any significant change to the approved project scope must go through the formal change control process. The project manager's responsibility is not to unilaterally accept or reject the change but to guide it through the established governance. This involves documenting the request, assessing its impact on the project's baselines, scope, schedule, cost, quality, and then presenting this information, along with options, e.g., adding it, deferring it, or rejecting it, to the relevant change control board or project sponsor for an informed decision. This maintains project control and transparency. Question 109. A project manager is leading a project where a critical decision needs to be made, but key stakeholders are dispersed globally across different time zones. Reaching a consensus and making a timely decision through live meetings is proving difficult. What communication strategy should the project manager employ? A. Rely solely on asynchronous communication, e.g., email, shared documents, for all discussions. B. Require all stakeholders to adjust their schedules to attend synchronous meetings during a common overlap. C. Use a combination of synchronous meetings during core overlap hours and asynchronous tools for detailed discussions and documentation. D. Make the decision unilaterally to avoid delays. Answer: C. Use a combination of synchronous meetings during core overlap hours and asynchronous tools for detailed discussions and documentation. For globally dispersed stakeholders, a blended approach to communication is most effective. Synchronous meetings during carefully selected core overlap hours allow for real-time interaction, important for complex discussions and building rapport. However, relying solely on them is impractical. Asynchronous communication tools, e.g., collaborative documents, discussion forums, wikis, allow for detailed analysis, feedback, and decision documentation that can be accessed and contributed to at each stakeholder's convenience, bridging time zone gaps and ensuring everyone has a chance to contribute and stay informed. Question 110. An Agile team is performing well, consistently delivering working software at the end of each sprint. However, the product owner observes that the product backlog has grown significantly, and new features are being added faster than the team can develop them. What is the most effective way for the product owner to manage this growing backlog? A. Pressure the development team to increase their velocity. B. Remove less critical items from the backlog without discussion. C. Actively refine the backlog, prioritizing items based on value, dependencies, and strategic alignment, and communicating trade-offs to stakeholders. D. Request additional resources to increase the team's capacity. Answer: C. Actively refine the backlog, prioritizing items based on value, dependencies, and strategic alignment, and communicating trade-offs to stakeholders. A growing product backlog is natural, but an unmanaged one leads to reduced focus and value delivery. The product owner's core responsibility is product backlog management, which includes active refinement. This involves continuously reviewing, clarifying, and prioritizing backlog items based on their business value, technical dependencies, and alignment with the product vision and strategic goals. Crucially, the product owner must also communicate transparently with stakeholders about the trade-offs involved in prioritization, managing expectations about what can and will be delivered. Question 111. A project manager is overseeing a product development project where regulatory compliance is a critical success factor. New regulations are frequently introduced, and non-compliance could lead to significant legal penalties. What type of reserve should the project manager include in the budget to address this uncertainty? A. Management reserve. B. Contingency reserve. C. Budget variance reserve. D. Schedule reserve. Answer: A. Management reserve. Management reserves are budget reserves specifically for unknown risks, those risks that have not been identified and planned for during the risk management process, but are within the overall scope of the project. New, unforeseen regulatory changes that could lead to significant penalties fit this description. Contingency reserves, on the other hand, are for known unknown risks, which are identified risks that have had a response plan or contingency in place. Management reserves are typically controlled by senior management and released by them as needed. Question 112. During project execution, the project manager observes that the communication between the development team and the quality assurance (QA) team is frequently breaking down, leading to finger-pointing and delays in defect resolution. What is the most effective action the project manager can take to improve this inter-team communication? A. Assign a dedicated communication manager to mediate between the teams. B. Implement a formal service level agreement, SLA, between development and QA. C. Facilitate regular cross-functional sync meetings and encourage direct, collaborative problem solving between the teams. D. Restructure the teams so that development and QA are integrated into one department. Answer: C. Facilitate regular cross-functional sync meetings and encourage direct, collaborative problem solving between the teams. Communication breakdown and finger-pointing between interdependent teams are common problems. The most effective solution is to foster direct, transparent, and collaborative communication. Facilitating regular cross-functional sync meetings, e.g., daily stand-ups with representatives from both, or even combined teams in Agile, enables both teams to share progress, identify issues early, and collaboratively resolve problems. This breaks down silos and encourages a shared sense of ownership for quality and timely delivery. Question 113. A project manager is leading a project that spans multiple geographical locations. They notice that team members from different cultural backgrounds have varying approaches to conflict resolution and directness in communication, leading to misunderstandings. What should the project manager do? A. Implement a single, mandatory communication style for all team members. B. Provide cultural sensitivity training and encourage an understanding of diverse communication styles. C. Assign tasks only to team members from similar cultural backgrounds to minimize conflict. D. Ignore cultural differences, assuming professionalism will overcome them. Answer: B. Provide cultural sensitivity training and encourage an understanding of diverse communication styles. In a diverse, global team, cultural differences can significantly impact communication and conflict resolution. The project manager should proactively address this by fostering cultural awareness. Providing cultural sensitivity training helps team members understand and appreciate different communication styles, norms around directness, and approaches to conflict. This promotes empathy, reduces misunderstandings, and encourages more effective cross-cultural collaboration, leading to a more cohesive and productive team. Question 114. An Agile team consistently struggles to deliver a potentially shippable increment at the end of each sprint, despite completing individual tasks. This means the work is not fully integrated, tested, or documented to a release standard. What is the likely cause of this issue? A. The team's velocity is too low. B. The product owner is not prioritizing correctly. C. The definition of done, DoD, is either unclear or not being consistently applied. D. The team lacks proper Agile tools. Answer, C. The definition of done, DOD, is either unclear or not being consistently applied. In Agile, the potentially shippable increment is a cornerstone of sprint delivery, meaning the product increment is fully integrated, tested, and meets all quality criteria at the end of each sprint. If individual tasks are complete but the increment is not shippable, it strongly indicates that the team's definition of done, DOD, is either not clear enough or not being consistently applied. The DOD defines what it means for a PBI to be done, including all necessary quality checks, integration, and documentation, ensuring a truly complete and ready-to-release product. Question 115. A project manager discovers that a critical software license, essential for a key deliverable, is expiring next month. Renewing it requires a lengthy procurement process that could delay the project. This risk was overlooked during planning. What is the immediate priority for the project manager? A. Document the oversight and include it in the lessons learned. B. Immediately initiate the procurement process for renewal and communicate the potential delay to stakeholders. C. Find an alternative open-source software to replace the licensed one. D. Wait until the license expires to assess the actual impact. Answer, B. Immediately initiate the procurement process for renewal and communicate the potential delay to stakeholders. The immediate priority for the project manager is to take action to mitigate the impending risk. Initiating the lengthy procurement process for license renewal without delay is a critical first step to minimize the potential schedule impact. Concurrently, transparently communicating the potential delay and its implications to relevant stakeholders is essential for managing expectations and enabling informed decision-making regarding the project's timeline and any necessary adjustments. Proactive action and transparent communication are key to effective risk response. Question 116. A project manager is preparing to hand over a completed project to operations. What crucial knowledge transfer activity should occur to ensure the operations team can effectively maintain and support the new product or system? A. Inform the operations team that the project is complete. B. Provide the operations team with a high-level project summary document. C. Conduct detailed training sessions, provide comprehensive documentation, and ensure access to project experts for ongoing support. D. Recommend that the operations team hire new staff with knowledge of the new system. Answer, C. Conduct detailed training sessions, provide comprehensive documentation, and ensure access to project experts for ongoing support. For a successful handover to operations, comprehensive knowledge transfer is paramount. This goes beyond a simple summary. It involves conducting detailed training sessions tailored to the operations team's needs, providing thorough and user-friendly documentation, e.g., user manuals, troubleshooting guides, system architectures, and ensuring a mechanism for ongoing support, such as access to key project team members or subject matter experts. This ensures the operations team has the necessary skills and information to effectively maintain, support, and troubleshoot the new product or system. Question 117. A project manager is managing a project with a fixed deadline that cannot be missed. They notice that a significant risk event has occurred, which will cause a delay. The project has some non-critical activities that could be performed in parallel to the critical path activities if resources are added. What schedule compression technique should the project manager consider? A. Fast tracking. B. Crashing. C. Resource leveling. D. Schedule baseline control. Answer, B. Crashing. Crashing is a schedule compression technique used to shorten the project duration by adding resources to or increasing the working hours of critical path activities, usually at an increased cost. The scenario indicates resources can be added to non-critical activities to perform them in parallel with critical path activities, or simply adding resources to critical activities to get them done faster. This typically incurs additional cost but aims to meet a fixed deadline by accelerating progress on the critical path. Fast tracking involves performing activities in parallel that would normally be done in sequence. Question 118. An Agile team has delivered an increment, but the product owner is now requesting several significant changes based on early user feedback, which would significantly alter the original plan for the next sprint. What should the product owner do with these new requirements? A. Force the development team to implement them immediately in the current sprint. B. Decline the changes, stating that the project plan is fixed for the next sprint. C. Incorporate the new requirements into the product backlog and prioritize them against all other existing items for future sprints. D. Create a separate change request document and await formal approval through a change control board. Answer. C. Incorporate the new requirements into the product backlog and prioritize them against all other existing items for future sprints. In Agile, early user feedback is highly valued as it helps ensure the product meets real needs. The product owner's responsibility is to adapt the product direction based on such insights. Therefore, new requirements arising from feedback should be incorporated into the product backlog. The product owner then works with stakeholders and the development team to prioritize these new items against all other backlog items, ensuring that the highest value features, including these newly identified ones, are delivered in future sprints. This flexible approach maximizes value. Question 119. A project manager is overseeing a product that requires ongoing operational support after launch. To ensure a smooth transition and long-term success, the project manager should view the operations team primarily as what? A. A dependency to manage at project closure. B. An internal customer or key stakeholder. C. A cost center that will consume project budget. D. A group that needs to be trained on the new system. Answer. B. An internal customer or key stakeholder. For products requiring ongoing operational support, the operations team is not just a handoff point but a critical internal customer and key stakeholder throughout the project lifecycle. Engaging them early and continuously ensures that the product is designed, developed, and transitioned with operability, maintainability, and supportability in mind. Treating them as stakeholders ensures their requirements are considered, their buy-in is secured, and the project ultimately delivers long-term value beyond launch. Question 120. A project manager has identified a significant risk that could severely impact the project. The project sponsor has expressed a strong desire to avoid this risk at all costs. What risk response strategy aligns best with the sponsor's preference? A. Mitigation. B. Acceptance. C. Avoidance. D. Transfer. Answer. C. Avoidance. Risk avoidance is a strategy where the project manager and team takes action to eliminate the threat entirely or to protect the project from its impact. This might involve changing the project plan, scope, or approach to ensure the risk cannot occur. Since the project sponsor wants to avoid the risk at all costs, the avoidance strategy is the most aligned with their preference, aiming to prevent the risk from ever happening. Question 121. A software development project is nearing completion. During the final review, the project sponsor expresses dissatisfaction with the user interface, UI, stating it does not meet their aesthetic expectations, although it functions as specified. The UI design was signed off early in the project. What should the project manager do? A. Immediately initiate a change request to redesign the UI to meet the sponsor's new expectations. B. Inform the sponsor that the UI meets the signed-off specifications and no further changes will be made. C. Discuss with the sponsor the impact of redesigning the UI on the project schedule and budget, referencing the original signed-off design. D. Absorb the cost of UI redesign to ensure sponsor satisfaction. Answer. C. Discuss with the sponsor the impact of redesigning the UI on the project schedule and budget, referencing the original signed-off design. When a stakeholder expresses dissatisfaction with a feature that meets previously signed-off specifications, it constitutes a new request or a change to the agreed baseline. The project manager should engage the sponsor in a professional discussion, highlighting the original signed-off design and transparently explaining the impact, cost, schedule, resources, of any requested redesign. This allows for an informed decision on whether to proceed with a formal change request, ensuring that any modifications are agreed upon with full awareness of their consequences. Question 121. A project team is working on a complex data migration project. They have successfully moved all data to the new system. However, during post-migration checks, they discover inconsistencies in a small subset of the migrated data, affecting non-critical historical records. What should the project manager do regarding this issue? A. Declare the project complete, as the main data migration was successful. B. Document the inconsistencies as a known issue and proceed with project closure. C. Conduct a root cause analysis for the inconsistencies and fix the affected data. D. Seek a formal waiver from the customer for the inconsistencies to avoid further work. Answer: C. Conduct a root cause analysis for the inconsistencies and fix the affected data. Even if inconsistencies affect non-critical historical records, data integrity is paramount in data migration projects. The project manager should not simply document or waive the issue. A root cause analysis is crucial to understand why the inconsistencies occurred, preventing similar issues in future migrations or potential corruption in other datasets. Fixing the affected data, even if minor, demonstrates a commitment to quality and ensures the integrity of the delivered solution. This proactive approach supports long-term data quality and customer trust. Question 122. An Agile project team has just started a new sprint. Halfway through, a critical bug is discovered in a feature delivered in the previous sprint, impacting the usability of the product in production. What should the team and product owner do? A. Continue with the current sprint as planned, and address the bug in the next sprint. B. Immediately stop all current sprint work and dedicate the entire team to fixing the critical bug. C. The product owner should prioritize the bug fix in the product backlog, potentially adjusting the current sprint scope in collaboration with the team. D. The development team should fix the bug in their spare time, outside of sprint commitments. Answer: C. The product owner should prioritize the bug fix in the product backlog, potentially adjusting the current sprint scope in collaboration with the team. A critical bug impacting production demands immediate attention. While the team should strive to maintain sprint stability, a critical production issue often necessitates a deviation. The product owner, responsible for maximizing value, must prioritize this bug fix in the product backlog. This might involve collaborating with the development team to adjust the current sprint scope to pull in the critical fix, ensuring the most important work, fixing a production issue, is addressed without completely derailing the sprint. Question 123. A project manager is leading a diverse, multi-generational team. They notice that communication styles vary significantly, with younger team members preferring instant messaging and older members preferring email or phone calls. This leads to missed messages and delays. What should the project manager do? A. Mandate a single communication tool and style for everyone. B. Encourage the team to respect and adapt to different communication preferences, and establish a communication matrix. C. Assign communication tasks based on age and preferred methods. D. Ignore the differences, expecting team members to adapt individually. Answer: B. Encourage the team to respect and adapt to different communication preferences, and establish a communication matrix. Effective communication in a diverse team involves recognizing and leveraging different preferences. The project manager should not impose a single style but rather encourage the team to understand and adapt to each other's preferred methods. Establishing a communication matrix or plan that outlines preferred channels, frequency, and content for different types of information can help clarify expectations and reduce misunderstandings, ensuring that messages are received and understood by all team members effectively. This promotes inclusivity and efficient information flow. Question 124. A project team has adopted a lean mindset, focusing on eliminating waste. They notice a significant amount of waiting time in their workflow, where work items sit idle due to dependencies on external teams. What lean principle does this situation highlight and need to improve? A. Empower the team. B. Deliver fast. C. Eliminate waste, specifically waiting. D. Build quality in. Answer: C. Eliminate waste, specifically waiting. In lean principles, waiting is recognized as one of the 7, or 8, forms of waste, muda. This refers to any time when work or information is sitting idle, not being processed or delivered, due to delays, bottlenecks, or dependencies. The scenario explicitly describes work items sitting idle due to external dependencies, directly highlighting waiting as a form of waste that needs to be eliminated or significantly reduced to improve flow and efficiency. Question 125. A project is halfway complete, and the latest earned value analysis shows that the Cost Performance Index, CPI, is 0.85 and the Schedule Performance Index, SPI, is 0.90. The project manager is under pressure to improve performance. What do these metrics indicate, and what is the primary challenge? A. The project is ahead of schedule and under budget. B. The project is behind schedule and over budget. C. The project is on schedule and under budget. D. The project is ahead of schedule and over budget. Answer: B. The project is behind schedule and over budget. In Earned Value Management, EVM, both the Cost Performance Index, CPI, and Schedule Performance Index, SPI, provide insights into project performance. A CPI of 0.85, less than 1.0, indicates that the project is getting only 85 cents of value for every dollar spent, meaning it is over budget. An SPI of 0.90, less than 1.0, indicates that the project is only progressing at 90% of the planned rate, meaning it is behind schedule. Therefore, the primary challenge is that the project is both behind schedule and over budget. Question 126. A project manager is leading a project that involves handling highly sensitive customer data. Ensuring data privacy and security is non-negotiable and subject to strict regulatory requirements. What project aspect should be given paramount consideration throughout the project lifecycle? A. Cost efficiency. B. Schedule adherence. C. Quality and compliance with security standards. D. Scope flexibility. Answer: C. Quality and compliance with security standards. When a project involves highly sensitive data and strict regulatory requirements for privacy and security, these aspects become paramount quality considerations. Non-compliance can lead to severe legal penalties, reputational damage, and loss of customer trust. Therefore, ensuring the highest standards of quality and security measures and strict adherence to all compliance regulations must be prioritized throughout the project lifecycle, even potentially over strict cost or schedule adherence if necessary to avoid catastrophic consequences. Question 127. A project manager needs to estimate the duration of a complex, unique activity for which historical data is scarce. Subject matter experts, SMEs, have widely varying opinions on the duration, but they agree on the most likely, optimistic, and pessimistic estimates. Which estimation technique would be most appropriate in this scenario? A. Analogous estimating. B. Bottom-up estimating. C. Three-point estimating, PERT. D. Expert judgment, single point. Answer: C. Three-point estimating, PERT. Three-point estimating, often using the PERT, Program Evaluation and Review Technique, formula, is highly appropriate when there is uncertainty and varying expert opinions. It considers three estimates: optimistic, O, pessimistic, P, and most likely, M. The PERT formula, O plus 4M plus P/6 provides a weighted average duration that accounts for the uncertainty and different perspectives, leading to a more realistic and statistically sound estimate than a single expert judgment or analogous comparison. Question 128. A project team is highly innovative and prefers to experiment with new tools and techniques. However, the organization's existing governance structure is very rigid and risk-averse, often delaying approvals for new approaches. This creates friction and slows down the project. What should the project manager do? A. Encourage the team to bypass the governance structure to maintain agility. B. Conform strictly to the existing rigid processes, suppressing innovation. C. Facilitate a dialogue between the team and governance stakeholders to propose adapted processes or pilot new approaches with clear risk mitigation. D. Request an exception from senior management for all new tool approvals. Answer: C. Facilitate a dialogue between the team and governance stakeholders to propose adapted processes or pilot new approaches with clear risk mitigation. Bridging the gap between an innovative team and a rigid governance structure requires proactive engagement. The project manager should act as a facilitator, helping the team articulate the benefits of new approaches and working with governance stakeholders to understand their concerns, e.g., risk, compliance. Proposing adapted processes, advocating for pilot programs, or demonstrating how new approaches can be adopted with clear risk mitigation plans can build trust and gradually introduce flexibility into the organization's governance, fostering innovation within acceptable risk boundaries. Question 129. During project execution, a team member discovers a potential design flaw that, if not addressed, could lead to significant issues during future maintenance, though it does not impact current functionality. The team member is hesitant to report it due to project pressures and fear of adding scope. What type of culture should the project manager foster to encourage reporting such issues? A. A culture of strict adherence to the project plan, discouraging deviations. B. A blame-free culture that values transparency, continuous improvement, and early problem identification. C. A culture where all issues are immediately escalated to senior management. D. A culture where team members are incentivized to find critical errors. Answer: B. A blame-free culture that values transparency, continuous improvement, and early problem identification. To encourage team members to report potential design flaws or issues, even if they don't immediately impact functionality, the project manager must foster a psychologically safe and blame-free culture. In such an environment, team members feel comfortable raising concerns, knowing their input is valued for continuous improvement and early problem identification, rather than fearing blame or punishment for perceived bad news. This transparency enables proactive problem solving and ultimately leads to higher quality and more maintainable products. Question 130. A project manager is reviewing the stakeholder engagement plan. They identify a stakeholder who has high power and high interest in the project, but their current engagement level is assessed as resistant. What engagement strategy should the project manager prioritize for this stakeholder? A. Monitor their engagement and respond if they become more active. B. Keep them informed through formal reports and minimal direct interaction. C. Manage closely by actively involving them, addressing their concerns, and seeking their input in key decisions. D. Simply accept their resistance as unavoidable. Answer: C. Manage closely by actively involving them, addressing their concerns, and seeking their input in key decisions. For stakeholders with high power and high interest who are currently resistant, a manage closely engagement strategy is crucial. This involves proactive, direct, and frequent engagement. The project manager must actively involve them in relevant discussions, understand the root causes of their resistance, address their concerns transparently, and seek their input on key decisions. The goal is to shift their engagement level from resistant to supportive or at least neutral, leveraging their high power and interest for the project's benefit. Question 131. An Agile team is finding it difficult to hold effective daily stand-ups. Some team members dominate the conversation, while others remain silent. The discussions often veer off topic, lasting much longer than the allocated 15 minutes. What should the Scrum Master or Project Manager do to improve these meetings? A. Cancel the daily stand-ups and rely on written updates instead. B. Implement a strict timer for each person and enforce adherence to the 3 questions: what did I do, what will I do, any impediments. C. Ask the team to prepare detailed presentations for each stand-up. D. Conduct the stand-up as a formal status meeting where the project manager gathers updates. Answer: B. Implement a strict timer for each person and enforce adherence to the 3 questions: what did I do, what will I do, any impediments. The daily stand-up, daily scrum, is a short, focused event for the development team to synchronize activities and identify impediments. When it becomes unfocused or dominated, the Scrum Master must reinforce its purpose and rules. This includes enforcing the time box, 15 minutes, and guiding the discussion around the 3 core questions: what was done, what will be done, what impediments exist. This structure ensures brevity, encourages participation from all, and keeps the meeting on track for its intended purpose, which is inspection and adaptation, not problem-solving or detailed discussions. Question 132. A project manager is leading a project where the initial budget estimates were highly optimistic, and actual costs are consistently exceeding expectations. The project sponsor is concerned about the financial viability of the project. What is the project manager's most important responsibility regarding cost management? A. Cut corners on quality to save money. B. Stop all non-essential spending immediately. C. Provide accurate and timely cost forecasts, identify cost overruns, and propose corrective actions or rebaselining. D. Shift funds from other projects to cover the shortfall. Answer: C. Provide accurate and timely cost forecasts, identify cost overruns, and propose corrective actions or rebaselining. When actual costs are exceeding optimistic estimates and the sponsor is concerned, the project manager's most important responsibility is proactive and transparent financial control. This involves diligently tracking actual costs, providing accurate and timely cost forecasts, e.g., EAC, clearly identifying where cost overruns are occurring, and, critically, proposing viable corrective actions to bring the project back within an acceptable budget or seeking approval for a rebaselining. This demonstrates control and enables informed decision-making. Question 133. A project manager is overseeing the development of a new industrial machine. The project team has successfully delivered a fully functional prototype. However, during internal testing, the prototype fails to meet the expected durability standards, which are critical for the product's longevity and safety. What should the project manager do? A. Release the prototype, assuming the issue is minor and can be fixed later. B. Immediately halt further development until the durability issue is fully resolved and retested. C. Communicate the issue to stakeholders, conduct a root cause analysis, and determine the necessary corrective actions and their impact. D. Blame the engineering team for the design flaw and demand a quick fix. Answer: C. Communicate the issue to stakeholders, conduct a root cause analysis, and determine the necessary corrective actions and their impact. A failure to meet critical durability standards, especially for an industrial machine where longevity and safety are paramount, is a significant quality issue. The project manager must transparently communicate this critical defect and its implications to relevant stakeholders. Concurrently, initiating a root cause analysis is crucial to understand why the failure occurred. Based on this analysis, the project manager can then determine the necessary corrective actions, assess their impact on the project's triple constraints, and present informed options for resolution to stakeholders. Question 134. In an Agile project, a team member consistently brings up unresolved technical impediments from previous sprints during the daily stand-up, sometimes talking for extended periods. This disrupts the flow of the meeting. What is the most appropriate advice for the Scrum Master to give the team member? A. Ask them to discuss it in the sprint retrospective instead. B. Advise them to take the discussion offline immediately after the stand-up with the relevant team members. C. Instruct them to only report current-day impediments. D. Tell them that the daily stand-up is not for discussing impediments. Answer: B. Advise them to take the discussion offline immediately after the stand-up with the relevant team members. The daily stand-up, daily scrum, is intended to be a brief, high-level synchronization meeting where team members state what they did, what they will do, and any impediments. It is not a problem-solving session. When an impediment is mentioned, the Scrum Master should encourage the team to identify who can help and then take the detailed discussion and resolution offline immediately after the stand-up. This keeps the stand-up focused and time-boxed while ensuring impediments are addressed promptly. Question 135. A new CEO has just joined the organization and has expressed a desire to see project progress presented in a simplified, value-driven manner, rather than traditional complex charts and reports. The project manager needs to adapt their reporting. What would be the most effective way to communicate progress to the new CEO? A. Continue with traditional earned value management, EVM, reports, explaining them in detail. B. Focus on presenting progress in terms of delivered business value, completed features, and key outcomes. C. Delegate reporting to the team lead, as it is a time-consuming task. D. Provide only positive updates to avoid alarming the new CEO. Answer: B. Focus on presenting progress in terms of delivered business value, completed features, and key outcomes. When a new CEO or senior stakeholder expresses a preference for value-driven reporting, the project manager must adapt their communication. Rather than focusing on traditional metrics like SPI/CPI, the most effective approach is to present progress in terms of tangible business value delivered, completed features, and achieved outcomes. This aligns with the CEO's strategic perspective and demonstrates how the project contributes directly to organizational goals, providing a clear and concise picture of the project's true impact. Question 136. A project is being carried out in a functional organization. The project manager identifies that a critical resource, essential for a key activity, is frequently pulled away by their functional manager for other departmental tasks, causing delays. What is the project manager's primary challenge in this scenario? A. Lack of technical expertise in the project manager. B. Limited authority over functional resources. C. Inadequate project budget. D. Unrealistic project deadlines. Answer: B. Limited authority over functional resources. In a functional organization, team members typically report directly to their functional managers, and project managers often have limited or no direct authority over them. This means that functional managers control resource assignments and priorities. The project manager's primary challenge is the limited authority to ensure dedicated resource availability, as the functional manager can easily pull resources for departmental work, directly causing project delays. This requires strong negotiation and influencing skills from the project manager. Question 137. A project manager is preparing to close a complex, multinational project. What is a key activity to ensure legal and contractual obligations are fully met during project closure? A. Conducting a final team celebration. B. Performing a comprehensive contract closure, including auditing and archiving all agreements. C. Issuing a project completion report to the project sponsor. D. Releasing all project team members to their functional departments. Answer: B. Performing a comprehensive contract closure, including auditing and archiving all agreements. For complex, multinational projects, especially those involving external vendors or partners, comprehensive contract closure is a critical activity during project closure. This involves ensuring all contractual obligations are met by both parties, completing any necessary financial settlements, and auditing and archiving all contract-related documents. This protects the organization legally, provides historical data, and formally closes out all external agreements, ensuring no lingering liabilities or unresolved issues. Question 138. An Agile team is conducting a sprint review. A key stakeholder repeatedly expresses disappointment that a particular feature, which they consider high priority, has not appeared in any of the last 3 sprints. The product owner states it is lower priority than other items. What does this scenario highlight? A. The team's velocity is too low. B. The product owner needs to improve their backlog refinement skills. C. There is a misalignment in priority perception between the product owner and the stakeholder. D. The sprint review is not an effective meeting. Answer: C. There is a misalignment in priority perception between the product owner and the stakeholder. The scenario clearly indicates a conflict in what is considered high priority. While the product owner is responsible for prioritizing the product backlog, their understanding of value might not align with the key stakeholders. This highlights a critical misalignment in priority perception that needs to be addressed. The product owner must engage with this stakeholder to understand their perspective, explain the current prioritization rationale, and collaboratively resolve the disagreement to ensure the highest value items are indeed being worked on. Question 139. A project manager has inherited a project that is significantly over budget. Upon review, they discover that original estimates were highly inaccurate, and costs have spiraled out of control. What is the most important step for the project manager to take regarding cost management moving forward? A. Cut all non-essential activities from the scope to reduce costs. B. Implement a robust cost baseline, forecast future costs, and closely monitor actual expenditures against this new baseline. C. Reassign team members to lower-cost resources. D. Secure additional funding from the sponsor to cover the overruns. Answer: B. Implement a robust cost baseline, forecast future costs, and closely monitor actual expenditures against this new baseline. When a project is significantly over budget due to poor initial estimates and uncontrolled spending, the most crucial step is to re-establish control and predictability. This involves establishing a robust and realistic cost baseline, rebaselining if necessary, developing accurate forecasts of the estimate at completion, EAC, and implementing rigorous monitoring of actual expenditures against this new baseline. This allows the project manager to identify variances early, take corrective actions, and provide reliable financial updates to stakeholders, regaining control of project finances. Question 140. A project team is highly competent but struggles with self-management, often needing detailed instructions and validation for every task. They rely heavily on the project manager for all decisions. What leadership style should the project manager adopt to help the team mature into self-organization? A. Directing, telling. B. Coaching, supporting. C. Delegating, empowering. D. Participating, collaborating. Answer: B. Coaching, supporting. When a competent team lacks self-management and relies heavily on the project manager for direction, the project manager should adopt a coaching or supporting leadership style. This involves guiding the team, facilitating their problem-solving, providing necessary resources, and helping them develop the skills to make their own decisions, rather than simply telling them what to do. The goal is to gradually move them towards a more empowered and self-organizing state. Question 141. A project manager is leading a project that requires significant input and approval from a regulatory body. This body is known for its slow approval processes and frequent requests for additional documentation, which causes delays. What is the most effective proactive strategy to manage this external stakeholder? A. Avoid communication with the regulatory body until absolutely necessary. B. Schedule regular, proactive engagement meetings with the regulatory body to understand their requirements and timelines, building rapport. C. Submit all documentation at once, hoping for a quick approval. D. Threaten legal action if delays are excessive. Answer: B. Schedule regular, proactive engagement meetings with the regulatory body to understand their requirements and timelines, building rapport. When dealing with external regulatory bodies known for slow processes, a proactive and collaborative engagement strategy is crucial. Establishing regular, pre-scheduled meetings allows the project manager to understand their specific requirements, anticipate documentation needs, clarify ambiguities, and build a positive working relationship. This proactive engagement, rather than reactive submission, can help streamline the approval process, manage expectations, and potentially mitigate delays by addressing issues before they become critical. Question 142. A project manager is reviewing the project management plan. A risk has been identified where a critical third-party software component might not be delivered on time. The project manager decides to develop an in-house alternative in parallel, in case the third-party component fails to arrive. What risk response strategy is being used? A. Accept. B. Avoid. C. Mitigate. D. Exploit. Answer: C. Mitigate. In this scenario, the project manager is implementing a strategy to reduce the impact or probability of the risk occurring. Developing an in-house alternative in parallel is a proactive measure, a contingency plan, that reduces the negative impact if the third-party software is delayed or fails. This is a form of mitigation, as it aims to lessen the severity of the potential problem, rather than avoiding it, eliminating the risk, accepting it, doing nothing, or exploiting an opportunity. Question 143. An Agile team is consistently struggling with accurately forecasting how much work they can complete in a sprint, leading to frequent missed commitments. They've been using planning poker, but their estimates are still off and off. What other practice might help improve their forecasting ability? A. Increasing the length of sprints. B. Reducing the number of team members. C. Regularly reviewing and using their historical velocity as a guide for future sprint planning. D. Relying solely on the product owner's estimates. Answer: C. Regularly reviewing and using their historical velocity as a guide for future sprint planning. While planning poker helps with relative sizing, a team's actual capacity to complete work is best indicated by its historical velocity. If a team is consistently missing commitments, reviewing their past performance, velocity, provides empirical data on how much work they actually completed in previous sprints. Using this stable, historical velocity as a guide helps the team make more realistic commitments for future sprints, improving their forecasting accuracy and predictability. Question 144. A project manager discovers that a newly developed prototype, intended for a key stakeholder demonstration, has a minor non-functional defect, e.g., a visual glitch, that does not impact core functionality. The demonstration is in 2 hours. What should the project manager do? A. Cancel the demonstration and reschedule for later. B. Proceed with the demonstration and briefly acknowledge the minor defect. C. Hide the defect and hope the stakeholder doesn't notice it. D. Ask the team to fix the defect immediately, even if it risks missing the demo. Answer: B. Proceed with the demonstration and briefly acknowledge the minor defect. For a minor, non-functional defect that doesn't impact core functionality, especially when time is critical, demonstration in 2 hours, the most pragmatic approach is to proceed with the demonstration. Transparently and briefly acknowledging the known minor defect demonstrates honesty and professionalism. This allows the demonstration to proceed as planned, showcasing the core functionality while managing expectations about a minor imperfection that can be addressed later without derailing the immediate objective. Question 145. A project manager is leading a diverse, cross-cultural team. During a virtual meeting, they notice that some team members are hesitant to voice dissenting opinions or ask questions, especially if they are junior or from cultures that highly respect authority. This stifles innovation and problem-solving. What should the project manager do? A. Directly ask quiet team members to voice their opinions. B. Implement anonymous feedback channels and encourage questioning through structured facilitation. C. Conduct one-on-one meetings with each team member to gather feedback privately. D. Assume that silence means agreement. Answer: B. Implement anonymous feedback channels and encourage questioning through structured facilitation. To encourage participation from team members who might be hesitant to speak up due to cultural norms or hierarchy, the project manager should create a psychologically safe environment for dissenting opinions. Implementing anonymous feedback channels, e.g., polls, suggestion boxes, provides a safe way to share thoughts. Additionally, using structured facilitation techniques, e.g., round-robin questions, think pair share, in meetings ensures everyone has an opportunity to contribute, explicitly inviting questions and valuing diverse perspectives. Question 146. A project is in the execution phase, and the project manager identifies that a crucial deliverable has been outsourced to a vendor. The vendor is struggling to meet quality standards, leading to frequent rejections. What is the most effective approach to ensure the quality of the outsourced deliverable? A. Terminate the vendor contract and bring the work in-house. B. Implement a more rigorous inspection and testing process for the vendor's deliverables. C. Collaborate with the vendor to review their processes, provide feedback, and potentially offer support or training. D. Accept lower quality to avoid further delays. Answer: C. Collaborate with the vendor to review their processes, provide feedback, and potentially offer support or training. When an outsourced vendor is consistently failing to meet quality standards, the most effective approach is to move beyond mere rejection and engage in collaborative problem solving. This involves working directly with the vendor to understand the root causes of their quality issues, reviewing their internal processes, providing constructive feedback, and potentially offering guidance, training, or support. This partnership approach aims to improve the vendor's performance and ensure the delivery of high-quality outputs, leveraging the existing contractual relationship. Question 147. A project manager is using a Kanban board to manage workflow. They observe that items are frequently stuck in the testing column, leading to a buildup of work before deployment. What concept is most violated by this bottleneck? A. Value stream mapping. B. Continuous flow. C. Batching. D. Definition of done. Answer: B. Continuous flow. A key principle of Kanban is to achieve continuous flow of work items through the system. When items get stuck in a particular column, like testing, it indicates a bottleneck, which directly impedes continuous flow. This buildup means work is not moving smoothly and predictably, preventing the desired uninterrupted progression of value delivery through the workflow. Identifying and addressing such bottlenecks is crucial for optimizing flow. Question 148. A project manager is reviewing the risk register and notes that a high-impact risk has a low probability of occurring. However, if it does occur, the consequences would be catastrophic. The project has limited resources for risk mitigation. What is the most appropriate strategy for this type of risk? A. Avoidance. B. Mitigation, extensive. C. Transfer, e.g., insurance, or contingency planning, for acceptance. D. Acceptance, passive. Answer: C. Transfer, e.g., insurance, or contingency planning, for acceptance. For a high-impact, low-probability, catastrophic risk with limited mitigation resources, transference, shifting the impact to a third party, often through insurance or warranties, or active acceptance with robust contingency planning are often the most appropriate strategies. Transferring the risk protects the project financially, while a detailed contingency plan ensures there's a predefined response ready if the unlikely event occurs, minimizing its catastrophic impact without requiring extensive proactive mitigation. Passive acceptance would be too risky given the catastrophic consequences. Question 149. A project manager is leading an Agile project. During a sprint, a team member discovers a significant technical issue that will prevent them from completing their current user story. What should be the team member's immediate action? A. Try to solve the issue independently, even if it takes a long time. B. Report the issue only during the next daily stand-up. C. Immediately flag the impediment and seek help from the team or Scrum Master. D. Reassign the user story to another team member without discussion. Answer: C. Immediately flag the impediment and seek help from the team or Scrum Master. In an Agile team, transparency and rapid impediment removal are crucial for maintaining flow. When a team member encounters a significant technical issue that blocks progress, their immediate action should be to make it visible. This means flagging the impediment promptly and seeking assistance from other team members, who might swarm to help, or the Scrum Master, who is responsible for impediment removal. Delaying this action would jeopardize the sprint goal and team predictability. Question 150. A project manager is preparing to close a complex project with numerous stakeholders. To ensure that all administrative and contractual obligations are met and that the project is formally recognized as complete, what final document or process is essential? A. Project Management Plan Update. B. Earned Value Report. C. Final Report and Formal Acceptance. D. Lessons Learned Register. Answer: C. Final Report and Formal Acceptance. To formally recognize project completion and ensure all administrative and contractual obligations are met, the project manager must prepare a final report and obtain formal acceptance. The final report summarizes project performance, outcomes, and lessons learned. Crucially, formal acceptance is the process of obtaining stakeholder or customer sign-off on the final product, service, or result, signaling that the project has met its objectives and is officially closed. This formal closure is vital for moving resources and closing out contracts. Question 151. A project team is highly skilled and experienced, but the project manager notices that they are struggling to take collective ownership of solutions, often waiting for the project manager to make final decisions. What leadership style should the project manager adopt to foster more team autonomy? A. Autocratic. B. Telling. C. Delegating. D. Coaching. Answer: C. Delegating. When a highly skilled and experienced team struggles with collective ownership and decision-making, it indicates a need for the project manager to empower them further. The delegating leadership style, from situational leadership theory, is appropriate here. It involves the project manager entrusting the team with responsibility for tasks and decisions, stepping back, and allowing them to take full ownership. This fosters autonomy, builds confidence, and encourages the team to become truly self-managing. Question 152. A project manager is leading a project where the team consistently underestimates the effort for complex tasks, leading to them falling behind schedule. What technique should the project manager encourage the team to adopt to improve estimation accuracy for future tasks? A. Analogous estimation. B. Expert judgment. C. Parametric estimation. D. Bottom-up estimation. Answer: D. Bottom-up estimation. When a team consistently underestimates complex tasks, it often indicates a lack of detailed understanding of the individual components. Bottom-up estimation is a technique where work is broken down into smaller, more manageable components, and each component is estimated individually. These detailed estimates are then aggregated to derive the total estimate for the larger task or project. This approach provides a more accurate and robust estimate, especially for complex work, by forcing a deeper analysis of the work breakdown. Question 153. An Agile team recently delivered a product increment that was formally accepted by the product owner. However, during an internal quality audit, it was discovered that the product did not fully comply with a specific, non-functional security requirement that was agreed upon earlier. The product owner was not aware of this technical detail. What does this indicate? A. The product owner is not fulfilling their role effectively. B. The definition of done, DoD, is missing critical technical quality criteria. C. the sprint review was not thorough enough. D. The team is focusing too much on functional requirements. Answer: B. The definition of done, DoD, is missing critical technical quality criteria. The definition of done, DoD, acts as a shared understanding of what it means for work to be complete and ensures the quality of the increment. If a product increment can be accepted by the product owner but still fails a critical, agreed-upon non-functional requirement like security during an audit, it strongly indicates that this specific quality criterion was missing from, or not rigorously applied within, the team's definition of done. The DoD should encapsulate all necessary quality and compliance checks. Question 154. A project manager is overseeing a new product development that aims to replace an existing legacy system. Key stakeholders are comfortable with the existing system and are resistant to adopting the new one, fearing disruption to their daily operations. What is the most effective approach to manage this stakeholder group? A. Mandate the use of the new system from day one. B. Focus on highlighting the future benefits and address concerns through workshops and pilot programs. C. Provide extensive documentation about the new system's technical specifications. D. Exclude these resistant stakeholders from project meetings to avoid negativity. Answer: B. Focus on highlighting the future benefits and address concerns through workshops and pilot programs. Resistance to change, especially with a new system replacing a familiar one, stems from fear and uncertainty. The most effective strategy is to proactively address these concerns by clearly articulating the benefits, e.g., efficiency gains, reduced errors, improved user experience, the new system will bring to their daily operations. Conducting interactive workshops, offering pilot programs, and providing hands-on training can alleviate fears, build familiarity, and demonstrate the tangible advantages, fostering gradual acceptance and buy-in. Question 155. A project manager identifies that the project is highly complex, involves rapidly evolving technology, and has a high degree of scope uncertainty. Which type of project life cycle would be most suitable for this project? A. Predictive life cycle, waterfall. B. Iterative life cycle. C. Incremental life cycle. D. Hybrid life cycle. Answer: B. Iterative life cycle. An iterative life cycle is highly suitable for projects with high complexity, rapidly evolving technology, and significant scope uncertainty. In an iterative approach, the project team develops the product through a series of repeated cycles, iterations, delivering functional components in each. This allows for continuous learning, refinement of requirements, and adaptation to change based on feedback received after each iteration, which is crucial when the end solution is not fully understood upfront. Question 156. A project manager is reviewing the project's communication channels. They notice that critical decisions are often communicated late or informally, leading to misunderstandings and delays. What document should the project manager review and potentially revise to improve this situation? A. Stakeholder register. B. Risk management plan. C. Communication management plan. D. Quality management plan. Answer: C. Communication management plan. The communication management plan defines how, when, by whom, and to whom project information will be communicated. If critical decisions are being communicated late or informally, leading to issues, it indicates a deficiency or lack of adherence to the existing communication plan. The project manager should review this plan to ensure it clearly outlines the formal channels, frequency, and responsibilities for communicating critical project information, and then enforce its use to improve transparency and timeliness. Question 157. During a sprint review, a stakeholder expresses concern about the design choices made, stating they do not align with the company's brand guidelines. The development team argues they followed the initial design specifications. What should the product owner do in this situation? A. Inform the stakeholder that the design is complete and cannot be changed. B. Instruct the development team to immediately redesign the feature. C. Facilitate a discussion between the stakeholder and the design/development team to understand the gap and potentially incorporate the brand guidelines into future work. D. Escalate the conflict to senior management for a resolution. Answer: C. Facilitate a discussion between the stakeholder and the design/development team to understand the gap and potentially incorporate the brand guidelines into future work. The sprint review is a key feedback opportunity. When there's a disconnect between delivered design and stakeholder expectations, e.g., brand guidelines, the product owner should facilitate a collaborative discussion. This involves bringing the stakeholder and the relevant team members together to understand the specific gap, clarify the brand guidelines, and determine if and how these can be incorporated into future product backlog items and design considerations. This iterative feedback loop helps refine the product to meet evolving and sometimes implicit stakeholder needs. Question 158. A project manager is leading a global project team with members from diverse backgrounds and differing work ethics. Some members are highly self-motivated, while others require more oversight. How should the project manager best approach team leadership to maximize productivity and morale? A. Apply a single, consistent leadership style to all team members. B. Adopt a situational leadership approach, adapting their style based on individual team members' competence and commitment. C. Delegate all leadership responsibilities to team leads. D. Focus solely on performance metrics to drive productivity. Answer: B. Adopt a situational leadership approach, adapting their style based on individual team members' competence and commitment. Effective team leadership, especially in diverse teams, requires adaptability. A situational leadership approach is ideal, where the project manager adjusts their leadership style, e.g., directing, coaching, supporting, delegating, based on the specific needs, competence, and commitment level of individual team members or sub-teams. This ensures that each team member receives the right level of guidance and support, maximizing both their productivity and overall morale. Question 159. A project manager has identified a high-probability risk that will definitely occur during the project's execution. It will cause a minor delay but no significant cost overrun. What is the most appropriate proactive risk response strategy? A. Avoidance. B. Transfer. C. Mitigate. D. Accept. Answer: C. Mitigate. When a risk is highly probable, or certain to occur, and its impact is known, the most appropriate proactive strategy is typically mitigation. Mitigation involves taking steps to reduce either the probability of the risk occurring, though in this case it's definite, or, more practically, to reduce its impact. Since it will cause a minor delay, steps can be taken proactively to lessen that delay or prepare for it, such as scheduling buffers, optimizing interdependent tasks, or having a quick recovery plan in place, thereby lessening its effect. Question 160. A project manager is reviewing a project's performance. The project has consistently delivered its primary features on time and within budget, and customer satisfaction is high. However, the documentation for these features is minimal, leading to potential issues for long-term maintenance and future enhancements. What aspect of project performance is being undervalued or underserviced? A. Schedule performance. B. Cost performance. C. Quality, long-term sustainability/maintainability. D. Stakeholder satisfaction. Answer: C. Quality, long-term sustainability/maintainability. While immediate delivery and customer satisfaction are positive, minimal documentation for features, especially in software, directly impacts the long-term sustainability, maintainability, and extensibility of the product. This falls under the broader umbrella of quality. Quality is not just about meeting functional requirements at launch but also about ensuring the product is fit for use over its entire lifecycle, including aspects like usability, maintainability, and future scalability. The lack of documentation suggests a compromise on these vital long-term quality attributes. Question 161. A project manager is leading an agile project where the development team frequently self-corrects and adapts its processes during sprints to improve efficiency. This is a positive sign of team maturity. What agile event is primarily designed to facilitate this continuous process improvement? A. Daily stand-up. B. Sprint review. C. Sprint planning. D. Sprint retrospective. Answer: D. Sprint retrospective. The sprint retrospective is a dedicated event in Agile, Scrum, where the team inspects itself and creates a plan for improvements to be enacted during the upcoming sprint. It's the formal opportunity for the team to reflect on their past sprint, identify what went well, what could be improved, and commit to specific actions to enhance their processes, tools, and interactions. This event is the cornerstone of continuous process improvement and adaptation for the Agile team. Question 162. A project manager identifies that there's a strong political division among key stakeholders regarding the project's strategic direction. This is leading to conflicting demands and hindering progress. What is the most effective approach for the project manager to navigate this political landscape? A. Choose one side and support them to move the project forward. B. Ignore the political issues and focus solely on technical tasks. C. Facilitate open communication, identify common ground, and seek to align objectives with a higher organizational goal. D. Escalate the conflict to the highest level of management for resolution. Answer: C. Facilitate open communication, identify common ground, and seek to align objectives with a higher organizational goal. When faced with political division among powerful stakeholders, the project manager should act as a mediator and facilitator. This involves fostering open communication channels, identifying shared interests or common ground that transcends individual departmental agendas, and consistently aligning the project's objectives with broader organizational strategic goals. By highlighting the larger purpose and facilitating collaborative problem-solving, the project manager can help bridge divides and build a shared vision, reducing political friction. Question 163. A project manager is in the process of project closure. They discover that a payment to a critical third-party vendor was overlooked, and the vendor is now threatening legal action. What important project closure activity was likely missed or poorly executed? A. Performance reporting. B. Stakeholder engagement management. C. Financial closure. D. Lessons learned collection. Answer: C. Financial closure. Financial closure is a crucial administrative activity during project closure that involves ensuring all financial transactions related to the project are finalized. This includes settling all invoices, completing payments to vendors and suppliers, and reconciling project accounts. Overlooking a payment to a critical vendor and facing legal threats directly indicates a failure in proper financial closure procedures, which are essential to formally ending all financial obligations for the project. Question 164. An Agile project team has very stable velocity, and the product owner consistently ensures the product backlog is refined and prioritized. However, the product is still not generating the expected business value for the organization. What is the most likely underlying issue? A. The team is not working hard enough. B. The product owner is maximizing output, but not necessarily the right output for business value. C. The Agile framework itself is not suitable for the project. D. Stakeholders are not providing enough feedback. Answer: B. The product owner is maximizing output, but not necessarily the right output for business value. If a team has stable velocity and a refined backlog but the product isn't generating expected business value, it suggests that the prioritization itself might be flawed in terms of true market or business needs. The product owner's responsibility is not just to maximize output, but to maximize the value of the product resulting from the work of the development team. This requires a deep understanding of market needs, customer problems, and organizational strategy to ensure the most impactful items are prioritized, even if the team is efficient. Question 165. A project manager is presenting the project's progress to a steering committee. They use a burn-down chart. The chart shows that the remaining work is decreasing slower than the ideal line, and the projection indicates the project will not meet its deadline. What should the project manager emphasize in their presentation? A. The team is working hard and morale is high. B. The project is behind schedule and needs corrective actions to get back on track. C. The initial estimates were too optimistic and should be revised. D. The burn-down chart is not a reliable indicator of progress. Answer: B. The project is behind schedule and needs corrective actions to get back on track. A burn-down chart showing remaining work decreasing slower than the ideal line clearly indicates that the project, or sprint/release, depending on the chart scope, is behind schedule. The project manager should transparently communicate this finding to the steering committee, explicitly stating that the project is behind schedule, and, crucially, presenting the proposed corrective actions to bring it back on track. This demonstrates awareness, accountability, and a plan for recovery. Question 166. A project manager is leading a project where one team member is consistently challenging instructions, questioning processes, and creating minor conflicts with other team members. While disruptive, their insights often lead to improved solutions. What is the best way for the project manager to manage this team member? A. Remove the team member from the project due to disruptive behavior. B. Encourage their critical thinking but establish clear boundaries and expectations for respectful communication. C. Ignore their behavior, focusing only on their valuable insights. D. Isolate them from the rest of the team to minimize conflict. Answer: B. Encourage their critical thinking but establish clear boundaries and expectations for respectful communication. This scenario describes a team member who is a productive contrarian. Their challenging nature can lead to innovation, but their methods are disruptive. The best approach is to leverage their strengths while addressing the negative behaviors. The project manager should acknowledge and encourage their critical thinking, but simultaneously establish clear boundaries and expectations for professional, respectful communication and collaboration. This fosters a culture where challenging ideas is welcomed, but disruptive behavior is not tolerated, maximizing the positive aspects of their contributions. Question 167. A project manager is tasked with forecasting the budget needed to complete the remaining work of a project that has consistently performed poorly in terms of cost. Historical data shows that past estimates have been inaccurate, and current performance trends are not improving. Which estimate at completion, EAC, formula would be most appropriate in this situation? A. BAC/CPI, where EAC equals budget at completion/cost performance index. B. AC plus ETC, where EAC equals actual cost plus estimate to complete. C. AC plus BAC DV /CPI *SPI. D. AC plus BAC DV, where EAC equals actual cost plus budget at completion, earned value. Answer: A. BAC/CPI, where EAC equals budget at completion/cost performance index. The EAC equals BAC/CPI formula is used when the project's current cost performance, CPI, is considered typical of future cost performance. In a scenario where the project has consistently performed poorly and current trends are not improving, this formula provides a realistic forecast assuming the historical inefficiency will continue. Other EAC formulas might assume future performance will be at budget, AC plus ETC, or consider both CPI and SPI, but for consistent poor cost performance, CPI as the dominant factor is often the most appropriate. Question 168. A project manager is facilitating a sprint planning meeting. The development team expresses concern that the product owner is proposing too many user stories for the upcoming sprint, making the commitment unrealistic. What should the project manager, Scrum Master, do? A. Tell the team they must accept all the product owner's requests. B. Force the product owner to reduce the scope of the sprint. C. Facilitate a collaborative discussion where the team and product owner negotiate the sprint scope, ensuring a realistic and achievable commitment. D. Agree with the team and take the issue to senior management. Answer: C. Facilitate a collaborative discussion where the team and product owner negotiate the sprint scope, ensuring a realistic and achievable commitment. Sprint planning is a collaborative event. The product owner proposes items, and the development team determines how much of that can be accomplished in a sprint. When the team feels the scope is unrealistic, the Scrum Master or project manager's role is to facilitate this negotiation. This means helping both parties understand each other's perspectives, discuss capacity, dependencies, and ultimately agree on a realistic and achievable sprint goal and scope that the team can commit to. This fosters self-organization and accountability. Question 169. A project manager is leading a complex project where technical experts are constantly challenged to solve unprecedented problems. The team needs to experiment and learn from failures. Which of the following is most crucial for fostering an environment conducive to this type of project? A. Strict adherence to the original project plan to maintain control. B. A culture that embraces psychological safety and continuous learning from experiments. C. An emphasis on individual accountability for all failures. D. Frequent external audits to identify deviations from standard procedures. Answer: B. A culture that embraces psychological safety and continuous learning from experiments. For projects involving unprecedented problems and requiring experimentation, a culture of psychological safety is paramount. This means team members feel safe to take risks, try new things, admit mistakes, and learn from failures without fear of punishment or blame. This environment encourages innovation, open communication about challenges, and continuous learning, which are essential for navigating uncertainty and solving complex, novel problems effectively. Without it, teams will be risk-averse and less innovative. Question 170. During project execution, a change request is submitted that impacts multiple deliverables and is highly interconnected with other ongoing work. The project manager needs to assess the total impact comprehensively. What is the most appropriate tool or technique to use for this assessment? A. Expert judgment. B. Project Management Information System, PMIS. C. Impact analysis/regression analysis. D. Stakeholder analysis. Answer: C. Impact analysis/regression analysis. When a change request is highly interconnected and affects multiple deliverables, a comprehensive impact analysis, or regression analysis in software, is the most appropriate technique. This involves systematically evaluating all affected components, processes, resources, and baselines, scope, schedule, cost, quality, risks, to understand the full implications of the change. It helps identify dependencies, potential risks introduced, and the total effort and resources required, providing a complete picture for informed decision-making by the Change Control Board. Question 171. A project manager is managing a software upgrade project for an internal client. The client, a department head, is highly engaged and frequently offers new ideas and features, which, while valuable, cause significant scope creep and delay the project. What is the project manager's most effective strategy to manage this client? A. Reject all new ideas immediately to preserve the baseline. B. Welcome new ideas, but funnel them through a formal change control process, clearly explaining the impact of each. C. Implement new ideas quickly to maintain client satisfaction. D. Avoid direct communication with the client to prevent new ideas. Answer: B. Welcome new ideas, but funnel them through a formal change control process, clearly explaining the impact of each. A highly engaged client with valuable ideas is an asset, but uncontrolled changes lead to scope creep. The project manager should welcome these ideas, as they can enhance value, but must channel them through a formal change control process. This means clearly documenting each new request, assessing its impact on the project's baselines, scope, schedule, cost, quality, and transparently communicating these impacts back to the client. This allows for informed decisions, ensures mutual agreement on changes, and maintains control over the project's scope and constraints. Question 172. A project manager is dealing with persistent conflicts between two senior team members who disagree on the technical architecture of the solution. This is causing significant delays and affecting team morale. The project manager needs to facilitate a resolution. What is the most effective approach? A. Override both team members and dictate the technical solution. B. Assign them to separate work packages to avoid interaction. C. Facilitate a structured problem-solving session, encouraging them to focus on shared objectives and collaborate to find the best solution. D. Allow them to continue debating, as eventually one will concede. Answer: C. Facilitate a structured problem-solving session, encouraging them to focus on shared objectives and collaborate to find the best solution. When senior team members disagree on a critical technical issue, the most effective approach is to facilitate a structured problem-solving session. This involves getting both parties to articulate their positions, focus on the project's shared objectives rather than personal preferences, and collaboratively explore different architectural options to find the optimal solution. The project manager acts as a neutral facilitator, ensuring respectful dialogue and a data-driven decision, leading to a win-win outcome and strengthening team cohesion. Question 173. An Agile team is finding that their definition of done, DoD, is too simplistic, leading to completed work that still requires significant effort before it can be released to customers. This means they often finish sprints but have a large amount of unfinished work from a release perspective. What is the most appropriate action for the team and product owner? A. Reduce the strictness of the DoD to make it easier to complete items. B. Expand the definition of done to include all necessary activities for a truly shippable increment. C. Increase the number of user stories committed per sprint. D. Conduct more manual testing after the sprint is complete. Answer: B. Expand the definition of done to include all necessary activities for a truly shippable increment. If work marked done in a sprint still requires significant effort for release, the definition of done, DoD, is insufficient. The DoD should encompass all activities necessary to produce a truly, potentially shippable increment, meaning it's fully integrated, tested, documented, and meets all quality and compliance standards required for release. The team and product owner should collaboratively expand the DoD to include these missing activities, ensuring that every done item is genuinely ready for release, leading to higher quality and transparency. Question 174. A project manager is overseeing a product that requires compliance with specific industry standards. These standards are complex and subject to interpretation. What is the most effective approach for the project manager to ensure the project meets these standards? A. Assume the development team understands the standards and will implement them. B. Delegate compliance responsibility entirely to the legal department. C. Engage compliance experts early, conduct regular reviews, and integrate compliance checks into the development process. D. Address compliance only during the final testing phase. Answer: C. Engage compliance experts early, conduct regular reviews, and integrate compliance checks into the development process. For complex industry standards, especially with interpretative nuances, proactive and integrated compliance management is essential. The project manager should engage compliance experts early in the project lifecycle to understand the requirements thoroughly. Integrating regular compliance reviews and checks directly into the development and testing processes, e.g., as part of the definition of done, ensures that compliance is built in rather than bolted on, reducing the risk of costly rework or non-compliance penalties later. Question 175. A project is in the execution phase, and the project manager receives a formal complaint from a key stakeholder regarding the quality of a recently delivered component. The complaint is valid and identifies a critical defect. What is the project manager's primary responsibility in this situation? A. Inform the stakeholder that quality is the responsibility of the QA team. B. Immediately initiate root cause analysis of the defect and corrective action, and communicate the plan to the stakeholder. C. Replace the team member responsible for the defective component. D. Delay further deliveries until all potential quality issues are identified. Answer: B. Immediately initiate root cause analysis of the defect and corrective action, and communicate the plan to the stakeholder. When a valid complaint regarding a critical defect is received, the project manager's primary responsibility is to take immediate and decisive action. This involves initiating a root cause analysis to understand why the defect occurred, implementing corrective actions to fix it, and, crucially, communicating the plan for resolution and recovery transparently to the affected stakeholder. This demonstrates accountability, responsiveness, and a commitment to quality and stakeholder satisfaction. Question 176. A project manager is leading a large, traditional project. Due to unforeseen market shifts, the project sponsor has requested a significant change to the project's original scope, which would dramatically alter the product's features. This change is strategically important but will cause delays and cost increases. What should the project manager do? A. Reject the change, citing the original baseline. B. Implement the change immediately to satisfy the sponsor. C. Document the change request, analyze its impact on all project baselines, and present it to the Change Control Board, CCB, for approval. D. Delegate the decision to the project team. Answer: C. Document the change request, analyze its impact on all project baselines, and present it to the Change Control Board, CCB, for approval. For significant changes to an approved project baseline in a traditional project, the formal change control process must be followed. The project manager's role is to document the change request, thoroughly analyze its impact on the project's scope, schedule, cost, and quality baselines, and then present this analysis to the Change Control Board, CCB. The CCB, with its authority, can then make an informed decision on whether to approve or reject the change, ensuring proper governance and control. Question 177. An Agile team is regularly completing user stories, but the product owner is finding it difficult to assemble a coherent, valuable release because of dependencies on other teams not aligned with their sprint cadence. What Agile practice could help bridge this gap? A. Release planning. B. Daily scrums. C. Sprint reviews. D. Iteration retrospective. Answer: A. Release planning. Release planning is an Agile practice that focuses on defining the content and timeline for an upcoming release, which typically spans multiple sprints. When a product owner struggles to assemble a coherent release due to external dependencies, engaging in collaborative release planning with representatives from other teams helps align their efforts and dependencies. It provides a higher-level view beyond a single sprint, allowing for coordination and synchronization of work across multiple teams to ensure a valuable product release. Question 178. A project manager is using a matrix organizational structure. They find that team members often receive conflicting priorities from their functional managers and the project manager, causing confusion and delays. What is a key characteristic of matrix organizations causing this, and how can it be mitigated? A. Clear lines of authority, solved by project manager making all decisions. B. Dual reporting relationships, mitigated by strong communication, clear roles, and conflict resolution processes. C. Lack of resources, solved by hiring more staff. D. High team autonomy, mitigated by less oversight. Answer: B. Dual reporting relationships, mitigated by strong communication, clear roles, and conflict resolution processes. A key characteristic of a matrix organizational structure is the dual reporting relationship, where team members report to both their functional manager and the project manager. This inherent duality is the root cause of conflicting priorities. Mitigation strategies include establishing strong communication channels, clearly defining roles and responsibilities, e.g., through a RACI matrix, and implementing effective conflict resolution processes to resolve disagreements over priorities, ensuring team members know whose direction to follow for project tasks. Question 179. A project manager is leading a project that relies heavily on a specialized, custom-built software tool. During the early stages of development, the technical team encounters significant, unforeseen challenges with the tool's performance, indicating it may not be fit for purpose. This poses a major risk to the project's success. What should the project manager do? A. Continue developing with the tool, hoping the performance issues resolve over time. B. Immediately acquire an off-the-shelf alternative, regardless of cost. C. Conduct a thorough technical assessment of the tool's limitations and explore alternative solutions, engaging stakeholders in the decision. D. Blame the vendor who provided the tool. Answer: C. Conduct a thorough technical assessment of the tool's limitations and explore alternative solutions, engaging stakeholders in the decision. When a critical tool exhibits significant unforeseen performance issues, it's a major technical risk. The project manager must conduct a thorough technical assessment to understand the full extent of the tool's limitations and the feasibility of resolving them. Simultaneously, they should explore viable alternative solutions. Crucially, this information, including the analysis of options and their impact on the project's triple constraints, must then be presented to stakeholders for an informed decision on the best path forward, ensuring transparency and collective ownership of the solution. Question 180. A project manager is developing the project schedule. They have identified all activities and their logical sequences. What is the next logical step in developing a comprehensive and realistic schedule? A. Determine the project's critical path. B. Estimate activity durations and resource requirements. C. Assign resources to all activities. D. Obtain stakeholder approval for the schedule. Answer: B. Estimate activity durations and resource requirements. After identifying all project activities and their logical sequences, the next logical step in schedule development is to estimate the duration for each activity and determine the resources, people, equipment, materials, required for them. These estimates are crucial inputs for building a realistic schedule, calculating the critical path, and subsequently assigning resources. Without accurate estimates, the schedule will be unrealistic and unreliable. Question 181. An Agile team has been consistently delivering working software and performing well. However, during a recent internal audit, it was discovered that critical security and compliance requirements, though documented, were not consistently built into the increments. What needs to be addressed? A. The product owner's priorities are misaligned. B. The team's velocity is too high, leading to rushed work. C. The definition of done, DoD, needs to explicitly include security and compliance criteria. D. The quality assurance team is not performing enough tests. Answer: C. The definition of done, DoD, needs to explicitly include security and compliance criteria. The definition of done, DoD, specifies the quality standards and criteria that all work must meet before it can be considered done. If security and compliance requirements, even if documented, are not consistently built into the increments, it indicates that these crucial non-functional requirements are either missing from the DoD or not being rigorously applied as part of the team's definition of completion. The DoD should be expanded and reinforced to ensure that all necessary quality and compliance checks are integrated into the development process. Question 182. A project manager is managing a project team where one highly skilled individual consistently bypasses established processes and communicates directly with high-level stakeholders without informing the project manager. This leads to confusion and conflicting information. What is the most effective way to address this behavior? A. Exclude the team member from all stakeholder communications. B. Allow the behavior, as the team member is highly skilled. C. Have a private conversation with the team member to clarify communication protocols and the importance of adhering to them. D. Report the team member to their functional manager for disciplinary action. Answer: C. Have a private conversation with the team member to clarify communication protocols and the importance of adhering to them. When a team member bypasses established communication protocols, it's crucial to address it directly and privately. A one-on-one conversation allows the project manager to explain the negative impact of such behavior, e.g., confusion, conflicting information, undermining authority, and reiterate the importance of adhering to defined communication protocols. This approach allows for clarification of expectations and encourages compliance without resorting to immediate punitive measures, maintaining a professional relationship. Question 183. A project manager is reviewing a project's risk management plan. A specific risk is identified as medium probability, high impact. The current risk response strategy is acceptance, passive. What could be a consequence of this strategy given the risk's characteristics? A. The risk will not occur due to passive acceptance. B. The project will experience significant negative consequences if the risk materializes, with no planned response. C. The project's budget will increase due to extensive mitigation efforts. D. The risk will be transferred to a third party. Answer: B. The project will experience significant negative consequences if the risk materializes, with no planned response. Passive acceptance means acknowledging the risk but taking no proactive action to mitigate, avoid, or transfer it, nor is there a contingency plan in place. For a medium probability, high impact risk, this strategy is highly risky. If such a risk materializes, the project will suffer significant negative consequences, as its high impact, without any pre-planned response, leading to reactive and potentially chaotic problem solving, likely causing significant project deviations. Question 184. A project manager is leading a critical project. They discover that the vendor responsible for a key component has a history of delivering late. This was not initially considered a high risk. What should the project manager do with this new information? A. Ignore it, as the contract is already signed. B. Immediately terminate the vendor contract. C. Reevaluate the risk associated with the vendor, update the risk register, and develop a response plan. D. Blame the procurement department for selecting a risky vendor. Answer: C. Reevaluate the risk associated with the vendor, update the risk register, and develop a response plan. New information about a vendor's history of delays changes the risk profile of the project. The project manager's responsibility is to continuously monitor risks. This new information requires re-evaluating the specific vendor risk, its probability and impact, updating the risk register to reflect this increased threat, and then developing an appropriate risk response plan, e.g., increased communication, schedule contingency, identifying alternative suppliers, to mitigate the potential impact on the project schedule. Question 185. A project manager is leading a predictive project. Halfway through execution, a major internal organizational restructuring occurs, leading to key project team members being reassigned to other departments. This significantly impacts resource availability and project progress. What should the project manager do first? A. Immediately halt the project until resources are stabilized. B. Formally complain to senior management about the restructuring. C. Assess the impact of the resource changes on project baselines and communicate implications to stakeholders. D. Expect the remaining team members to pick up the slack and work overtime. Answer: C. Assess the impact of the resource changes on project baselines and communicate implications to stakeholders. A major organizational restructuring resulting in resource loss is a significant disruption to a project. The project manager's immediate priority is to assess the specific impact of these resource changes on the project's baselines, scope, schedule, cost, quality. This assessment then informs a transparent communication to relevant stakeholders, explaining the implications, e.g., delays, increased costs, potential scope reduction, and proposing options for moving forward. This proactive communication and analysis demonstrate control and enable informed decision-making at the organizational level. Question 186. An Agile team is performing well and consistently hitting their velocity targets. However, stakeholders frequently complain that the features delivered, while functional, are not user-friendly and require significant post-release rework. What should the product owner focus on to address this? A. Increasing the team's velocity to deliver more features faster. B. Ensuring that user-friendliness and user experience (UX) criteria are clearly defined and prioritized in the product backlog. C. Conducting more manual testing after each sprint. D. Reducing communication with stakeholders to avoid conflicting feedback. Answer: B. Ensuring that user-friendliness and user experience (UX) criteria are clearly defined and prioritized in the product backlog. If features are functional but not user-friendly, it indicates a gap in understanding or prioritizing the non-functional requirements related to usability and user experience (UX). The product owner, responsible for maximizing value, needs to ensure that user-friendliness is not just an afterthought but explicitly defined as part of the user stories or acceptance criteria in the product backlog. This ensures that the team understands and builds in UX quality from the outset, leading to a more intuitive and valuable product that requires less rework post-release. Question 187. A project manager needs to estimate the cost of a new construction project. They have access to historical data from similar, previously completed projects. Which estimation technique would be most appropriate for a quick, high-level estimate in the early stages? A. Bottom-up estimating. B. Analogous estimating. C. Three-point estimating. D. Parametric estimating. Answer: B. Analogous estimating. Analogous estimating, also known as top-down estimating, involves using historical data from a similar completed project, or projects, to estimate the cost or duration of a current project. It's often used in the early stages when detailed information is scarce, providing a quick, high-level estimate. While less accurate than other methods, it's efficient for initial budget forecasts when reliable historical data exists for comparable projects. Question 188. A project manager is creating a project charter. Which of the following is the most important outcome of the project charter, from a governance perspective? A. It details the project's work breakdown structure. B. It provides a detailed budget and schedule. C. It formally authorizes the project and the project manager to apply organizational resources. D. It outlines the communication management plan. Answer: C. It formally authorizes the project and the project manager to apply organizational resources. The project charter is a foundational document in project management. Its most important outcome, from a governance perspective, is to formally authorize the existence of a project and empower the project manager to apply organizational resources to project activities. Without this formal authorization, the project lacks legitimate standing, and the project manager lacks the necessary authority to execute their role effectively. It essentially gives the project its official start and the project manager their mandate. Question 189. A project manager is leading a project that relies on a critical external supplier. During routine monitoring, the project manager discovers that the supplier's financial stability has significantly worsened, posing a high risk of their inability to deliver. What should the project manager do first? A. Immediately cancel the contract with the supplier. B. Seek legal advice to understand contractual obligations and potential recourse. C. Communicate the concern to relevant stakeholders, assess alternative suppliers, and develop a contingency plan. D. Offer financial assistance to the supplier to help them stabilize. Answer: C. Communicate the concern to relevant stakeholders, assess alternative suppliers, and develop a contingency plan. A supplier's financial instability is a major external risk to a project. The project manager's immediate priority is to transparently communicate this critical concern to relevant project stakeholders, e.g., project sponsor, procurement. Concurrently, they should proactively assess alternative suppliers and develop a comprehensive contingency plan to mitigate the impact of potential non-delivery, such as identifying backup suppliers or bringing work in-house if feasible. This proactive approach ensures preparedness and allows for informed strategic decisions. Question 190. An Agile team is consistently struggling with interruptions from external stakeholders who bypass the product owner and ask the development team members directly for urgent ad hoc tasks. This impacts the team's ability to focus on sprint goals. What is the most effective role for the Scrum Master to play here? A. To tell the team members to ignore external requests. B. To act as a shield, protecting the team from external interruptions and coaching stakeholders on proper engagement. C. To escalate every interruption to senior management. D. To facilitate the team in completing these ad hoc tasks quickly. Answer: B. To act as a shield, protecting the team from external interruptions and coaching stakeholders on proper engagement. A key responsibility of the Scrum Master, or project manager in an Agile context, is to protect the development team from external interference and distractions that threaten their focus on the sprint goal. When stakeholders bypass the product owner, the Scrum Master should act as a shield, deflecting these interruptions. Crucially, they also need to coach the stakeholders on the proper Agile way of engaging, which means channeling all requests through the product owner, ensuring a single, prioritized backlog for the team. Question 191. A project manager is managing a complex government compliance project. During testing, it's discovered that the solution, while functionally correct, does not fully meet a specific regulatory requirement. Remedying this will cause significant delay and cost. What is the project manager's primary responsibility? A. Seek a waiver from the regulatory body for non-compliance. B. Inform all relevant stakeholders, including legal and compliance departments, of the non-compliance and its implications, then propose corrective actions. C. Release the solution and fix the compliance issue in a later phase. D. Focus on meeting the schedule and budget, even if it means partial non-compliance. Answer: B. Inform all relevant stakeholders, including legal and compliance departments, of the non-compliance and its implications, then propose corrective actions. In a government compliance project, full adherence to regulatory requirements is non-negotiable and paramount. Discovering non-compliance, even if functionality is correct, is a critical issue. The project manager's primary responsibility is to immediately inform all relevant stakeholders, especially the legal and compliance departments, about the non-compliance and its potential consequences. They must then propose and implement corrective actions, regardless of the delay or cost, as regulatory non-compliance can lead to severe legal penalties or project termination. Question 192. A project team is highly specialized, with each member focusing intensely on their individual tasks. While they are productive individually, the project manager notices a lack of cross-functional understanding and communication, leading to integration issues and bottlenecks at handoff points. What should the project manager encourage to improve this situation? A. Stronger individual performance metrics. B. Siloed work to maximize individual efficiency. C. Cross-training, knowledge sharing, and collaborative problem-solving across specialties. D. More detailed documentation at every handoff point. Answer: C. Cross-training, knowledge sharing, and collaborative problem-solving across specialties. Specialization, while efficient at an individual level, can create knowledge silos and integration challenges. To address this, the project manager should encourage cross-training, where team members learn about other specialties, and foster active knowledge sharing, e.g., lunch and learns, pairing. Promoting collaborative problem-solving sessions that involve members from different specialties helps break down barriers, improves mutual understanding, and reduces integration issues by enabling the team to see the bigger picture and work together more seamlessly. Question 193. A project manager is working on a complex project with high technical uncertainty. The initial high-level estimates provided by subject matter experts, SMEs, are proving to be significantly inaccurate as the team delves deeper into the work. What characteristic of project planning is most relevant here? A. Progressive elaboration. B. Centralized planning. C. Definitive estimates. D. Analogous estimating. Answer: A. Progressive elaboration. Progressive elaboration is the iterative process of increasing the level of detail in a project management plan as more information becomes available and the project moves through its life cycle. When facing high technical uncertainty and initial high-level estimates are inaccurate, progressive elaboration dictates that the project manager should refine planning and estimates as the team gains a deeper understanding of the work. This concept is foundational to adaptive and iterative approaches, allowing for flexibility as details emerge. Question 194. A project team is using a Scrum framework. The team completes their sprints consistently, but the product owner is overwhelmed by continuous requests for new features and changes from multiple stakeholders, making it difficult to maintain a coherent vision for the product. What is the most important support the project manager, or Scrum Master, can provide? A. Take over the product owner role to streamline decision-making. B. Coach the product owner on how to effectively manage stakeholder expectations and negotiate priorities. C. Advise the product owner to reject all new requests from stakeholders. D. Tell the development team to ignore the product owner's indecisiveness. Answer: B. Coach the product owner on how to effectively manage stakeholder expectations and negotiate priorities. The product owner's role is critical but can be challenging, especially when facing conflicting demands from numerous stakeholders. The Scrum Master, or project manager acting as a coach, should provide support by coaching the product owner on stakeholder management techniques, including how to effectively engage stakeholders, negotiate priorities based on value and strategic alignment, and manage expectations regarding what can be delivered. This empowers the product owner to fulfill their role effectively, ensuring a clear product vision and manageable backlog. Question 195. A project manager is leading a project where the customer continually requests minor design tweaks after each deliverable is supposedly finished. These small changes accumulate, causing ongoing delays and rework, but they fall below the formal change request threshold. What is the most effective way to manage this? A. Implement all small tweaks without question to maintain customer satisfaction. B. Formally reject all requests that are not part of the original baseline. C. Engage the customer to understand their underlying needs, clarify acceptance criteria, and potentially bundle minor changes into planned iterations or mini-releases. D. Charge the customer for every minor tweak. Answer: C. Engage the customer to understand their underlying needs, clarify acceptance criteria, and potentially bundle minor changes into planned iterations or mini-releases. Minor, accumulating changes that fall below the formal change request threshold can still lead to significant scope creep, death by 1,000 cuts. The most effective approach is to engage the customer to understand the root cause of these requests and clarify the acceptance criteria. Proactively, the project manager can propose bundling these minor changes into planned, time-boxed iterations or mini-releases. This allows for flexibility and customer satisfaction without disrupting the project's flow, managing expectations and formalizing even small adjustments into a predictable rhythm. Question 196. A project manager identifies a potential risk that, if it occurs, could significantly damage the organization's reputation. The probability of the risk occurring is low, but the impact is extremely high. The project manager needs to communicate this to the sponsor. What type of risk should the project manager emphasize in this communication? A. A low probability, low impact risk. B. A high probability, high impact risk. C. A black swan event. D. A low probability, high impact risk. Answer: D. A low probability, high impact risk. The scenario explicitly describes a risk that is low probability, but has extremely high impact, reputational damage. This is precisely the definition of a low probability, high impact risk. When communicating such a risk to a sponsor, it's crucial to emphasize these characteristics. While its occurrence is rare, the catastrophic consequences necessitate serious consideration, clear communication, and often a robust contingency plan or avoidance strategy, as its materialization could be devastating despite its low likelihood. Question 197. A project manager needs to acquire specialized talent for a short-term, critical task. Internal resources are unavailable. Which type of procurement strategy is most appropriate? A. Internal development. B. Joint venture. C. Staff augmentation or contractor hire. D. Full outsourcing of the entire project. Answer: C. Staff augmentation or contractor hire. When specialized talent is needed for a short-term, critical task and internal resources are unavailable, staff augmentation, hiring temporary staff, or engaging an independent contractor is the most appropriate procurement strategy. This allows the project to quickly acquire specific expertise for a defined period without committing to long-term employment, effectively bridging the skill gap for the specific task while maintaining overall control of the project internally. Question 198. A project team is consistently delivering features, but they are finding that previous features often break when new code is integrated. This leads to frequent rework and a decline in product quality. What Agile/DevOps practice is likely missing or insufficient? A. Daily Scrum. B. Continuous integration with automated regression testing. C. Sprint retrospective. D. Product backlog refinement. Answer: B. Continuous integration with automated regression testing. The scenario describes a classic problem of new code breaking existing functionality, indicating insufficient safeguards during integration. Continuous integration, CI, is a practice where developers frequently integrate their code, and each integration is verified by an automated build and automated tests, including automated regression tests. If old features are breaking, it points to a lack of comprehensive automated regression testing within the CI pipeline, which is crucial for maintaining code quality and preventing regressions in a rapidly evolving code base. Question 199. A project manager observes that team members frequently bypass project communication channels and discuss critical issues informally, leading to miscommunication and lack of documentation. What is the best action to improve formal communication and transparency? A. Ban informal communication entirely. B. Implement a communication matrix and regularly review adherence, demonstrating its benefits. C. Escalate to functional managers to instruct their team members to communicate formally. D. Document all informal conversations retrospectively. Answer: B. Implement a communication matrix and regularly review adherence, demonstrating its benefits. While informal communication has its place, reliance on it for critical issues leads to problems. The project manager should reinforce formal communication by implementing and regularly reviewing a communication matrix, which defines who, what, when, where, and how information is communicated. Crucially, the project manager must also demonstrate the benefits of adhering to these formal channels, e.g., clarity, traceability, reduced misunderstandings, to encourage team buy-in and consistent adoption, thereby improving transparency and reducing miscommunication. Question 200. A project manager is midway through a complex project. They realize that due to unforeseen technical complexities, the project's original estimated completion date is no longer feasible. The project has a fixed deadline mandated by a regulatory body. What is the project manager's most immediate priority? A. Inform the team that they must work overtime to meet the deadline. B. Re-evaluate the project's scope, resources, and schedule to identify options for meeting the deadline, then communicate to stakeholders. C. Request the regulatory body to extend the deadline. D. Focus on accelerating only the current activities, hoping to catch up. Answer: B. Re-evaluate the project's scope, resources, and schedule to identify options for meeting the deadline, then communicate to stakeholders. When a fixed, non-negotiable deadline is threatened by unforeseen complexities, the project manager's immediate priority is to analyze the situation comprehensively. This involves re-evaluating the current project plan across all dimensions, scope, resources, schedule, to identify what adjustments are possible, e.g., de-scoping, adding resources, fast-tracking. Once options and their impacts are understood, transparent communication with stakeholders is essential to jointly decide the best path forward to meet the critical deadline, ensuring they are aware of the trade-offs. Question 201. A project team is consistently finding defects late in the development cycle, during final user acceptance testing, UAT. These defects are costly to fix at this stage. What quality management concept should the project manager focus on to improve this situation? A. Quality inspection. B. Cost of quality, COQ. C. Prevention over inspection. D. Total quality management, TQM. Answer: C. Prevention over inspection. Finding defects late in the cycle, like UAT, makes them very costly to fix. This situation highlights a need to shift from inspection, finding defects after they've occurred, to prevention, stopping defects from occurring in the first place. The quality management concept of prevention over inspection advocates for building quality into the process from the beginning, rather than relying on identifying errors at the end. This includes practices like robust design, early testing, and clear requirements to catch issues when they are cheapest to fix. Question 202. A project manager is performing stakeholder analysis for a new project. They identify a group of external stakeholders with very low interest but significant power over regulatory approvals. How should the project manager plan to engage with this group? A. Manage closely by involving them in all key decisions. B. Keep them informed through regular, detailed reports. C. Monitor their engagement and only interact if they initiate contact. D. Keep them satisfied by addressing their needs proactively and potentially leveraging their power. Answer: D. Keep them satisfied by addressing their needs proactively and potentially leveraging their power. For stakeholders with low interest but high power, the engagement strategy should be to keep satisfied. This means understanding their needs and concerns related to the project, e.g., regulatory compliance, resource impacts, and proactively ensuring those needs are met to prevent them from becoming disengaged and potentially disruptive. While not involving them in every detail, the project manager should manage their expectations and ensure their key requirements are addressed, thereby preventing them from using their power negatively. Question 203. An Agile team is performing well, but the product owner feels disconnected from the technical details and struggles to understand the development team's challenges or estimates. This leads to misunderstandings about sprint goals and backlog prioritization. What should the product owner do? A. Delegate technical understanding to the Scrum Master. B. Spend more time engaging directly with the development team during backlog refinement and informal discussions. C. Attend more technical training courses. D. Rely solely on the daily stand-up for technical updates. Answer: B. Spend more time engaging directly with the development team during backlog refinement and informal discussions. For a product owner to effectively prioritize and set realistic sprint goals, they need a sufficient understanding of the technical challenges and estimated efforts. Spending more time directly collaborating with the development team, particularly during backlog refinement sessions, allows the product owner to ask questions, gain insights into technical complexities, and build a shared understanding of the work. Informal discussions also help bridge this gap, fostering better collaboration and more informed prioritization decisions. Question 204. A project manager is tasked with building a complex system for an external client. The client frequently requests new features that significantly alter the system's core functionality, even after designs have been approved. This indicates a potential issue with A. Configuration management. B. Scope definition and validation. C. Risk management. D. Quality assurance. Answer: B. Scope definition and validation. Frequent requests for new features that significantly alter core functionality, especially after design approval, strongly indicate an issue with the initial scope definition and validation. It suggests that the client's true needs or the system's requirements were not adequately captured, clarified, or formally agreed upon upfront. Robust scope definition and validation processes, e.g., detailed requirements gathering, clear acceptance criteria, stakeholder sign-offs, are crucial to minimize such late-stage changes and manage expectations. Question 205. A project manager is leading a project nearing its scheduled completion. During a final review, a non-critical component is found to have a defect that deviates from the original specifications. Fixing it would delay the project and incur additional costs. The project manager determines the defect has minimal impact on the product's overall function and safety. What is the most appropriate action? A. Immediately initiate a change request to fix the defect. B. Conceal the defect from stakeholders to avoid delays. C. Inform relevant stakeholders, explain the defect and its minimal impact, and seek their formal acceptance for project closure. D. Ask the team to fix the defect in their spare time after project completion. Answer: C. Inform relevant stakeholders, explain the defect and its minimal impact, and seek their formal acceptance for project closure. Even for non-critical defects, transparency and formal acceptance are crucial for project closure. The project manager should communicate the defect to relevant stakeholders, explaining its nature, the minimal impact on functionality and safety, and the implications, delay, cost, of fixing it. The project manager then seeks their formal acceptance or waiver of the defect. This ensures that all parties are aware, agree to the current state, and can formally close the project without lingering liabilities or surprises. Question 206. A project manager is facilitating a decision-making process within the team. The team is diverse, and some members are highly opinionated, while others are reluctant to speak up. The project manager needs to ensure all voices are heard and a consensus is reached effectively. What technique should the project manager use? A. Unilateral decision-making. B. Majority vote. C. Facilitated consensus-building techniques, e.g., Fist of Five, Roman voting. D. Brainstorming without structure. Answer: C. Facilitated consensus-building techniques, e.g., Fist of Five, Roman voting. To ensure all voices are heard and achieve effective consensus in a diverse team, the project manager should employ structured consensus-building techniques. Methods like Fist of Five or Roman voting provide a clear, visible way for everyone to indicate their level of agreement without requiring verbal dominance. This encourages quieter members to express their true feelings, prevents single individuals from dominating, and ultimately leads to decisions with higher team commitment and buy-in, rather than just a simple majority vote. Question 207. An Agile team is consistently failing to deliver a done increment by the end of the sprint, often carrying over significant unfinished work. The product owner is frustrated. What is the most likely root cause of this recurring issue? A. Lack of technical skills in the development team. B. Unrealistic sprint commitments or poor sprint planning. C. Insufficient stakeholder engagement. D. Too much documentation. Answer: B. Unrealistic sprint commitments or poor sprint planning. Consistently failing to deliver a done increment and carrying over unfinished work often points to issues with sprint planning and the team's commitment. This typically means the team is taking on more work than their actual capacity, or their estimation process is flawed. The team and product owner need to collaborate more effectively during sprint planning to make realistic commitments based on the team's historical velocity and a clear understanding of the work, ensuring achievable sprint goals. Question 208. A project manager is overseeing a project where the quality control team is consistently finding critical defects late in the testing cycle. This indicates a problem with the prevention of defects. What quality management process should be strengthened to address this? A. Quality planning. B. Quality assurance. C. Quality control. D. Quality audits. Answer: B. Quality assurance. While quality control, QC, identifies defects, the scenario states that defects are found late, implying a problem with prevention. Quality assurance, QA, focuses on the processes and standards themselves to ensure that they are effective and prevent defects from occurring in the first place. If defects are consistently found late, it means the processes earlier in the development lifecycle, e.g., design, coding practices, earlier testing stages, are not effective enough. Strengthening QA ensures that quality is built in to the process. Question 209. A project manager observes that a project scope management plan requires detailed functional specifications to be approved by all key stakeholders. However, the project sponsor and some key users frequently request changes directly from the development team, bypassing the formal process. What should the project manager do? A. Ignore the requests, as they are not formal. B. Instruct the development team to comply with all requests from the sponsor. C. Re-educate the sponsor and key users on the change control process and its importance, enforcing its adherence. D. Implement all changes to maintain good relationships. Answer: C. Re-educate the sponsor and key users on the change control process and its importance, enforcing its adherence. When stakeholders bypass the formal change control process, it leads to uncontrolled scope creep and project instability. The project manager's role is to enforce the established governance. This involves re-educating the sponsor and key users about the purpose and benefits of the change control process, e.g., maintaining project baselines, managing impacts, preventing rework, and then consistently enforcing its adherence for all scope changes. This ensures transparency, accountability, and project control. Question 210. A project team is highly innovative and frequently proposes experimental solutions to complex problems. However, the organization's existing procurement process is slow and bureaucratic, delaying the acquisition of necessary new tools and software. This is frustrating the team and slowing progress. What organizational process barrier is this an example of? A. Lack of agile mindset. B. Inadequate budget. C. Organizational process assets, OPAs, rigidity. D. Lack of skilled personnel. Answer: C. Organizational process assets, OPAs, rigidity. Organizational process assets, OPAs, include an organization's policies, procedures, and guidelines, many of which can become rigid and bureaucratic over time. A slow and bureaucratic procurement process is a classic example of an OPA that is hindering agile practices and innovation. While the team is innovative, the organization's established, inflexible processes are creating a barrier to efficient project execution. The project manager would need to work to adapt or streamline these OPAs to better support the project's needs. Question 211. A project manager is leading a diverse team, and they notice cultural differences impacting brainstorming sessions. Some cultures prefer less direct confrontation, making it difficult to openly critique ideas. What technique should the project manager employ to encourage constructive feedback and idea refinement? A. Lead brainstorming sessions with a strong, directive approach. B. Focus only on positive feedback to avoid offending anyone. C. Implement anonymous idea submission or round-robin feedback sessions to allow everyone to contribute safely. D. Assign a single individual to synthesize all ideas and present them to the group. Answer: C. Implement anonymous idea submission or round-robin feedback sessions to allow everyone to contribute safely. In diverse, cross-cultural teams where direct confrontation might be avoided, fostering an environment for constructive criticism requires specific techniques. Implementing anonymous idea submission allows individuals to contribute candidly without fear of direct confrontation. Similarly, round-robin approach ensures every person gets a turn to speak without interruption, promoting psychological safety and ensuring all ideas and feedback are shared, leading to more robust idea refinement. Question 212. An Agile team is having difficulty self-organizing around sprint tasks. Team members often pick tasks based on personal preference rather than priority or dependencies, leading to bottlenecks. What is the most appropriate action for the Scrum Master to take? A. Assign tasks to each team member during sprint planning. B. Ask the product owner to define more granular tasks. C. Coach the team on swarming, pair programming, and prioritizing tasks based on flow and sprint goal. D. Increase the size of the team to have more people available for tasks. Answer: C. Coach the team on swarming, pair programming, and prioritizing tasks based on flow and sprint goal. If an Agile team struggles to self-organize tasks effectively, the Scrum Master should coach them on practices that promote better flow and collective ownership. This includes encouraging swarming, multiple team members collaborating on a single high-priority item, promoting pair programming, and guiding them to prioritize tasks based on their contribution to the sprint goal and their dependencies, rather than individual preference. The goal is to help the team understand how to self-manage for optimal delivery. Question 213. A project manager is preparing the project's forecast for estimate at completion, EAC. The project has consistently incurred costs at the budgeted rate for work completed, but unforeseen risks have occurred, and more are expected in the future. Which EAC formula is most appropriate in this scenario? A. BAC/CPI, assuming future performance aligns with past CPI. B. AC plus ETC, assuming future ETC will be at budget. C. AC plus BAC EV/CPI, assuming future CPI is the same as overall CPI. D. AC plus BAC EV/CPI** SPI, assuming future performance considers both cost and schedule efficiency. Answer: B. AC plus ETC, assuming future ETC will be at budget. The EAC equals AC plus ETC formula is used when the project's past performance, actual cost, AC, is irrelevant for predicting future performance, and the estimate to complete, ETC, for the remaining work can be re-estimated from scratch, assuming it will be completed at the budgeted rate. This formula is appropriate when known future events, like expected future risks, or significant changes mean that past performance trends, CPI, are no longer reliable indicators for the remaining work, but a new, accurate estimate for the remaining work, ETC, can be made. Question 214. A project team has experienced several conflicts lately, leading to reduced collaboration. The project manager decides to organize a mandatory team-building retreat. What is the primary purpose of this activity in the context of team development? A. To resolve all existing conflicts immediately. B. To improve interpersonal relationships and foster team cohesion. C. To force team members to work together on project tasks. D. To assess individual team member performance. Answer: B. To improve interpersonal relationships and foster team cohesion. Team-building activities, like retreats, are designed to improve interpersonal relationships, enhance communication, and foster a stronger sense of cohesion and trust among team members. While they don't directly resolve specific conflicts, they create a more positive and collaborative environment where underlying issues can be addressed more effectively, ultimately moving the team towards a norming or performing stage of development. Question 215. A project manager is overseeing a product development project. The product's success is highly dependent on achieving rapid market entry. The project manager discovers that a key regulatory approval process will take longer than initially expected, potentially delaying the launch. What is the most effective proactive response? A. Accept the delay and inform stakeholders. B. Seek to accelerate other critical path activities to compensate for the regulatory delay. C. Lobby the regulatory body to speed up their process, without offering any support. D. Reduce the product scope to avoid the regulatory hurdle. Answer: B. Seek to accelerate other critical path activities to compensate for the regulatory delay. When a critical external dependency like regulatory approval threatens a fixed launch date, the project manager should proactively seek to compensate for the delay by accelerating other critical path activities. This involves re-evaluating the schedule for opportunities to crash, add resources, or fast-track, perform activities in parallel, other tasks that also lie on the critical path. The goal is to absorb the delay from the regulatory process into the existing timeline by optimizing other controllable aspects of the project. Question 216. An Agile team is conducting a sprint review, and they are demonstrating a new feature. A key stakeholder immediately points out that the feature is missing a crucial piece of functionality they expected, which was not explicitly captured in the user story. What does this scenario indicate? A. The team is not listening to stakeholder feedback. B. The user story was incomplete or lacked sufficient detail for its acceptance criteria. C. The product owner prioritized the wrong feature. D. The sprint review is too late for feedback. Answer: B. The user story was incomplete or lacked sufficient detail for its acceptance criteria. If a stakeholder identifies missing functionality that was expected but not explicitly in the user story, it points to a gap in the requirement's definition. The user story, and particularly its acceptance criteria, should comprehensively define what is expected for that feature to be considered done from a stakeholder's perspective. This scenario highlights the need for more thorough backlog refinement, potentially with better collaboration between the product owner, the team, and stakeholders to ensure user stories are sufficiently detailed and understood before development begins. Question 217. A project manager is leading a project that needs to achieve very high precision and reliability. Failures could lead to significant safety risks. What quality management tool or technique would be most beneficial for systematically identifying potential failure modes and their effects early in the design phase? A. Cause and effect diagram, fishbone. B. Control charts. C. Failure mode and effects analysis, FMEA. D. Pareto chart. Answer: C. Failure mode and effects analysis, FMEA. Failure mode and effects analysis, FMEA, is a powerful quality management tool, especially crucial in projects where high precision, reliability, and safety are paramount. FMEA is a systematic, proactive method for identifying potential failure modes in a design, process, or product, assessing their potential effects, severity, occurrence, and detection, and then prioritizing actions to eliminate or reduce the likelihood of these failures. It helps in preventing errors during the design phase itself. Question 218. A project manager is overseeing a project with very high public visibility. Due to a recent negative public perception of a related company, there is a risk of stakeholder backlash against the project. What is the most proactive way to manage this external perception risk? A. Discontinue all public communications about the project. B. Develop a comprehensive public relations strategy and engage opinion leaders to proactively manage perceptions. C. Ignore public perception, focusing solely on project delivery. D. Change the project's name to avoid association. Answer: B. Develop a comprehensive public relations strategy and engage opinion leaders to proactively manage perceptions. For high-visibility projects, public perception is a significant external risk factor. The most proactive way to manage potential backlash is to develop a comprehensive public relations strategy. This involves identifying key opinion leaders, crafting clear and positive messaging, and proactively engaging with the public and media to shape perceptions and build support for the project. Ignoring or withdrawing from communication could worsen the situation, making proactive, positive engagement essential for reputation management. Question 219. A project manager has just completed risk identification and analysis for a project. They have identified several high-impact, high-probability risks. What is the next logical step in risk management? A. Implement the risk responses immediately. B. Document all identified risks in the risk register. C. Plan risk responses for the identified risks. D. Close the risk management process. Answer: C. Plan risk responses for the identified risks. After identifying and analyzing risks, understanding their characteristics, probability, and impact, the next logical step in the risk management process is to plan risk responses. This involves developing options and actions to enhance opportunities and reduce threats to project objectives. It's about deciding what actions will be taken to address each identified risk before they occur, rather than implementing them immediately or simply documenting them. Question 220. An Agile team is regularly having difficulty with their sprint planning meetings. They spend too much time debating how to estimate user stories, leading to prolonged sessions. What technique could help streamline their estimation process? A. Earned value management. B. Critical path method. C. Planning poker or other relative sizing techniques. D. Top-down estimating. Answer: C. Planning poker or other relative sizing techniques. Sprint planning involves the team estimating the effort for user stories. If they are debating too much about how to estimate, it suggests a need for a more structured and consistent approach. Planning poker, or other relative sizing techniques, like t-shirt sizing, helps teams quickly and collaboratively estimate work in story points based on relative effort, complexity, and uncertainty, rather than absolute hours. This streamlines the estimation process, fosters shared understanding, and generally leads to faster and more accurate sprint planning. Question 221. A project manager is leading a global project with team members from various cultural backgrounds. They observe that some team members are hesitant to openly disagree with the project manager or senior team members during discussions, even when they have valid concerns, potentially leading to suboptimal decisions. What should the project manager do? A. Encourage all team members to challenge decisions more aggressively. B. Create a psychologically safe environment where diverse opinions are encouraged and valued, using techniques like anonymous feedback. C. Assume that silence implies agreement. D. Restrict decision-making to only senior team members. Answer: B. Create a psychologically safe environment where diverse opinions are encouraged and valued, using techniques like anonymous feedback. To ensure all voices are heard and to foster better decision-making, especially in diverse teams, the project manager must cultivate a psychologically safe environment. This means actively encouraging diverse opinions and valuing dissent, ensuring team members feel safe to speak up without fear of negative repercussions. Techniques like anonymous feedback, structured discussions, e.g., round robin, and modeling open-mindedness can help bridge cultural or hierarchical barriers, leading to more robust decisions and a more inclusive team dynamic. Question 222. A project manager is managing a project in a functional organization. They realize they need a critical resource from another department, but the functional manager is hesitant to release the resource, citing conflicting departmental priorities. What is the project manager's primary challenge in securing this resource? A. Lack of technical expertise to assess the resource's skills. B. Limited authority over cross-functional resources. C. Insufficient project budget to hire external resources. D. Inadequate project schedule to accommodate delays. Answer: B. Limited authority over cross-functional resources. In a functional organization, project managers have limited or no direct authority over resources residing in other functional departments. Their primary challenge is securing and retaining cross-functional resources because functional managers control their allocation based on departmental priorities. The project manager must rely on negotiation, influencing skills, and potentially escalation to secure the necessary resources, highlighting their importance to the project and organizational objectives. Question 223. A project manager is conducting a project review and notices that the team's motivation is declining due to continuous overtime and high pressure. While the project is hitting deadlines, the long-term sustainability of this pace is questionable. What concept should the project manager prioritize to ensure team well-being and sustained performance? A. Schedule acceleration. B. Burnout prevention and sustainable pace. C. Task automation. D. Individual performance incentives. Answer: B. Burnout prevention and sustainable pace. Continuous overtime and high pressure, even if they lead to meeting deadlines, are unsustainable and highly detrimental to team morale and long-term performance, often leading to burnout. The project manager's priority should be burnout prevention and fostering a sustainable pace. This involves assessing workload, potentially adjusting future commitments, improving efficiency, and encouraging work-life balance to ensure the team can maintain productivity and deliver high-quality work consistently over the project's duration. Question 224. An Agile team recently started using a new, more efficient development tool. The team now finds that they are consistently completing all their committed user stories and even pulling in extra work from the product backlog, exceeding their previous velocity. What should the product owner and Scrum Master do with this information? A. Keep the sprint commitment the same to avoid overcommitment. B. Immediately increase the team's sprint commitment to maximize output. C. Observe the new, higher velocity for a few sprints to establish a more accurate, sustainable average. D. Tell the team to slow down to avoid burnout. Answer: C. Observe the new, higher velocity for a few sprints to establish a more accurate, sustainable average. While a sudden increase in delivered work due to a new tool is positive, it's crucial not to immediately adjust the sprint commitment based on a single instance. Velocity can fluctuate, and a few sprints are needed to establish a new, stable, and sustainable average velocity. The product owner and Scrum Master should observe and track this new performance trend over several sprints before adjusting future sprint commitments, ensuring realistic and consistent planning. This avoids overcommitment and potential burnout, maintaining a truly sustainable pace. Question 225. A project manager is preparing the final project report. Which section of the report is most crucial for providing future projects with valuable insights on what went well and what could be improved? A. Project scope statement. B. Project budget summary. C. Lessons learned. D. Risk register. Answer: C. Lessons learned. The Lessons Learned section, or document, within the final project report is unequivocally the most crucial for providing valuable insights for future projects. It captures successes, failures, challenges, and best practices encountered throughout the project. This knowledge is then archived as organizational process assets, allowing the organization to learn from past experiences, avoid repeating mistakes, and replicate successes, ultimately improving future project performance and organizational maturity. Question 226. A project is in the execution phase. A project team member identifies a potential risk that, if it occurs, could lead to a significant cost overrun. This risk was not identified during the initial planning phase. What is the immediate action for the project manager? A. Ignore the risk as it was not in the original risk register. B. Inform the project sponsor about the new risk and its potential impact immediately. C. Add the risk to the risk register, analyze its probability and impact, and plan a response. D. Ask the team member to manage the risk on their own. Answer: C. Add the risk to the risk register, analyze its probability and impact, and plan a response. Risk management is an ongoing process. When a new, previously unidentified risk is discovered during execution, the project manager's immediate responsibility is to integrate it into the risk management process. This involves adding it to the risk register, thoroughly analyzing its probability and potential impact, and then developing a suitable risk response plan, e.g., mitigation, contingency, to address it proactively. Simply informing the sponsor or ignoring it would be irresponsible. Question 227. A project manager is experiencing delays due to team members frequently being pulled off the project by their functional managers for other high-priority tasks. This indicates a weakness in which area of the project manager's influence? A. Technical expertise. B. Communication skills. C. Resource management authority. D. Time management. Answer: C. Resource management authority. When team members are frequently pulled away by functional managers, it indicates that the project manager has limited or insufficient authority over the allocation and dedication of project resources. This is a common challenge in functional or weak matrix organizations where functional managers control the resources. The project manager needs strong influencing and negotiation skills but fundamentally lacks direct resource management authority to prevent such diversions, which impacts project progress. Question 228. An Agile team is performing well, but the product owner feels disconnected from the technical architecture decisions, which sometimes impacts their understanding of feature feasibility and estimates. What is the best way to bridge this gap? A. The product owner should leave all technical decisions to the development team. B. The product owner should attend daily technical deep dive meetings with the architecture team. C. Encourage the product owner to participate more actively in technical discussions during backlog refinement and informal team interactions. D. Assign a dedicated technical liaison to the product owner. Answer: C. Encourage the product owner to participate more actively in technical discussions during backlog refinement and informal team interactions. For effective product ownership, the product owner needs a sufficient understanding of technical feasibility and architectural implications. While not needing to be a technical expert, engaging directly in technical discussions, especially during backlog refinement, allows them to ask questions, understand complexities, and gain insights into the team's capabilities. This collaborative approach fosters a shared understanding between the product owner and the development team, leading to more informed prioritization and realistic sprint commitments. Question 229. A project manager identifies that a specific project activity is critical, has a very high probability of being delayed, and the consequence of this delay would be severe. The project manager proposes to hire a backup contractor for this activity. What risk response strategy is this? A. Avoidance. B. Mitigation. C. Transfer. D. Contingency planning. Answer: D. Contingency planning. Contingency planning involves developing specific plans to be executed if a particular risk event occurs. In this scenario, hiring a backup contractor is a planned response to a specific identified risk, delay of a critical activity, should it materialize. It's a proactive plan to reduce the impact if the primary course of action fails, which falls under active acceptance or contingency response, rather than solely mitigation, which aims to reduce probability/impact of the risk itself, or transfer. However, contingency planning is a more precise fit than simply mitigation, since it's a backup plan for if the risk occurs. Question 230. A project manager is leading a project where the primary goal is to enhance user experience, UX, and increase customer satisfaction for an existing product. The project is using an Agile approach. What type of metric would be most important to track the project's success? A. Cost variance, CV. B. Schedule Performance Index, SPI. C. Customer Satisfaction Score, e.g., NPS, CSAT, and User Engagement Metrics. D. Number of bugs fixed per sprint. Answer: C. Customer Satisfaction Score, e.g., NPS, CSAT, and User Engagement Metrics. For a project whose primary goal is enhancing user experience and customer satisfaction, traditional project metrics like cost and schedule performance are secondary to direct measures of customer perception and behavior. Customer satisfaction scores, like Net Promoter Score, NPS, or customer satisfaction, CSAT, and user engagement metrics, e.g., active users, time spent, feature adoption rates, directly indicate whether the project is achieving its core value proposition. These are key outcome-oriented metrics for an agile, value-driven project. Question 231. A project manager has just completed a project. What is the most critical activity to perform to ensure that the intellectual capital gained from the project is preserved for future organizational use? A. Releasing team members from the project. B. Holding a project celebration party. C. Archiving all project documentation, including lessons learned, in the organizational process assets. D. Obtaining formal customer acceptance. Answer: C. Archiving all project documentation, including lessons learned, in the organizational process assets. Preserving intellectual capital is a key purpose of project closure. The most critical activity for this is systematically archiving all project documentation, including historical records, final deliverables, and especially the lessons learned. This information, stored as organizational process assets, OPAs, becomes a valuable resource for future projects, enabling continuous improvement, avoiding past mistakes, and ensuring that valuable knowledge is not lost when team members move on. Question 232. A project manager is leading a new product development project. The product is highly innovative, and market requirements are constantly evolving. The team often learns new information late in the cycle that invalidates previous assumptions. What characteristic of this project environment should influence the project manager's approach? A. Low uncertainty. B. Stable requirements. C. High volatility and empiricism. D. Fixed scope and timeline. Answer: C. High volatility and empiricism. The scenario describes an environment with rapidly evolving market requirements, innovative products, and late learning that invalidates assumptions. This indicates a highly volatile environment. In such settings, an empirical approach, common in Agile, which emphasizes frequent inspection and adaptation based on real-world feedback and learning, is most effective. It acknowledges that uncertainty is high and that the project needs to constantly adapt rather than relying on a fixed upfront plan. Question 233. A project manager is experiencing a communication breakdown between the technical team and business stakeholders. The technical team feels the business is constantly changing requirements, while the business feels the technical team is not responsive. What action should the project manager take to bridge this gap? A. Facilitate a series of workshops to define and agree on a clear process for requirements gathering and change management. B. Instruct the technical team to only accept formal written requirements. C. Blame the business stakeholders for unclear requirements. D. Act as a sole intermediary, filtering all communications between the two groups. Answer: A. Facilitate a series of workshops to define and agree on a clear process for requirements gathering and change management. A communication breakdown and perceived constant changes between technical and business teams indicate a lack of clear processes for requirements and change management. The project manager should facilitate workshops to bring both groups together to collaboratively define and agree upon a transparent, mutually understood process for how requirements will be gathered, communicated, validated, and how changes will be handled. This fosters shared understanding, sets clear expectations, and improves collaboration by creating a predictable framework for interaction. Question 234. A project manager is managing a new software development project. Midway through the project, a new, unforeseen security vulnerability is discovered in a foundational third-party library that the software relies heavily upon. This vulnerability has a high impact and needs immediate attention. What is the immediate responsibility of the project manager? A. Downplay the issue to avoid alarming stakeholders. B. Immediately cease all development until the vulnerability is addressed by the third party. C. Assess the full impact and urgency of the vulnerability, then communicate transparently with stakeholders and initiate a response plan. D. Blame the original architects for selecting a vulnerable library. Answer: C. Assess the full impact and urgency of the vulnerability, then communicate transparently with stakeholders and initiate a response plan. Discovering a critical, unforeseen security vulnerability is a major project risk. The project manager's immediate responsibility is to thoroughly assess its full impact, e.g., data breach risk, compliance fines, reputational damage, and urgency. Following this assessment, transparent communication with all relevant stakeholders, sponsor, legal, security, business owners, is paramount. Concurrently, the project manager must initiate a response plan, which might involve a temporary halt, a quick patch, or a major redesign, ensuring an informed and coordinated approach to mitigation. Question 235. An Agile team is performing well, but the product owner consistently adds more tasks to the sprint backlog than the team can realistically complete. This leads to team burnout and a feeling of constant failure to meet commitments. What concept needs to be re-emphasized in sprint planning? A. Definition of done. B. Velocity as a target. C. Sustainable pace and realistic commitment. D. Product backlog refinement. Answer: C. Sustainable pace and realistic commitment. If the product owner consistently overloads the sprint backlog, leading to burnout and missed commitments, the core issue is a lack of focus on a sustainable pace and realistic commitment. The team needs to be able to complete work at a pace they can maintain indefinitely. The project manager, Scrum Master, must coach the product owner and the team on the importance of making realistic commitments during sprint planning, respecting the team's historical velocity and capacity to ensure they can achieve the sprint goal without overworking. Question 236. A project manager is leading a project that is consistently exceeding its planned budget. Upon investigation, they discover that significant rework is being done due to poor initial quality from a specific phase. What is the most effective long-term solution to address this cost overrun issue? A. Reduce the overall project scope to cut costs. B. Implement stricter budget controls and limits on spending. C. Focus on improving the quality of deliverables from the problematic phase to reduce rework. D. Hire more junior staff to reduce labor costs. Answer: C. Focus on improving the quality of deliverables from the problematic phase to reduce rework. If cost overruns are primarily caused by significant rework due to poor initial quality, the most effective long-term solution is to address the root cause, the quality issue itself. Investing in improving the quality of deliverables from the problematic phase, e.g., through better design, more thorough reviews, or stronger quality assurance processes, will directly reduce the need for costly rework, leading to greater efficiency and bringing the project back within budget. This tackles the problem at its source rather than just managing the symptoms. Question 237. A project manager is overseeing a product that, once launched, will require significant ongoing maintenance and updates. The operations team, responsible for post-launch support, has limited expertise in the new technology being used. What should the project manager prioritize to ensure a smooth transition to operations? A. Minimize interactions with the operations team to avoid distractions. B. Ensure all technical documentation is completed only at project closure. C. Involve the operations team early in the project and provide extensive training and knowledge transfer. D. Focus solely on meeting the project's launch deadline. Answer: C. Involve the operations team early in the project and provide extensive training and knowledge transfer. For products requiring significant ongoing maintenance and using new technology, a smooth transition to operations is crucial for long-term success. The project manager should proactively involve the operations team early in the project lifecycle. This allows them to gain familiarity with the system, provide input on operability, and participate in comprehensive training and knowledge transfer sessions, ensuring they are well prepared to maintain and support the product effectively post-launch. Early engagement prevents costly issues and skill gaps later. Question 238. A project manager is managing a research and development (R&D) project. The project has high technical uncertainty, and achieving a breakthrough is critical for the organization's future. What metric is most appropriate for tracking progress in this context? A. Earned value, EV. B. Number of defects. C. Number of successful experiments and prototypes developed, and insights gained. D. Resource utilization percentage. Answer: C. Number of successful experiments and prototypes developed, and insights gained. For R&D projects with high technical uncertainty, traditional metrics like EV or defect count may not fully capture progress. The primary goal is often to gain knowledge, explore possibilities, and achieve breakthroughs. Therefore, tracking the number of successful experiments, prototypes developed, and the insights gained, even from failed experiments, is more appropriate. These metrics reflect the learning and discovery essential to R&D, which is the true value delivered in such projects, enabling the organization to make informed decisions about future investments. Question 239. A project team is working in an agile environment. During a sprint retrospective, they identify that their current definition of done is causing confusion and leads to incomplete work being marked as finished. Some components are not fully tested before being integrated. What should be the most immediate step to address this? A. Remove the definition of done to reduce complexity. B. Facilitate a team discussion to refine and clearly articulate the definition of done, including all necessary quality checks. C. Ask the product owner to provide a new definition of done. D. Assign a quality assurance person to audit all completed work. Answer: B. Facilitate a team discussion to refine and clearly articulate the definition of done, including all necessary quality checks. An unclear or inadequate definition of done, DoD, leads to inconsistencies and incomplete work. The sprint retrospective is the ideal forum for the team to address this. The Scrum Master's role is to facilitate the team in collaboratively refining their DoD. This ensures that it clearly encompasses all necessary quality checks, like full testing, integration, documentation, and creates a shared, explicit understanding of what it means for a piece of work to be truly done, leading to higher quality increments. Question 240. A project manager is managing a project team consisting of various technical experts. The team consistently works on their own, rarely collaborating or sharing knowledge, leading to a silo effect. What is the project manager's most effective approach to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing? A. Implement individual performance incentives for completing tasks quickly. B. Mandate that all communication must go through the project manager. C. Organize cross-functional workshops, knowledge-sharing sessions, and encourage pair work. D. Assign complex tasks only to individual experts to avoid group discussions. Answer: C. Organize cross-functional workshops, knowledge-sharing sessions, and encourage pair work. To break down silos and foster collaboration among technical experts, the project manager should actively create opportunities for them to work together and share knowledge. Organizing cross-functional workshops, dedicated knowledge-sharing sessions, e.g., lunch and learns, and encouraging practices like pair programming or peer reviews directly promotes interaction, builds shared understanding, and facilitates the transfer of expertise across the team, reducing the silo effect. Question 241. A project manager is leading a critical software project. Due to new industry regulations, the scope for security features has increased significantly, requiring additional work and specialized resources. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager? A. Inform stakeholders that the new regulations cannot be accommodated within the project. B. Absorb the additional scope and resources, hoping to manage it within existing baselines. C. Initiate a change request, assess the impact on all project baselines, scope, schedule, cost, quality, and communicate options to stakeholders for approval. D. Outsource all security-related work to avoid internal delays. Answer: C. Initiate a change request, assess the impact on all project baselines, scope, schedule, cost, quality, and communicate options to stakeholders for approval. Significant scope increases due to new regulations demand a formal approach. The project manager must initiate a change request to formally capture this new scope. A thorough impact analysis is then performed to determine the effects on all project baselines, not just scope, but also schedule, cost, and potentially quality, due to specialized resources. This comprehensive analysis and the resulting options are then presented to relevant stakeholders or the Change Control Board for an informed decision and formal approval, maintaining project control and transparency. Question 242. A project manager is faced with a situation where a core team member is frequently absent due to personal reasons, impacting task completion and team morale. This is a recurring issue. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager to take? A. Immediately reassign the team member to a less critical project or remove them. B. Discuss the situation privately and empathetically with the team member to understand the challenges and explore solutions. C. Ask other team members to take over the absent member's work without discussion. D. Document the absences and report them to senior management without talking to the team member. Answer: B. Discuss the situation privately and empathetically with the team member to understand the challenges and explore solutions. When a team member's personal issues affect their performance, the project manager should first approach the situation with empathy and discretion. A private conversation allows the project manager to understand the nature of the challenges, express concern for their well-being, and collaboratively explore potential solutions, e.g., temporary workload adjustment, use of leave, organizational support programs. This supportive approach can help resolve the issue while maintaining trust and respect within the team. Question 243. An Agile team is performing well, but during sprint reviews, stakeholders often complain that the features presented are not fully integrated or don't work seamlessly together, even though individual user stories are done. What needs to be improved? A. Sprint backlog prioritization. B. Product backlog refinement. C. Continuous integration practices. D. Daily Scrum effectiveness. Answer: C. Continuous integration practices. If individual user stories are done, but features are not working seamlessly together or are not fully integrated, it points to a deficiency in continuous integration (CI) practices. CI involves frequently merging code changes into a central repository and then running automated builds and tests to detect integration errors early. If this process is weak, issues only surface during later reviews when multiple components are expected to work together, leading to complex and time-consuming integration problems. Strengthening CI ensures that the increment is always integrated and potentially shippable. Question 244. A project manager is preparing to close a complex software development project. What is the most important administrative closure activity that ensures all project resources, including physical assets and software licenses, are properly accounted for and reassigned? A. Lessons learned documentation. B. Contract closure. C. Final financial reconciliation and asset disposal. D. Formal stakeholder acceptance. Answer: C. Final financial reconciliation and asset disposal. During project closure, it's critical to ensure all financial obligations are met and all project assets are properly handled. Final financial reconciliation involves reconciling all accounts, closing out budget lines, and ensuring all payments are made. Asset disposal covers the proper accounting, reassignment, return, or disposal of all physical and intellectual property assets, including equipment, software licenses, and materials, to ensure they are either properly returned to the organization or disposed of according to policy, maximizing their value. Question 245. A project is using a hybrid approach. The core system development is agile, while regulatory compliance and final deployment are predictive. The agile team is iterating quickly, but the predictive regulatory approval process is a bottleneck, causing the agile team to sometimes wait for feedback or decisions. What is the best strategy for the project manager to manage this interdependency? A. Force the regulatory team to adopt agile methods. B. Decouple the agile and predictive work completely, so they operate independently. C. Implement robust integration points and frequent communication loops between the agile and predictive components. D. Stop the agile development whenever the predictive process causes a delay. Answer: C. Implement robust integration points and frequent communication loops between the agile and predictive components. In a hybrid project, managing the integration between different lifecycle approaches is crucial. When a predictive component, like regulatory approval, becomes a bottleneck for an agile team, the project manager needs to establish robust integration points. This includes defining clear handoff procedures, using shared tools or dashboards for visibility, and implementing frequent, structured communication loops, e.g., daily syncs, regular alignment meetings, between the agile and predictive teams. This proactive coordination minimizes waiting times and ensures smooth flow across the hybrid lifecycle. Question 246. A project manager discovers that some critical stakeholders have not been receiving important project updates and are consequently disengaged. This could lead to a lack of buy-in for future decisions. What should the project manager do first to rectify this situation? A. Send out a mass email to all stakeholders with all past communications. B. Update the stakeholder engagement plan to ensure relevant stakeholders receive appropriate information. C. Reduce the frequency of communication to avoid overwhelming stakeholders. D. Blame the communications team for the oversight. Answer: B. Update the stakeholder engagement plan to ensure relevant stakeholders receive appropriate information. If critical stakeholders are not receiving updates and are disengaged, it indicates a flaw in the communication or engagement strategy for those specific stakeholders. The first action should be to review and update the stakeholder engagement plan, and potentially the communication management plan, to identify who should receive what information, when, and how, ensuring that relevant stakeholders are receiving appropriate and timely project communications. This systematic adjustment prevents future information gaps and helps re-engage them. Question 247. A project manager is leading a project where the project goals have changed multiple times due to evolving market conditions. This has caused frustration within the team and rework. What aspect of project management should the project manager continuously emphasize and manage in this dynamic environment? A. Fixed scope management. B. Progressive elaboration and adaptability. C. Strict change control. D. Detailed upfront planning. Answer: B. Progressive elaboration and adaptability. In an environment with continuously evolving market conditions and changing project goals, emphasizing a fixed scope or strict upfront planning is counterproductive. The project manager should continuously emphasize and manage the concept of progressive elaboration and adaptability. This means embracing changes, incrementally refining the understanding of the project's goals and scope as new information emerges, and adapting the project plan and deliverables accordingly, rather than resisting change or rigidly adhering to an outdated plan. Question 248. A project manager is managing a highly innovative product development project where the final solution is not fully known at the outset. The project relies on rapid feedback and continuous learning. Which type of team structure is typically most effective for this type of project? A. Hierarchical, functional teams. B. Self-organizing, cross-functional teams. C. Teams led by an authoritarian project manager. D. Specialized teams with strict handoffs. Answer: B. Self-organizing, cross-functional teams. For highly innovative projects where the final solution is uncertain and rapid feedback and continuous learning are critical, self-organizing, cross-functional teams are typically most effective. These teams have the autonomy to decide how best to achieve their goals, possess all the necessary skills internally, cross-functional, to deliver end-to-end value, and can adapt quickly based on emergent information. This structure fosters innovation, rapid problem-solving, and efficient knowledge sharing, which are essential for such dynamic environments. Question 249. A project manager has just completed a stakeholder analysis. They identified several individuals who have a strong interest in the project's outcome but very little formal power or influence. What is the most appropriate engagement strategy for this stakeholder group? A. Manage closely by involving them in all key decisions. B. Keep them informed regularly through formal communication channels. C. Monitor their engagement and only interact if they become problematic. D. Keep them satisfied by addressing all their requests. Answer: B. Keep them informed regularly through formal communication channels. For stakeholders with high interest but low power, the most appropriate engagement strategy is to keep informed. This involves ensuring they receive regular, relevant updates through formal communication channels, e.g., newsletters, progress reports, scheduled briefings. While they may not be involved in key decisions, keeping them well informed maintains their interest, prevents surprises, and can potentially leverage their support or insights without requiring extensive management effort. Question 250. A project manager discovers that a project deliverable, which passed all internal quality checks, fails to meet customer expectations during user acceptance testing, UAT. The customer states that the deliverable is not what we wanted, despite it meeting the written requirements. What is the most likely underlying problem? A. The customer's expectations are unreasonable. B. The project team did not perform enough quality checks. C. A gap exists between written requirements and the customer's true underlying needs/expectations. D. The quality assurance team is incompetent. Answer: C. A gap exists between written requirements and the customer's true underlying needs/expectations. When a deliverable meets written requirements but fails to meet customer expectations during UAT, it strongly indicates a gap between the formal documentation and the customer's actual, often unstated or misunderstood, underlying needs or expectations. This is a common issue that emphasizes the importance of thorough requirements elicitation, validation, and continuous collaboration with customers to ensure the project is building the right product, not just building the product right.